And good morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the first AV stream of 2023. Happy New Year to everyone. Hope you're all having a great day so far as we get into some overcast and rainy conditions here at Melbourne for some plane spotting, which we didn't expect this morning.
A380, contact departures.
But hopefully it should be okay. The visibility is very low at the moment, but over the next half an hour or so it should clear up a little bit.
988, just a short delay. I'm waiting for an arrival at the airport just southeast of Melbourne.
Pattie, holding position Pattie 988.
So let us know if everything is working well. And welcome to the stream. My name is Max, and I will be your host today, and I will be joined by my co-host and good friend from HD Melbourne Aviation, Matt.
Good day, everybody. How's it going? Happy New Year. So we've got a very exciting morning. We've got lots of departures, lots of arrivals. It looks like runway 16 will be the runway of choice. And we also have 4 of the Jetstar A321neos. Their entire fleet is parked here at T4 Max. The entire fleet. So we can see one there on screen.
One there on screen, and then we can pan across.
We can see the 3 others. There we go.
There we go. They're all there.
All of them there at T4. I wonder where they're going to be going. If they're all at T4, it'd be domestic runs, you'd think. Unless they taxi one over to T2 for Denpasar.
Yeah, possibly. I'm sure one of them will do the Denpasar one, but The others will probably be maybe Brisbane or Gold Coast routes today. We will find out hopefully at some point during the stream.
So we should get, I think, all 4 of them leaving, because they'll leave this morning. But if they go to 27 at the moment, not a great idea, because it's so bad with the visibility. We can't even see 27.
Yeah, we can barely see 16 as well. So it's going to be a fun morning until this visibility clears up.
That's all right. We'll make the most of it.
Yeah.
The Emirates A380 is going to be departing very soon.
Charlie.
Yes,
runway
absolutely.
16 line
We've got
up
some
air
arrivals
right.
coming in over the next hour or so. We've got the Bamboo Airways 787 Dreamliner arriving in about 30 minutes. We've got the Emirates A380 arriving also in about 35 minutes. We've got the Qantas A330 arriving in from Singapore. We've got the Royal Brunei 787 Dreamliner that'll be arriving in about 30 minutes as well. So everything's going to be trickling in over the morning. So it's going to be one jam-packed stream for sure. So hopefully this visibility does clear up over the day.
I think it should. It was forecasted just for mostly cloudy.
Yeah, so let's hope that this does go away.
It's probably just a bit of fog as well. Bit of rain, bit of fog.
Yeah, you can see the rain under the lights there, so should clear up over time, so we should be good.
And hopefully the little umbrella setup that I've made here.
Yeah, hopefully that just...
So guys, because this was completely unforecasted, I'll show you here. We didn't bring much for the in the way of rain prevention. So we've got the umbrella here, and we've got it sort of tied to the table with an eye mask. I was not expecting it to be raining, so I had to sort of make do with what we had.
Neither did I.
So we can only hope that sort of prevents the rain from hitting the equipment.
Yeah, exactly.
That works.
Oh gosh. It's a cute little setup for sure.
Definitely a cute little setup. So we just wait for the traffic to start. I think I did
Looks
see
like we might be having a departure in just a moment. The Qatar 777 is on radar.
Oh, going off 16.
Yes, so we'll see if we can see it at all.
We should be able to. Oh,
Yeah.
I do see it. I do see the little lights. And here we go. Our first departure of the stream is going to be the Qatar 777-300ER going to Adelaide. And this is going to be operating as QR988.
Let's see if the camera will pick it up.
See if the camera will focus on it. Oh, no.
Oh gosh.
There we go. Nice early rotation there for its Adelaide flight.
Melbourne Tower, Qantas 402 ready.
402 tag out for power runway 27 line up and wait.
And fire line from way 27, Qantas 402.
Look at that fog. My gosh.
My goodness.
It disappears.
Unexpected. That's right. As the morning will go on, the fog will burn away.
Absolutely. Let's hope it does.
7, 59 ready.
The 1029 tag out. Harry 988, contact departures. Harry 988, contact departures.
So it's been a while since we've actually done a live
402,
stream.
runway 27.
Yeah,
clear for
Brisbane
takeoff.
was the last one.
Yeah, it's been a busy
I had plans to do one last week just before the new year rolled around, but everything got a little hectic with plans with family and friends, and the weather wasn't too great either. It was really hot.
Yeah.
I
It's
had-
either too hot or too cold here.
Oh yeah, had days of just pure sun and 35 degrees Celsius, so not what the laptop desires, so had to
No.
postpone it a bit, but we're finally out here. I didn't expect it to be like this for the first stream back,
No, not in the middle of summer. but
especially
we'll-
last night when it said no rain and just a few clouds here and there.
That's it. Mostly cloudy is what I saw. I'm like, yep, we're set.
Yeah, but things change, I guess,
Things definitely change.
especially in Melbourne.
Yeah, very quickly.
That wind
doesn't
is
it?
coming head on at the moment.
Yeah, you know, that's another thing. The wind was supposed to be south, not east.
Yeah, no. That's okay. We'll
We'll make do.
We'll make do. And Phantom Planes has been a 737 class member for 4 months. Thank you so much, Phantom Planes, for the little milestone there. Thank you so much for being a member for such a long period of time. We really do appreciate that. Just trying to get the chat working here, guys.
1029, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff.
can see the Rex 737.
I really do appreciate that. You're a huge support.
This is Qantas 402.
Fan planes, yes. Thank you so much for your support there. 4 months, that's amazing. Pretty much right from the start then.
Yeah.
See the Rex there on the move.
There we go.
There we go, got that chat working. So it's going to be a great morning out here in Melbourne traffic-wise. We have lots of departures. And look at that, actually the rain has cleared up a little bit. Just from looking down and looking up, I can see further. I can actually see the towers now. So we should
I
be
can see
fine,
one of
guys.
them.
I can see one of them.
1029.
The other one's a little distant.
I can see the lights.
Yes, I can see the lights.
And looks like one of the Jetstar A321s, not the Neos, has just got the beacon on. It's going to be pushed back very shortly. It's all happening here this morning, and I think that DHL 767 is going to be going as well. We can see the...
Yeah, it says that every time we're here, and it never does.
I know, but it's got the strobes on, and it's even got a tug on it.
Oh, it does.
So we may actually get lucky with it.
Wow.
The DHL 767, a rarer aircraft type down here in Australia. We only really get, in Melbourne, the DHL, and Sydney gets the 76 from Qantas Freight DHL.
Yep.
But the Qantas Freight has been, it's just like Martin Air, always broken.
Yeah, it is always broken,
Every
isn't it?
time I go up there, it's in the hangar.
Every time I go to Sydney, it's in the hangar. I think the last time I saw it actually flying was December last year when we were there.
It's been
We
that
caught
long.
it at Sheps. It's
I
like the
remember-
last time I've caught it.
Oh wow. I remember when we went up in October to do that stream. I remember it was broken then. It was supposed to go up, and then the 330 took over the flight.
Oh, yep.
The PAX 330 did the freight flight. That's how desperate they got with it.
Oh, gosh.
I'll see that Max has put up some new stickers as well.
Yes, yes. Had those just quickly made, I think last week or a couple of weeks ago. I can't even remember when I did them now.
Very nice.
Just to add something into the chat. For I think members can access them.
Yeah, they would be member stickers there.
Member stickers. So yeah, when certain things happen in the stream, make sure you chuck the stickers on in the chat.
That's
Make it all colourful and bright, which
Looks
is cool.
like we've got some aircraft type stickers. We've got Sydney. We've got
They're a bit hard to read. You have to make them really small to fit the guidelines. It's really bad.
Well, there you go. No, it's just because the it's small on the screen there.
Yeah,
and we
it is
have
true.
the 767, which is going to be going out at 7:15 direct to Singapore as flight HJ11.
Wow. So
It's
it's
gonna
filed, tug, beacons on, everything. Wow.
Looks promising.
It does look promising, but I bet you it'll be broken in 10 minutes.
It will start up, and then instead of like going to the runway, it'll go to the hangar.
It'll start up. One of the engines won't be working.
You see like a puff of smoke.
Yeah.
Alright, we've got the Emirates A380 at 6:30 as well, so that's going to be our next heavy departure.
Perfect.
EK 409 off to Dubai. So certainly looking forward.
No specials today here at Melbourne for the EK380s. The
Yeah, both
departure and the arrival are both just the normal 380s.
stock standard.
Stock standard, the double standard, which is not annoying at all.
No, we don't want the specials.
we
want the
don't want the blue
non-blues.
A380 here.
Yeah, we don't want the blue one. There we go, Rex is on the move there. Little 737, which is going to be
Surely
maybe doing
operating the milk run.
No, the extended milk run, Max, off to
Ah.
Brisbane.
I'm sure the normal milk run won't be far behind it. I think that goes out at 7.
Oh, someone's not happy. Well, we'll see. I'm actually trying to see if there's any Sydney-bound flights on Flyradar. Oh, there's a Virgin Australia, which is going to be heading off to Sydney for the milk run.
Oh, yes.
But I don't think we're going to see it with the runway config. It's going to go on over to 27.
You never know.
How about the 735 is?
There we go, Rec 737.
2725, tag A, prepare on my
Heading over to runway 27 for its departure.
Runway 27.
Off to Brisbane is ZL 202.
I understand you asked ground about some tailwind on 27. At the upwind end, it's showing 150 degrees, 8 knots, 3 knots of tail there.
On the 735, it's just there was nothing on the notice about it.
Tony Taylor,
It's only
wishing us
just
a
popped up.
happy New Year
Okay.
from wet East
725,
London.
runway
Thank you very
27,
much,
clear for
Tony.
takeoff.
Really appreciate
The
that,
power
mate.
runway
And a happy New Year from us as well from a wet Melbourne.
corner 600 already.
600 tail, good morning.
Can't say I
Quebec
really
runway
expected it to be wet.
7, line up and
Not at
away.
all.
Line up,
As it is
runway
in summer. And it's been
Yes.
so hot over the last week. This
I know,
is
yesterday was crazy. Yesterday, during the day, I think it was like 35 degrees Celsius.
really.
And then at night, it went down to about 15. Huge change.
That's
Now it's
massive.
still cold this morning.
I think there were storms as well, or was that the night before?
Yeah, there was storms and there was rain. Apparently there was storms yesterday morning as well while it was 35 degrees, and it didn't hit my house, but it hit other people's houses, and they're all complaining about it. And I was like,
Oh.
it's blue skies for me here.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah,
It's
literally.
blue skies where I am.
But yeah, classic Melbourne weather, eh?
Yeah, classic Melbourne weather. Classic Melbourne winter weather.
Good morning, Wendy. Thank you so much for tuning in.
And Daryl as well, tuning in from British Columbia. It's good to see.
2022.
Awesome to have you all here on the stream for this windy, rainy, cold Melbourne typical weather stream.
600
But
runway
on the bright
27,
side,
clear for
the
takeoff.
visibility is clearing up. I can see the trees over there now towards 16.
Yes, and I can finally see that second tower.
Yeah, it's becoming a little bit more visible
Yeah.
through the fog. That's good to see. I can definitely, I'm alright with rain. Oh, not rain, just clouds.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world as long as we can see everything.
That's it. It's just
At least 1/6, then
the
that's all
visibility.
that matters.
Exactly. We just want to get like an okay shot of these arrivals because that's sort of going to be the most interesting thing this morning. We have the Emirates 380 landing in about 25 minutes, guys, an Airbus A380, so
That bamboo should be not too far away. Yeah, it is.
Bamboo's not far. We've got a lot of things
Bamboo's
coming
10
in.
minutes away.
Only 10 minutes. It's going to be our first heavy aircraft arrival on the stream. We've got lots of things coming in from Asia, and we also have a couple of United 787s coming in from the United States.
Yes, the San Francisco and Los Angeles services.
I think they're both daily now for the summer,
Yep.
which is good to see. Always double United 787 here in Melbourne if you come in the mornings.
Zero 02, runway 27, cleared for
So we've
takeoff.
got another Jetstar 320 on the move
Clear for
there.
takeoff, right to 230.
600 contact departures.
Departures corner 600.
And as 27 slowly starts to become visible, we can actually film some of these departures. Like this Jetstar on screen, which is going to be going to Launceston, this JQ731. Off to Tasmania. So guys, we have the A380 there in 20 minutes. So check it out on Flight Radar. EK406, the first A380 of the stream. It's going to be a great little catch. Only 20 minutes away. And Scott says, sick flaps down shot. That's awesome with the 320 that just, or 321 that pushed back just before.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's a very, very cool angle here from the T4 car park.
You can never go wrong. T4 is generally the way to go.
100%. Especially in weather like this, you get a little bit of coverage from the rain.
That's it. We were thinking to do a operations road stream.
And I'm glad we didn't.
Glad we decided to do T4, even before we knew about the weather.
Yeah. Yeah, we really did it just based off keeping the laptop alive sort of thing. So...
That's it, because the batteries that we have would struggle at the moment for a 6-hour stream. I can see over there in the distance that Rex 737 that was on radar before going off to Brisbane, the ZL202.
Dispersing into the rain clouds there. It's actually really cool when they do that. It's cool to watch.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's a little bit ominous.
And a nice view of that Etihad 777 that landed in about an hour ago. Unfortunately, it was scheduled for a 6 a.m. arrival, but it came a bit early. Must have had a nice tailwind on the way down and landed at about 5:20 this morning.
Definitely
39
unfortunate,
Melbourne
but
Tech, continuous number 1,
Let's
runway
get to
16, wind 180 degrees.
Yes.
it's parked in a nice spot for us.
Yeah.
Look at that, Peter there. He's been a member for 1 month. Peter, thank you so much for the support, mate. It's great to have you on board here for an entire month already. Where does the time go?
I know, it's crazy.
It goes so quick. But glad you enjoyed the streams, mate, and thanks for tuning in. And we can see the A321 there, which is going to be going to Cairns. Just taxiing past the DHL 767, which should be taking off in about 45 minutes. Certainly looking forward to that one.
Yeah, it'll be a great catch. Not something we usually get on the stream because it's usually broken. It's always here. It's always sitting there, but...
Yeah, we always see it, but we never actually see it in the air. And it lands at a silly time. It always lands at like 11, 12, 1 a.m.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Nothing.
Yeah, I was so annoyed. I was looking last night. AirAsia was on time.
Of course.
And it lands at 1 a.m. And usually it's always late and lands at like 7, 8 a.m. I think once it came at 12 p.m.
Yeah, it usually gets like 12-hour delay.
Yeah. So I was very annoyed to see it was on time. I think they were using the all-white livery one as well.
Yeah, that's been coming here quite a bit. And they recently acquired that from Philippine Airlines.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think they got 3 that have been coming down to KL for the flights. Which is interesting because they have a lot that are still parked in KL that are deactivated.
Yeah, that
like
is
the
very
old
interesting.
Sony livery, and there's a bunch of them that are just parked up there next to KLIA2, which is the AirAsia airport.
Yeah.
But they're getting more from Philippine Airlines, but not reactivating it, which I think's
Right.
odd.
That is very odd.
It's definitely odd.
So 39, wind 17 degrees, and 2 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Runway 16, clear to land.
And Peter with a very generous $2 tip there, saying Happy New Year, guys, from SoCal. That's amazing, Peter. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that little donation there. And a Happy New Year to you too, all the way here from Melbourne. And we're looking forward to going to SoCal soon. Less than a month.
How crazy is that? I just messaged, I think you yesterday or 2 days ago, and I was like, it's literally a month. Because I think I booked my flights in start of July.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, it's like 8 months away, like it'll come soon. And now it's like 28 days or something.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It's absolutely nuts how quickly the time has gone.
But we're looking forward to heading over there to SoCal, Peter. It's going to be great fun. And also going to be joined there with Sam as well, who's taken a bit of a step back due to some work obligations. But it's going to be great to do another trip with him, do some streaming with Sam before we're not gonna see him for just a little bit on the streams.
Just a little bit, yeah. Taking some time away to do some stuff and advance his career, I guess.
So Visibility is definitely clearing up quite a bit now.
Yeah, it's much better to see now.
Heavy
Much
Melbourne
better.
Tag Day continuous number 2, runway 16.
And public owner says AirAsia is horrible. Phuket to Bangkok flight for 2 months. It was ridiculous. Not even a single free cup of water. Staff taunting passengers. Oh gosh,
AirAsia.
that sounds like a fire fest. That doesn't sound very good at all. I've never flown AirAsia. You've flown them, haven't you?
I did.
What were your thoughts?
Well, it was all right. Only thing was the 12-hour delay that they didn't
Oh
tell
yes,
me
you
about.
had that one.
I had that one. So because of that, and if they told me, I could have sort of adjusted some plans.
10:31, are you
But
ready
because I
for
checked in
immediate
already
departure?
and had the bag checked in,
Yeah.
Thank
I
you,
couldn't
runway
really do
27,
too much.
for immediate
Oh,
takeoff.
gosh.
so I was with a friend
Take off at 10:31.
in Malaysia. We're doing some filming. He's got another channel as well, TK's Plane Spotting, and we both luckily checked in late enough that we didn't actually go through the gates. We weren't stuck airside, so we sort of made the most of it. Went down to the city, checked out the
9:42.
what are they called, Petronas Towers.
Yes.
So we went there and did a little bit of sightseeing for the 12-hour delay.
So they just straight up like say, oh, we're going to be
Boo
delayed for about
82,
12
wind
hours.
16
No, they
0
didn't.
degrees 10
They
knots,
told us
runway
when we
16
checked in,
Clayton.
like we have a 2-hour delay, and they changed our boarding pass, and it
Right.
was a 2 p.m. departure, and it changed to 4 p.m.
Yeah.
And then over the loudspeaker, they said now it's changed to 6 p.m.
Right.
So
So that's
We're
when
like-
you decided to hit the city?
no, because 6 p.m. like we were there at that point. It was about 1, so it's like 5 hours. We're like,
Yeah, not enough time.
all right, we'll go get some drinks
Yeah.
and chill out for a little bit.
7:31, thank you.
And then
Contact
as we were
departure.
having some drinks, I looked at Flight Radar and I saw on Flight Radar it actually had said the departure's at 1 a.m.,
Oh gosh.
which was like 10 hours time. And I'm like, well, hang on a minute. I'm like, that can't be right,
no.
surely.
Yeah,
so
no way.
Tom and I, we walked through the terminal and we looked at the departure board, and sure enough, it had on there 1 a.m. So it was a 12-hour delay. And it was
Oh,
brutal. They didn't tell us.
gosh.
Like, if they told us, we could have sort of adjusted. And I know that a lot of people who checked in on time, because we were late.
So they would have had to stay.
They had to stay airside. So as we checked in at about 11:30, we could see them all there just sleeping, because that was like the last flight out. They're sleeping in the walkways, and
Far
the
out.
shops were all shut. It was a very grim sight.
Yeah,
So I really
geez,
feel
that's
bad for them.
not something you want to experience on a flight. Luckily, you guys weren't airside and had to sleep as well.
That's it.
You're able to do a bit of sightseeing and stuff.
Because the thing was, we were late because we were trying to catch the retro PIA.
Oh,
and it was
yeah.
cutting it fine. Well, like it was coming at 12, and the flight was at 2:30, and we had to drop the rental car off it. So
Oh,
we got
gosh.
the PIA. I'm like, no, there's no way, there's no way that we're missing this PIA. So we got it,
Yeah.
and then quickly ran over, dropped the rental car off, and then by the time we got to the terminal from there, it was like nearly gates closed, or not gates closed, but like check-in closed, nearly.
Wow.
And there's a bamboo that we completely missed.
Turn on 42,
It's
runway
too hard to
27,
see
clear
from
for
the
takeoff.
with the terminal in the way.
I think it's just like a little bit of the fog.
Yeah, that too.
There we go. Look at that spray. Operating as
1291
QH82 from Hanoi, our weekly service to
82, vacating, contact ground
Vietnam
117.
got a lot of flights to Ho Chi Minh City, but Hanoi has always been one of those big gaps in the Melbourne market until recently, as Bamboo has decided to give that a try, and hopefully it's going well for him.
Yeah, I'm sure it is working well. It opens up a bit more of Vietnam.
So it looks like the Emirates 380 and the Philippines 330 are on the move now. So the Philippines 330, which is heading off to Manila as PR210, and the Emirates 380 EK409 off to Dubai. Hopefully they're going to be departing off runway 16. The Emirates will, but the Philippine Airlines, actually I can check.
Turn on
Now
42,
that it's
contact
pushed back, I
departure.
should be able to see.
Turn on 42.
And good morning, Sioji. And the weather is not great at the moment. Very cold. It's not that cold. It's just a bit windy. but there's a lot of rain around, but should be clearing up over the next half an hour or so. And welcome in Bummy. We are doing very well today. Very excited to be back streaming again, so it's always a great day when we get a stream up and running.
So I have some bad news on the Philippine Airlines front.
That'll be going 27.
Looks like it's filed for 27.
That's not good.
No.
At least Emirates will come here.
Yeah, Emirates, that's guaranteed here. That's no problem.
Yeah, I think while these winds are a little bit more, what do you call it, easterly.
Things are going to sort of trickle out to 27 for a little bit. Hopefully that changes, but we should get the majority of the bigger stuff.
Stop target A, velocity 1291, ready.
The 1291 target A, runway 27 cleared for takeoff.
Quick takeoff, runway 27, velocity 1290.
And already 56 likes, Max.
Awesome, wow.
It's amazing to see, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Glad to see you liking the
Perfect
stream.
start to the morning.
A great start to the morning, that's for sure. And good morning, Angus. Thanks for tuning in.
And Xiuqi asks, I've always had to go through Ho Chi Minh City, never knew this flight existed.
Yeah, it's relatively new. I think it started
Between 2,
earlier
10
this year.
target A.
Yeah, about middle of the year, I think around maybe
Runway
April,
27,
May.
line up and wait.
But it's once a week, isn't it? Yeah, so it's very it's a bit of a rare one.
Yeah, you don't see it too often, particularly on the streams. I don't think we've ever got it. 'Cause we
Yeah,
never
no.
stream on Tuesdays.
Yeah, no.
And Scott, yep, Royal Brunei is 5 minutes away. Looking forward to that one. Always a nice little catch.
Looks like we'll have a departure here off 27, which we should be able to catch.
Hopefully, because the Philippines is going that way. Guaranteed, it's already taxing up. So guys, after Brunei, we're going to have the Emirates 380 coming in as well, followed by the Qantas A330 from Singapore QF36, which is going to be a nice little catch as well. Used to be a 380 back in the day.
What's this?
QF36 from Singapore.
Oh, yes.
And there's a 380 Max, just taxiing past that Etihad. And on screen just there, we had the Virgin Australia 737-800 going to Cairns as VA1291. One of many Virgin Australia flights that we're going to be
1291,
seeing
contact
here
departures.
on the stream.
Departures, good day, velocity 1291.
See ya.
And Oleg says, hello everybody. Oh, is it really 6:30 in the morning there? Sure is. 6:30 a.m. And just in time for the morning rush.
Absolutely. Bright and early this morning.
But yeah, you find with a lot of Australian airports, it's really in the morning that everything will sort of rush in. But it wasn't that way for a while.
210, the wind at the upwind in 140 degrees 8 knots.
Yeah, it was all
3 or 4 knots
afternoon.
tail.
Evening and night was when everything was happening.
Yeah, it was very rare that the morning would be that busy. You'd have a few of the Chinese things coming in, China Southern, China Eastern.
Yeah.
Air New Zealand would pop by. And aside from that, you get your one-offs. Like Cathay Pacific would sometimes come.
Yeah.
But aside from that, it was quiet.
And welcome in, Plain Dude. Thank you so much for tuning in.
And Bummy, the camera that we're using is the Sony RX10. It's the Mark IV. And it's a really, really solid camera. Highly recommend it. And yes, very, very foggy here this morning, but it's getting a lot better. When we first got here, we could barely see the runway, but now we can actually see towards the end of 16. There's a Philippine Airlines, by the way. Just going past that Emirates there, Max. And that's PR 210 going direct to Manila. So it's about to embark on its 8-hour journey from Melbourne. And it's no stranger to last-minute flight changes at Philippine Airlines. Sometimes we get an A350, sometimes it's a 777 even.
Yeah, sometimes it's the 321 Neo.
Sometimes it's a 320 Neo.
And it really comes at random times as well. This morning it landed, I think, at 4 a.m.
4 a.m. Wow.
And it used to, not long ago, it used to land at around 9 a.m.
Number 1, runway
Yeah, it's like
16.
some point it's 8 a.m.
Wind
so
is
it just keeps
140 degrees,
around.
12 knots.
A few years back, we used to switch it every
Into
second
10,
day.
contact departure.
Like one day it was the 340, then it was the 777, then the 330. Every like second day it would switch. It was amazing. But yeah, we got the Emirates 380 that's just making its way over there to the top of runway 16, EK409, direct to Dubai. And after that one, Max, I'm going to have to take the car away, and I'll come back shortly after.
Good morning, velocity 807 ready.
Down 07, tag
So you're good with
A,
the coffee?
expedite to the holding point, please.
You're good with the coffee? So I was going to do a quick little coffee run, but we don't need it yet. We want to get another one. Ah, now that you mention it. G'day, real Pakistani. Thanks for tuning in to our stream here this morning at Melbourne.
Yeah, 07, the wind at the upwind end currently 160 degrees 8 knots, and immediate departure would be appreciated. Runway 27 cleared for immediate takeoff.
While we wait for that Emirates A380 to
5, continue the approach.
make its
runway
way onto
16,
runway 16, we've got
140
a
degrees, 2 knots.
JQ321 that's just started taxiing. This one's going to be heading off to Perth.
At 67, Mike, Melbourne Tower. 67, Mike, if you could report ready as soon as you are, please. 5, wind 140 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
So that Emirates A380 is not far away from taking off, so we will prepare for its departure as EK409 off to Dubai.
Melbourne Tower, Cartoon Company standing by, yellow taxi away from home inspection.
To and company, good day, Danny, hold short, runway
I don't know if
16.
you can see it
Morning, yellow
just
short runway
there.
16, Cartoon Company.
You can just see the tail.
67,
Spot the
Mike,
tail
could
there.
make that left
See
turn
you
on
can,
Charlie,
see
hold
it.
short of the runway. It will facilitate your departure before the next arrival in about 5 minutes.
So we'll just be turning onto runway 16 in a couple of moments. And we'll patiently wait for its departure. Oh, it's going to wait for an arrival here. That Royal Brunei 787 Dreamliner as BI5 is going to be landing before the Emirates departure. So we'll see if we can grab that, whether it will be visible through the fog or not. Oh, we can sort of see it.
Good morning.
There we go, there's that Royal Brunei 787. A bit hard to see.
Heavy Melbourne Tower, good morning. Continue the approach, runway 16, wind 160 degrees, 1 knots.
Continue approach, 36. About 972 ready.
972 Tower. 5, vacating at Juliet, contact ground 121.7.
Juliet located 121.7 per night, thanks.
972 Beck, runway 16 line up expedite.
Okay, so runway 16 line up expedite since 972.
Oh, great catch there, the Royal Brunei, a very rare one in Australia and around the world. Doesn't go to many places, really just hits the corners of the globe.
67 Super. 972 runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
So let's await for this Emirates to take off here. Should be able to see it behind the terminal once it powers down runway 16. Just a moment. Flight radar says it's just on radar now, but it looks like that Jetstar 321 off to Perth is going to go first, so let's grab that.
Wind 150 degrees 10 knots, runway 16 cleared to land.
Cleared to land, 136.
Thank you, contact departures.
Jetstar 972, thanks to you as well.
So it looks like the Emirates will still have to wait as there's another arrival here. We've got QF36 arriving in from Singapore, the A330-200.
There'll be an extended delay due to an arrival.
Pan across and
on
catch that.
The airport to the southeast of Melbourne, I'm afraid.
Just see it dispersing through from the rain clouds as it arrives on runway 16.
Vacating, contact ground 1217.
17, morning.
Company at Kilo, enter runway 16, hold short, runway 27.
And welcome in Gherkin Hobel. Thank you for joining in all the way from Germany. Hope you've had an awesome day, and thank you so much for choosing to watch the live stream. Alright, so that Emirates should be just about ready to go. There's nothing else going to interrupt it. And it doesn't look like there is, so we'll wait for that to...
Romeo Super Melbourne Tower, good morning. Continue as number 1, runway 16. There are safety vehicles on the runway conducting a runway inspection. The wind 15.
Power down runway 16. And Angus says all 4 of Jetstar A321 Neos are at Terminal 4. Nice to see, yes. Awesome to have them all here sitting at Melbourne, and once this EK380 departs, I'll show you guys all of the Neos that are all sitting here. And all should be departing off today as well. I'm not sure 100% where they're all going. I'm assuming there'll be a couple of Brisbane or Gold Coast flights in there, and maybe an international one, maybe to Denpasar. So we'll wait and see. This Emirates just taking its time here, still not on runway 16 as of yet. Just still holding short, but should be moving now. And thank you so much to Miss Wolves for welcoming everyone in. Really appreciate that. One of our very trusty and prompt moderators here at Aviation Videography, so we really appreciate everything you're doing for us. And then hopefully this Emirates A380 will make a move in a second. Don't think it's waiting for anything. Oh, the other Emirates A380 on final, EK406 arriving in from Dubai, so it might be waiting for that. It's a good possibility. I think it's got enough time, but it might be too heavy to risk it, so I think they're going to let the... oh no, hold on. Oh, yep, yeah, it's going to wait.
Coming, runway 16 on the Gulf. We got round to Foxtrot. Coming, thank you.
So we'll get double A380 action. So if you've just tuned in, you've tuned in at the right time. Welcome to the Aviation Videography stream. My name is Max, and I am your host today. I'm joined by Matt, who's just gone off to move his car, and we'll be back very, very shortly. But we're here at Melbourne Airport here in Victoria, Australia, for the first stream of 2023. So a massive Happy New Year to everyone. Hope you all got up to something awesome to celebrate saying goodbye to 2022. And welcoming in 2023. I for sure was very excited to welcome in the new year. It's going to be an amazing year. But yes, if you've just tuned in, we have double A380 action. We have an Emirates A380 arriving in from Dubai, and then straight after it we'll have the other Emirates A380 departing off to Dubai. So this is the perfect time to be here on the stream. The visibility is clearing up now a little bit, which is awesome to see. Alright, let's see if we can see this Emirates A380. It is very close now. Should be able to see its lights very, very shortly. Don't know if you can see that, but there's a bit of movement there behind this pole here. If it would focus.
That's 219 ready.
219 tacked.
And there it is. The whale of the sky is arriving here on runway 16.
6 of Mike and Charlie, runway 16, line up and wait.
Runway 16 Charlie.
Charlie Romeo, vacating the runway, Juliet, contact ground 127.
Okay, 1217, I'm at 1 Charlie Romeo.
So it looks like we should hopefully get that 380 now. It looks like it's just turned onto runway 16. I will pan across and catch this for you guys. So the double A380 action, as you can just see it there, in the distance.
Mike, wind at the upwind in 15, 0 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff 16, Melbourne Aviation 773 heavy, clear for Airways A380.
And Air 77's heavy, Melbourne Tower, good morning, continue as number 1, runway 16, wind 15,
So here we go.
0 knots.
Approach, runway 16, 773.
And company at Foxtrot, enter runway 16 northbound.
Foxtrot, enter runway 16 northbound. Captain company.
So there goes EK409 off to Dubai. And here's EK406 that just arrived here on runway 16 into Melbourne. This one will probably depart around 10 p.m. tonight. Sits here for the majority of the day, which is a bit odd considering it's probably a bit expensive for Emirates, and they tend to do that at a lot of Australian airports.
To company, enter runway 27 westbound, no delay.
Enter runway 27 westbound, no delay. Captain company.
And welcome in Amelia. Amelia says, morning Max and Matt, happy to be watching the live stream while I work this morning. The weather is looking a bit close at Tulla this morning. Yeah, that rain is, we're hoping it sticks away. It's very close there. Just before it was raining a little bit into the parking garage, but it's a bit better now. The rain has sort of died down and the visibility is picking up, which is a lot better for us, so very happy about that. Thank you so much for tuning in, and glad we can put on a bit of a show for you while you get some work done early this morning. And yes, very lucky that this weather over summer has been a bit bittersweet. Well, it's been a bit all over the place. At least it's, I think, given the Australian nature a little bit of a breather, because usually every summer there's always a bit of issues. So I think it's been a little bit nice this year to give it a break, and hopefully throughout following futures the Australian summer doesn't do what it usually does again. So this EK380 will taxi down towards the international terminal. It'll probably park around the other side, where they always park the 380s, and then they'll probably move it to a hard stand for the day. And then send it back to the international terminal this evening for its late night departure.
29 Charlie, runway 16 line up and wait.
Runway 16 Charlie, line up and wait. It's 298.
876, my apologies, did you call already?
We just had an arrival here on runway 16 with the Japan Airlines 787. I was too focused on the Emirates A380. But this one coming in from Tokyo, just landed on runway 16.
Getting contact ground 121.7.
7 Japan 773. Tag it 8, contact 76 ready.
76 tag.
And we'll get a bit of double trouble action here. Very cool visual there with the Japan just landing and that Emirates taxiing down to the terminal. Great vision there for sure. Yes, and that double trouble EK. There is nothing better than a bit of double trouble EK for sure. Unfortunately, you had to move your car at this time. It's all happening here. It's very action-packed now. It is an awesome morning for spotting, and it's really good to see Melbourne really picking up again. It's definitely struggled through the last couple of years with COVID, and there's been a lot of reduction in flights, but now everything's really picking back up again, which is it's really cool for all of us to see. Looks like we will have a departure here. This is going to be JQ219 off to Queenstown. So we have an international Jetstar departure here off runway 16. So good to see them using runway 16 again for the narrow body departures. Those clouds just gulp up the aircraft. Completely goes out of vision. Sure, it'll be like that. Hopefully for not too much longer. And Paul says, a very good morning, Max. Love your streams. Great work. Greetings from Worcester in the UK. Also love HD Melbourne too, Matt. Keep it up, guys. It doesn't look very summery in Melbourne. Well, thank you so much, Paul. Really, really do appreciate that. That is some amazing support. It really means a lot. And yes, it is looking very wintry here in Melbourne today. Unlike the last sort of week we've had where it's been blue skies and really, really hot, today it's been a bit of a change. So not complaining too much because we have had a bit of a heat wave in the last sort of week or so. But hopefully the weather doesn't stay like this for too long. So it looks like we'll have another departure here off runway 16. This is going to be QF876 taking off to the Gold Coast. Just on screen there. Nice early rotation for that 7-3. Definitely eager to get out of this winter weather and get up to the hopefully sunny Gold Coast. So as we said before, we've got the JQ321 Neos. We've got 4 of them now for Jetstar, and they're all here at Melbourne.
76 contact departures. 772, runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
And Euro Aviation TV says, hi all, stopping by, wishing you guys a happy new year. Liked the stream. Thank you so much, Euro Aviation TV, and a very happy new year to you too. Thank you so much for stopping by and giving the stream a like. We really do appreciate the support. Oh yes. Angus, I forgot to mention the numerous amount of poles that block the view here. Something Melbourne is very well known for. And good morning, Sue Major. Thank you so much for tuning in. Looks like we have another departure here. It's all happening at the moment. Just a moment, I'll let you guys know where that one is off to as it disappears into the clouds.
Star 772 contact departures.
And that one was JQ772 heading off to Adelaide. And we'll have yet another departure of runway 16. This is going to be a Jetstar A321-200 series, JQ703. That's going to be heading off to Hobart.
16 cleared for takeoff.
And Angus says, I'm in Geelong and it's nice here and at Avalon. We have cloud cover but no fog, and it's not too cold. Not anything like Melbourne, even though it's close by. Yeah, it is crazy. That is one thing about Melbourne, is that a little bit of distance makes a huge variation in weather. Even like Melbourne Geelong is a pretty big distance, and it's about an hour drive. But even in Melbourne, you can be in at the beach in Brighton or that sort of area, and it's sunny and really windy, and then you go a little bit more inland towards
792
sort of Glen Waverley area,
and
and it could
company
be
from runway 27 enter runway 16 northbound.
raining and cold. So there goes that Jetstar departure off to Hobart, giving the pilots a bit of a workout this morning as they straight away take off into that cloud coverage. But hopefully that lack of fog and rain can be sent up here to the airport from where you are, Angus. Would be very nice.
Contact departures.
703.
COT, yes, the famous 4 seasons in one day. Sometimes we get even 8 seasons. You get two of every season in a day. Nothing like it. A bit of Melbourne weather. It's always fun. Gives a bit of variety, a bit of diversity, which you can't complain about, I guess. And looks like we'll have another departure off runway 16 in just a moment. It's going to be JQ792 heading off to the Sunshine Coast. So Jetstar absolutely barreling out all their flights this morning. No shortage of Jetstar flights, which is good to see they're all actually going. And we will have an arrival in just a moment on runway 16 as well. It's really good to see them using the single operations this morning. They were using 27 for a little bit. It looks like they've switched over to just 16 as those winds grow more southerly than easterly. And so we will have that Batik Air 737 MAX 8 arriving in from Denpasar as OD177. So that's just about to touch down on runway 16, and we'll catch that on the stream, which will be awesome to see.
3513 tag day.
But a beautiful little morning rush, which has been great. And Andrew says in Florida it can rain on one side of the street and be sunny on the other. Happy New Year from Tampa Bay, Florida. Oh, that sounds all too well known here as well. It literally is. It happened yesterday morning. I went to do a bit of exercise yesterday, and I asked one of my mates to go down to the park with me, and it was beautiful and sunny where I was. Blue skies, lack of clouds. And I messaged him, and he goes, I'm not going anywhere. It's thunderstorming and raining. And I'm going, mate, you live 10 minutes away. And I sent him a photo of the blue skies, and he sent me a photo of absolute downpour at his house. So yeah, I definitely know exactly what you mean. But thank you so much for tuning in all the way from Florida. I hope you've had an awesome day over there.
Jet 1550 Melbourne Tower. Good morning. Number 2.
As we should get this Batik Air 737 MAX 8 arriving on runway 16 just now. See if we can pan across and see it. Probably making a bit of a lower approach than some of the bigger heavies, so it might be a bit more difficult to see. There it is there.
South 792 at Echo runway 16 line up.
Oh, 16 line up, just 792.
177 vacating the runway, contact ground 121.7.
Ground 1217 after vacating money into 177.
So Batik Air bringing that all white with the orange engines back to Melbourne.
Star 792, runway 16.
It's definitely a cool one. It's just something different, but I definitely do prefer when they bring the fully painted 737s. And John says, Happy New Year, Aussieland, May 2023. Treat you all well. Thank you so much, John. And exact same back your way. I hope you have an awesome 2023. And thank you for the well wishes. As this Jetstar A320 heading off to the Sunshine Coast now speeds up on a runway 16.
Wind 150 degrees 12 knots, runway 16 clear to land.
So the A320 using the shorter runway there and shorter taxiway for the shorter taxiway for runway 16. So using a little bit less of the runway so we can get more of a visual of it taking off, which is awesome. And it looks like that Jetstar A321neo has pushed back, and that one's going to be heading off to Brisbane as JQ560. Sounds like a little bit of noise going down on at the bottom of the parking garage, I think down in the JQ terminal area. Bit of banging and clashing going on. And Angus says, New year, new aircraft. Qantas is scheduled to receive their first new Airbus aircraft this year, the A220-300. A321neo will follow in 2024 with the A350 1000 in 2025. Yes, Qantas taking the new year, new me very seriously this year. And over the next few years as well, as they update their fleet. Really saying goodbye to the 747s they retired over the last few years, and the A380s that they're not bringing back, as well as I think they'll be slowly moving out their 330s and 73s with the new A220s coming in, the 321s, and those A350 1000s. So we do have an arrival here on runway 16, QF 1550 coming in from Hobart, the Qantas Link 717-200.
Over town, Qantas 410 ready.
410 tagged. Runway 46 Melbourne tagged A, continuous number 1, runway 16, wind 150 degrees 12 knots. 3513, assign heading 160 out Echo, runway 16 line up and wait.
Assign heading 160 out Echo, line up runway 16 direct 3513.
And Andrew asked, does Aer Lingus fly into Melbourne or Sydney? Unfortunately not. It would be really cool if it did. It'd be awesome to have Aer Lingus here. But no, unfortunately they don't send... I don't think Aer Lingus comes to Australia at all, full stop. So definitely maybe one day, you never know. But for now, unfortunately it does not come to Australia.
Cleared for takeoff.
So it looks like we should have another departure in just a moment. We're going to have the Regional Express Saab 340B taking off to Devonport as ZL3513. So all using runway 16 at the moment, which works out perfectly for us. So maybe this foggy weather is something we can bear through for the single runway operations.
Zero 46, wind 150 degrees 15 knots, runway 16 clear to land.
Land runway 16, quarter 046.
And that does not feel good. That feels like some easterly winds. So Matt, if you're listening, that did not feel good. It felt like some strong easterly winds. Felt a little bit of rain on my forehead there. Not too much though. And Matt says a slight echo. Alright, I will lower down the mic there. Hopefully that sounds better, guys.
3513, contact departure.
So we'll have another international arrival in just a moment. QF46 arriving in from Denpasar. Could be an echo because the other mic is still here. And it's sitting very close to me on the table. And that's going to be the Boeing 737 as well for that Qantas that's arriving in from Denpasar in just a moment. But we'll have a watch of this 321neo taxi down to runway 16. Or so we hope. And John says flew to Australia. Sorry, just went off the screen there. Flew to Australia in 1990 on a Qantas 747-400, and it was brand new back then. It was a wow plane. That is certainly something I wish I could say I have done, but the 747s were created well before I was. But that is an awesome experience to have, an awesome memory to be able to share. I've only flown on the 747 once before, the Qantas one, LAX to JFK, and I can say it was probably one of the best flights I've been on. It is an awesome experience being on one of those queens of the sky. There's that Qantas 73 arriving in from Denpasar. Operates its reverse thrusters on runway 16 to slow down, and we'll head into the international terminal, most likely on the Qantas side. Be basically 1 foot in Terminal 2 and 1 foot in Terminal 1.
Qantas 046. Just confirming we're ready.
Qantas 410, apologies. It's just the old chestnut of Essendon. They've got a departure and the next arrival's too close now, so you'll be after that.
Alright, thanks, sir.
And Matt's saying still a bit of an echo. Alright, let me lower it just a moment.
1 wind 120 degrees, 10 knots from
See if I can fix it. Not 100% sure why. Alright, give me a moment. Alright, hopefully that's a little better now. And I saw Hayden joining in before, so welcome in our great supporter Hayden. Hope you are having a great morning. And Andrew says, it's hilarious, I can watch a live stream from Australia, which isn't around the corner from Tampa, but when they live stream from Fort Lauderdale, the buffering is atrocious. I'm surprised that if Fort Lauderdale isn't working, that Melbourne is. That's crazy, because Melbourne internet is one of the worst things in the world. Upload speeds here are so bad, it's not even funny. But that's really good. I'm glad it's all working well, especially considering how far away, basically the opposite side of the world. So that's definitely a really good thing. So I'm glad it's working well. And yes, As Matt says there, guys, make sure to hit that like button if you haven't already. It'll help the stream reach other like-minded aviation enthusiasts. 100%. That's the only reason we ask you to click the like button, as it'll just alert more people that we are live here in Melbourne this morning. And the more people that tune in, the more fun it is for us, as we get to show so many more people the morning rush here at Melbourne. And it'll be more fun for you guys. We'll have more people to chat to and talk about aviation things with like-minded enthusiasts, so it's awesome. So thank you so much, Matt, there for the support. And Tharbo asks, what time is it in Melbourne? It is currently 7:17 a.m. Bright and early, as we have an arrival here on runway 16. There it is. I think it's the Jetstar A320 arriving in from Sydney. So we have a milk run. And you'll just see all the aircraft waiting to take off on runway 16 here. So a little bit of a queue, which is awesome to see. The morning is jam-packed. I think we picked an amazing morning to come out and stream. There is so much going on, lots of domestic departures. As the new year begins, there's lots of people traveling, people going home, people just starting their travels. January is always a busy month for aviation.
410, runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
Takeoff 16, Qantas 410.
You just hear that Qantas 737 just given approval to depart off runway 16, and that one's also going to be doing a milk run, QF410, going off to Sydney, wearing the Nauru livery, which is awesome.
Wind 130 degrees 10 knots, runway 16 clear to land.
There it goes behind that pole there.
800 Melbourne Tower, continuous number 2, runway 16, wind 130 degrees 10 knots. Anticipating
as we await another departure off runway 16. Have a look on flight radar. I think some of them are going up to use the full length of the runway.
10 contact departures. 309 ready, confirm.
So we've got a few doing a few random things. We've got a Qantas 73 heading off to Adelaide that'll use the short taxiway. Oh no, just turned right, so that'll go the full length as well. So everything's going to head up to the top of runway 16. So our next departure will be the Virgin Australia 737-800 series VA309 heading off to Brisbane. It's a 9-year-old 737, but we will have an arrival here. Another Virgin Australia 737, also 9 years of age, arriving in from Launceston as VA1361.
560 tag, no.
Yes, and Matt, that is awesome. See if you can guess our favorite airlines. Alright, let's catch this arrival here. There it is on screen now. If you've watched the stream before, you might be able to know what myself and Matt's favorite airlines are. I think we said it in Brisbane a couple times.
The 800, that speed is great, thank you.
671 ready.
671, tag, morning.
And down under aviation and trains is one time I tried going to T4, and they said you need a booking. That is really weird. I'm not surprised though at T4. The security at T4 are very protective of their parking garage. They they always get a little fussy with people being here. I don't know why. They just sometimes do. So I think if you're standing here and you just explain to them what you're doing, they usually are okay with it. So here we have that Virgin Australia departure now off runway 16. And Matt saying there's still some audio problems. Now ATC is too loud. Oh gosh, yes, the joys of balancing audio levels. I will tend to that in just a moment, guys. Got my hands filled at the moment with all these departures and arrivals.
That's 36 heavy Melbourne taxi. Contact departure.
So it looks like next to well, we do have another arrival. That's going to be Virgin Australia 800 coming in from Sydney, an easy flight number to remember. Another milk run here on the stream. And I'll try and see if I can find it in all these clouds. There it is.
Good day, everybody. We're back with the coffees.
Perfect timing.
2 triple espresso iced coffees. We need those.
Yes, definitely.
Looks like that DHL has a tug as well. That's nice.
Yeah, it's still sitting there though. So I'm still not convinced. Until I see it turn its beacon on, I'm not convinced.
And good day, everybody. Clayton, good to see you tuning in here this morning. We have the Thai A350 coming in very, very shortly. We've got the Vietnam, we've got the China Airlines, we have Cathay Pacific sending theirs more towards midday. So there is plenty of A350 arrivals and even some departures.
560, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
And Down Under Aviation's onto it with the DC-9. That, for one of those airlines that is my favorite, they do have a DC-9 in that fleet. So we have a departure here, Max. Oh, it's the A321neo.
Yes.
And this is going to Brisbane. It's JQ560. 1 of 4. Is this the first one out, Max?
030.
Yes.
Wind 130 degrees, 10 knots. My
Yeah, the
second
signal's still.
Second one looks like it's just pushed back. Over there at T4. Here you go, guys. The new A321neo from Jetstar. Awesome to see. Great to see them. They've switched over just to runway 16 for us.
Yes, they've been doing it since you've been gone. Since you left, they stopped using 27.
Oh no, you know what
If
that
they start
means.
using 27 again, I'm going to ask you to leave again.
Like, oh, Matt, there's a coffee run that needs to be done.
Yeah, another one.
We haven't even
Take
drank the
3
coffee
hours.
cone.
Yeah.
Take 3 hours.
560, contact departure.
Like, why don't you have a break in the terminal?
Yeah.
Just go over.
Why don't you go put your feet up, see if you can get into one of the lounges, you know. I'm sure you can get to the Rex lounge. Put your feet up and I'll let you know when the stream ends.
Hi guys, can I come in please?
They're like, oh, what's your reason for wanting to get into the lounge?
My
I
friend
got kicked off
me
the
off his
stream.
He doesn't need my help anymore. I'm a bad omen.
So we do still have a little bit of a queue at the top of runway 16. We'll have a Qantas 737 departure off to Adelaide next.
But we have the Jetstar 787 from Denpasar, JQ36 on arrival.
I don't even have time to have a sip of the coffee yet.
You have no time to get
I
that
haven't had
sip.
any time since you've left. It's been one after the other.
That's how we like it.
That's how, yeah, thank you. I said, thank goodness Melbourne is back this way now.
Continuous number 2, wind 1
It's awesome to see a bit of spice back at Melbourne.
Bit of spice.
Because for a period of time we were doing streams, we were going, oh, the next heavy's in, a while.
The next plane is in like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, it's another milk run.
Yay.
So it's good to see some a lot of action here at Melbourne again. Definitely recovering a bit better after COVID now. I think start of 2022 it struggled to get off back on its feet again, but it's really really doing well for itself now.
And look at that condensation on the wings there. Nice and fluffy.
I know. There's water spray as well.
Everything this morning except the sun.
Yes.
And the DHL 767 is actually pushing back. Max, are we going to get the 767 on the stream for once?
No way.
Is it finally happening? My prayers have been answered.
There it is, on pushback, guys. And now all we need to make sure is it goes to the runway and not the hangar.
That's it.
Looks like it's pushing back the right way.
So far.
So
I'd
far.
like to trick you.
If it turns right again, like if it puts its tail towards the right, we may have a problem. But it looks like it's going a perfect way to head up to 1.6.
It certainly does look like it. And we have the Jetstar, look at that in the background there. 2 heavies in the one frame. Melbourne really is bustling again.
Absolutely, this is awesome. A jam-packed morning, so make sure everyone you stick around and you tell all your friends and family to come and watch the live, because it's a jam-packed morning for sure.
And a family occasion. Put it on the TV.
Yeah, put it on the TV, get the family around.
Gather grandma.
If you're in Melbourne, grab some hot chocolate or something. It's a bit cold this morning. Looks like we might have another departure or arrival here, Matt.
402 target.
Departure. It's going to be the Qantas 737-800 to Adelaide as QF 671.
401 wind 150 degrees, 12 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Grandpa. Sit around the couch and enjoy Melbourne Airport and it's all its glory. Beautiful. Look at that. The clouds are sort of parting enough that we can get the shots now.
I know,
Before
yeah.
it's engulfed. There goes the 737.
And then that pole gets in the way there.
Oh yes, the pole.
Trusty old pole.
And the 321 Neo there is taxing up towards runway 16.
And guys, as well, if you feel super nice, if you want to share the stream around, chuck it on your Instagram or Facebook story, whatever social media you use, and tag us in it. And we'll repost them all at the end of the stream.
Tsuyoshi with the saying it's going to be a Vietnamese coffee for him this morning. That actually sounds really delicious. Not going to lie. Sharing is caring, so do make sure to save us a pot. And Clayton saying just put you guys onto the TV. Better to see all the planes.
No better way to watch a live stream than on the TV.
That's it. I know when I'm watching a live stream, I always have it on the TV. There's no better way to do it. The computer just doesn't do it justice. The only advantage to the computer is you can actually access the chat.
Yeah, so it's good to have it like on your phone, and then just so you can access the chat and then actually watch the whole thing on the TV.
100%.
I think that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, that's for sure the best way. And it looks like an arrival there. Qantas 737 from Sydney, the Milk Run, QF 401.
Missed its touchdown, was too focused on that Neo.
Well, to be fair, that's what everyone wants to see.
Yeah. There's plenty of these Qantas 737s going around at Melbourne.
That's it. So guys, keep this in mind, alright? This is QF 401.
So
every flight that Qantas has it
clear
goes by odd numbers. So the next flight will be 403, 405, 407. Let's see how much we can get up to by the end of the stream.
Yeah, that's good thinking.
I'm guessing 451. That's my guess. We're going to have 50 milk runs by the time we finish.
That's a lot of milk runs.
That is a lot of milk runs, but there is a lot of milk runs.
That is true. I'm going to say it'll get up to 30.
465 heavy target.
You might be right. I might have overshot.
Because 50 departures and arrivals. That's a lot. How many 7.3s do the Qantas even have?
Oh no, that's just arrivals, dude.
Oh, just arrivals.
Departures are the even numbers. Departures is 400, 402, 404.
Yeah,
and it goes up as the day goes on.
So you're thinking there'll be
50 arrivals.
50 arrivals and 50 departures?
Yep.
I'm going to go 30. Be a little bit more realistic.
It looks like we have another arrival here, Max. The Rex 737 from Adelaide, ZL402. One of the new 737-800s by Regional Express.
And Kingy349 says, geez, Sid Squad last night, now live Melbourne. So good, thank you. No worries at all. Yeah, it's good. A little bit of tag teaming, unintentional tag teaming from Sid Squad and us.
That's it.
Doing the night stream over there last night. And then us taking over the reins this morning.
I think it's quite good between Sid Squad covering Sydney and also a bit of Brisbane as well, with Matt playing through some Brizzy streams and us doing Brisbane recently and Melbourne as our home base. We're covering Australia pretty well, I think, between the two of us. So it's really good to see. Pretty much Australia is now on demand.
Literally.
And we have some exciting things as well coming up over the next 2 weeks, I think now.
Over the next month.
Over the next month we have lots of places, but Max and I, our next little stream trip is going to be over to Sydney and Brisbane again. As we promised a couple of weeks ago when we were streaming in Brisbane that we were going to be going back.
Yes, absolutely. It'll be awesome to head up there. Definitely will be good to get back to Sydney and get some live streams going.
It's so much busier than when we went last time.
Last time we were there, we had some issues in terms of the heat.
But don't worry, we are prepared this time, and I have the extension cord already purchased.
Which will be much better.
It's going to be a much better option. And down under aviation and trains is Emirates Cargo. Yes. He nailed it. That was my favourite airline.
Oh, right.
No one
is it actually your favourite?
Yeah, they were decent.
465, wind 150 degrees 9 knots, runway 16, clear plant.
Looks like we have a departure here.
And John, hopefully that solves the problem there. Just adjusting that as that Virgin Australia flight, VA 729 took off to the Gold Coast. Max, there's no time for that coffee. We have the Thai A350.
Oh gosh. Non-stop.
And the Thai A350 is coming from Bangkok as TG465. Bit of a retime, because I remember it used to come at midday.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely has changed a bit. It was coming at midday. It was coming at, I think, 9 a.m. at one stage.
And Clayton asks, when are we going to Auckland? It looks like the plans may have changed a little bit due to some unfortunate prices on those flights.
Yeah.
Some very unfortunate prices. Couldn't find anything below like 2K return.
Oh gosh, yeah, it's been a struggle.
Yeah, so it's incredibly expensive. So what I'm going to try and do instead is plan something for either next summer or maybe do a little bit of a trip for 2 days or so over the next 2 weeks if it is possible and feasible. So it's a bit of a loose plan, but we do definitely plan to do Sydney, Brisbane, and if we can do Auckland we will, but it's getting incredibly tricky with the prices. So there is that A350.
One is for you there, Clayton, the 350.
That's it, dedicated to Clayton there. But Clayton, stick around, we have the Singapore A350 not far out.
604, runway 16, clear for takeoff. Runway 16, clear for takeoff, 604. Jetstar 430, target.
Bit of a face-off there, Max, look at that. The Jetstar and the Rex.
Oh yes, we do have a little bit of a face-off here.
Game of chicken.
Who's gonna go first? who's gonna pull out first? Who's gonna turn? Looks like I think the Jetstar's gonna.
I think the Jetstar's gonna be the chicken.
The chicken here.
If you're calling, sorry. C211 line up runway 16. Line up runway 16, C211.
There we go. As predicted, Max, Jetstar was the chicken.
Jetstar was the chicken.
So guys, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. It would help Max and I out quite a bit. Getting the stream out there to other like-minded aviation enthusiasts. A like goes a long way, and it's the best free way to support the channel. But enough of plugging that. Virgin Australia flight VA211 to Adelaide is just turning onto runway 16 now for its departure.
That's up on the car, 414, you ready? 414 target. Velocity 211, runway 16.
Look at that, look at all the action here. Got the Etihad parked up, the Thai taxiing, the DHL taxiing.
3 heavies in one frame.
How good is that? Something I think I've missed very much here at Melbourne.
It's unlike Melbourne.
It's very unlike Melbourne for sure.
Clayton still gets some PTSD when he hears the Singapore A350. Yeah, the Singapore A350 and runway 27. It's a dreadful combo.
Look at that, I got like a little triple layer there, Matt, of heavies.
Like a domino effect.
Yeah.
And
there goes that Virgin Australia 737.
Yep.
204 target.
Off to Adelaide.
204, understood. The 16 sensitive area is not protected. 670, wind 160 degrees, 9 knots, runway 16, clear to land. Runway 16.
And Angus keeping us in the loop there with the international arrivals. The Singapore 350, 30 minutes out. Air India, 25 minutes out. Air New Zealand, A320 Neo, only 20 minutes away.
Station to Beck, QNH1010, changes for X-ray. 211, contact departures, g'day.
Nice little patch there.
Departures, 211, g'day.
So we have another arrival here on runway 16. The action does not stop.
Not at all. So
I go to have a breath and then it's just another thing's coming.
Just how we like it. We love single runway ops.
Oh yes.
This is going to be operating as QF 670
line up runway 16.
Another 737-800.
Lining up runway 16, velocity 677.
Clayton, you're absolutely right. It is a great set of heavies there. And they don't stop for the morning. It is getting busier and busier as the days goes on here in Melbourne. As the months go on as well. Like,
yeah.
Even compared to November, it's so busy. But Max, we definitely chose a great day to do this.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's an awesome
really
day.
Good day.
Velocity 677, runway 16, clear for takeoff. Clear for takeoff, runway 16, velocity 677.
As you can hear on ATC there, we got our next takeoff, VA677 off to Perth, a Virgin Australia 737-800.
Just see it in the distance in a moment. That is turning onto the runway. There it is. Behind all the amazing terminal blockage.
Yeah, it's frustrating. That's why I was sort of thinking next time we'll set up down there, because I think it's less intrusive.
Yeah, I think so.
And there goes that 737. Bit of a lengthy flight, that one.
Where's this one off to again? Oh yeah, to Perth. Yeah, about just under 4 hours.
Something like that, yeah.
Actually, I think it's about 4 hours 15 on the way there, and it's about 3.5 on the way back.
Runway 16, clear to land.
Something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's the other way around.
And Angus, just let us know the Batik Air 73 Max that you caught just before will be departing soon at 7:45. That was a quick turnaround. That can't, surely not. What time did that land?
B677, contact
40
departures.
minutes ago? Not even.
Yeah, I was going to say. 'Cause I
30
saw that
minutes
on the
ago?
stream. I was watching it while I was on the bus over.
Yeah, that really didn't land that long ago.
Yeah, that's going to be on the late side.
So there's that Etihad 777 that is going to be pushed back over to the hard stand area over on the other side of the airport near Terminal 1. So that'll disappear in just a moment. They've clearly offloaded everything. And that goes out what time? About 4 o'clock, doesn't it?
Yeah, 3, 4 o'clock, somewhere around there.
And we have another arrival on runway 16. That is going to be
132 target.
Virgin Australia 737 VA204 arriving in from Adelaide.
And the next departure after that's going to be the new Jetstar A321 Neo number 2 off to the Gold Coast.
Neo number 2.
And Dale says, hi, I love the content. Dale, thanks for tuning in, mate. Glad to hear. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the morning rush here at Melbourne Airport. Jetstar Neo is sparing no time at all. It is taxiing onto the runway, Max.
Oh gosh.
Did you think you could have some coffee? That's not going to happen.
I thought I had a chance. Just 1 minute.
Jetstar 430, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
It's like that the entire time you were gone as well. Just didn't get a chance to sit down. Or at least just have a coffee. Like, have a sip. That's all I want. No, it's good though. I'm glad that it's action packed. It's so much better for the stream. And welcome in, Cam. Happy New Year to you too.
Minus 132 after landing request, minimum delay vacating and wind 150 degrees, 9 knots, runway 16, clear to land. Jetstar 430, contact departures.
Jetstar 430.
Tag
3554 target.
And more action continues as this Royal Brunei is on pushback on the tug here. I don't think it's... What time does Brunei go? Around midday? I think it goes around midday, so... We'll get pushed to one of the hard stands for a little bit.
Yeah, it leaves at about 1:30 or so.
Yeah, I think 1:30. So you never know, we might still be here, but I think if anything, if the stream is still going then, that'll probably be the last thing we catch. I think we'll be looking to wrap up the stream around 12, 1 o'clock. So there's still plenty of time to go, 4 or 5 hours left.
That's it, yeah.
So make sure you sit back and relax, and
that's it. We'll sort of gauge it. I mean, if like
yeah, if
12
there's
o'clock
stuff
or
going
so,
on, and
if the stream's going strong, we'll stay and continue filming. If the stream sort of
got all
gets
day.
quiet, we will sort of wrap it up around then. But we'll see how it all plays out. But in the meantime, we have the Qantas 737, an international flight here from Christchurch.
Line up runway 16, expect that.
Line up runway 16 for the
And like a nice little PSA there from
132 when vacated ground
Clayton. It's the best time to
121.7.
join the stream at Morning Rush. If you enjoy the amazing content from aviation videography, give the stream a like. Helps get content out to other like-minded aviation people. Thank you so much, Clayton. Really do appreciate that.
15 runway 16, clear for
And
takeoff.
it is the best way to support the channel for free by hitting that like button
Zero
and
station calling there.
allowing the stream to be pushed out to more people. The more likes, the more people it's pushed to and recommended to.
No time to waste here, Matt. Got another departure.
You can resume
It's already rolling,
your
Matt.
desired
I
speed if you
know.
wish.
VA815 off to Sydney at Milk Run.
Alright, Tasmania left, ready and sequence.
11 heavy target.
Should have a nice early rotation on this one.
That should, yeah. It's taking the full length off to
3554, wind
Sydney.
180 degrees, 8 knots. Request minimum dive vacating as much as possible. Runway 16 cleared to land.
You know, if you ask me, I'd say that's sort of the best rotation point right there.
Yeah, right in front of the towers.
Yeah, right in front of the towers.
13 target A,
Nice
the
and early, like
16 centimetres.
and you dodge all the poles, because there's a really thick cluster of poles around T4.
Just a few
Just a few.
clusters.
Before that, it's still kind of meh. But it's better. Oh, Melbourne.
Oh,
Yeah,
Melbourne.
15, thank you. Contact departures.
Will I get a moment here? I don't think so.
No, not really. There's a wreck Saab coming in from Bernie.
There is a huge queue down at runway 16.
And Clayton becoming a Boeing 747 Queen class member, King Clayton. Keeping his crown there. Thank you so much, Clayton, for becoming a Queen class member. We'll be adding your name down the bottom before the next stream. That's where all of our Boeing 747 Queen class members are displayed. And check out some of the exclusive perks you get, including some 4K videos from airports that we don't publish publicly. Airports like Beijing, Ho Chi Minh City, Atlanta, just a few there that aren't for public viewing. And you'll of course be able to view some of the behind the scenes content. So Clayton, thank you so much, mate.
It's 414, line up runway 16.
Lining up runway 16 on the 440.
And Siashi says, explain the milk run joke. Essentially, the milk run is a nickname given to the Melbourne-Sydney run. It's because it is so frequent. It's like a bit of a milk run. It's like the joke sort of comes from, like, you know, going to the milk bar. You know, you do a quick milk run, so you go to the milk bar very quickly just to grab some milk or grab a few things, and then come back home. And it's just a little bit of a saying there, because it happens so frequently, just the milk run up to Sydney.
Quick flight as well. It's
Going
only
back
an
down to
hour,
Melbourne.
so
that's where it originated from, and it's sort of been adapted into aviation terms
yeah,
here.
somehow.
Somehow.
And somehow it's on HD Melbourne Aviation merch.
Yes, the milk run.
Tower excited, ready?
Have those mugs come in yet?
No,
Oh no.
I've actually sent an email wondering where they are. They were supposed to come before Christmas.
Oh,
And here we
gosh.
are in January.
Far out.
Velocity
This is another
13,
milk run.
wind 160 degrees, 8 knots, runway 16, cleared to land.
QF 414 off to Sydney. And Dale absolutely is a shame about the landings being blocked by that building.
211 Melbourne Tower.
And Clayton, no need to apologise there, mate.
That's
Your
414,
support
contact departures.
by popping in,
What are you gonna?
joining the chat, and having a talk with us throughout the morning is all the support we could ever ask for. The camera does not like the Saab.
New Zealand
No,
confirmed
it does
already
not.
begin self-reducing back your speed things. Velocity 813, be ready for immediate behind the one short flight.
So next arrival's coming in here, a 737
13, request no delay vacating.
VA1313. Another easy one to remember.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to miss that one because you didn't know the flight number.
Also, a heavies join the takeoff rush. Qantas A330, which will be flying off to Perth as QF 765. So not going to be long until that one departs for us.
Oscar 13 expedite, line up runway 16.
Right, minus runway 16, yeah.
We can see the top of the A330 there, just in front of that Virgin Australia before. Operating another milk run is our next takeoff. Virgin Australia flight VA813, about to fly over to Sydney.
Oscar 813, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
How you feeling there, Max?
I'm alright.
Lots of action?
Had my arms up holding the camera for the last hour straight, so they're getting a bit crampy, but it's alright. Not used to this at Melbourne. Usually we're just sitting and chilling.
Usually, yeah.
But today it's different. But I'm glad it's different.
Today there's a bit of action.
Just a little bit.
New Zealand 211, thanks for your help. Wind 180 degrees, 8 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Clear to land 16, New Zealand 2.
Another early rotation as it goes off to Sydney. Sparing not even a minute, we have our next arrival, international, an Air New Zealand A320 Neo from Christchurch, NZ211.
Oscar 13, contact departures,
It's
okay.
interesting how, like, sort of overnight, the
Qantas 152, Melbourne Tower.
Air New Zealand fleet kind of changed, because they used to just get like the standard A320s, and then all of a sudden it's just A320 Neos. Overnight.
I got 2 seconds to have a sip of my coffee.
You do, you've got just a couple seconds there to get that coffee into you. Stay caffeinated.
Not too long though.
No, because there it is, just flying over the terminal there.
Doesn't like those poles in that terminal. The camera doesn't
Poor
like to
camera.
focus. I know, poor camera.
Not enough
It's,
contrast.
it's going, what do I focus on here?
What do you want from me?
Yeah.
Tasman 11, line up runway 16.
He's about to touch down there. Great livery on the A320s, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Can never go wrong with the Blackfern.
Yeah, the this livery on the 777-300 is something else.
I'd love to see it reversed.
Well, like
211 on
the
Golf,
black at
contact
the
ground,
front.
121 decimal 7,
Well,
okay.
all the white on this plane is black, and all the black is white. I think it'd look really sick.
Ah,
Completely reversed, inverted.
yeah, that would look cool.
And next up we have the DHL 767 HJ11 to Singapore.
No time to waste.
Tasman 11, runway 16.
Look at that
clear
update there
takeoff.
from Clayton with all the stickers. That's awesome. The Singapore A350, 15 minutes out, just over Bendigo. Let's grab this DHL 767 freighter for you guys.
Okay, 04
Be an
target.
awesome catch, one I don't think we've caught before. Yeah, so because it's always broken. Today it's not, which is nice. Yeah, I know.
It's 152, wind 180 degrees, 9 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Clear to land, runway 16, Qantas 152.
Desmond 11, contact departures, good day.
11, bye.
Beautiful departure there from that DHL 76 as it's going to Singapore. Singapore. So about a 7-hour flight to Singapore, 7 and a bit hours.
They used to sort of alternate it between, it used to stop in Darwin.
Right. Doesn't it usually do Auckland as well? Or maybe it used to?
That's to Sydney. It does one-offs here.
Right.
But it's very one-offs.
Very one-off, that's fair. And if it does, it's probably the like 2 a.m.
Yeah.
departures. I always hear it fly over my house because any flight that's going to Auckland that takes off 16 goes right, the flight path is right over my house. And so sometimes it'll be 1 in the morning and I'm trying to sleep and I hear Singapore Cargo 747 fly right over my house.
Right over the house.
Yeah, literally.
Things start falling off the benches.
Yeah, earthquake.
Earthquake.
No time to waste. Another arrival here.
My goodness. It's going to be the Qantas 737 from Auckland. QF152.
But yeah, when that Singapore 74 flies over my house at about probably 8 to 10,000 feet, it is so loud.
Clayton could not agree more there. If only that new Air New Zealand Star Alliance A321neo would come our way, jump the pond, and not just stay sort of in New Zealand.
That would be
Certainly
nice.
Something great to catch when we do eventually venture over there.
Has it just been doing domestic NZ flights?
Yeah, and I think that's what it's configured for.
Oh, that's not nice.
It's not supposed to do anything international.
That's 152, when vacated,
We'll
ground
give
121,
Air New
Desmond
Zealand
7.
a call. Tell them, yeah, we're only 3 hours away.
Listen here.
Velocity 804, wind 160 degrees, 6 knots, runway
Do it
16,
for the
clear to
stream,
land.
guys.
Send it to Mel.
Sorry, Velocity 804, confirm you got the wind 170 degrees, 8 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And Clayton could not agree more. Needed to get those stickers on
804,
there.
thanks, and Air India 308 on frequency.
Actually, funny you should mention that. I have my little to-do list for the next 2
308,
weeks
morning.
before Max and I jet off over to Sydney. It includes making a lot of stickers.
We've
But
had
there's-
these
there's a
stickers
few-
on the list for
there's a
so
few-
long, but it's just so hard. There's not enough time.
There's never enough time, but I've put in some profanity against me to make sure that I do it. Extra motivation.
What's your extra motivation?
Well, the profanity.
Ah,
I've got
right.
a few words to myself
Yeah.
along the lines of lazy and you know, that kind of stuff.
Bit of self-motivation.
Some self-motivation.
Bit of reverse psychology. So
That's right. And the profanity, as you read, it gets worse.
oh god.
And the longer it takes, the more profanity I'm adding. So eventually,
That's one way to motivate yourself.
that's it. Eventually, I'll get so butthurt by it, I'll do it.
Yeah.
It's genius.
I think you just need like someone to tell you just go to one of your family members and just say,
Sorry for the
can you call me lazy?
The last couple have just been a little bit tight.
Get the ruler out.
I'll
Don't do it. No, I need like a personal trainer, like in a gym.
Yeah. Do the stickers.
Yeah, instead of drop down, give me 20. Like, drop down, give me 20 stickers.
Do the A350 merch. That's still on my to-do list. It keeps getting put to the bottom. Oh,
We really need to get onto it. Like, it's bad.
it's really bad. Every day I'm just doing one other thing, editing stuff and trying to keep up with stuff. I finally got back on Discord, I think yesterday.
Yeah, me too.
It's just running out of time. I feel so bad. So I keep... some of the stuff just has to be prioritized over other things, and I don't like prioritizing things. I like getting everything done.
Alright, Max. This afternoon, we're going to dedicate an hour to stickers. Call me, and we'll do it together.
Okay.
The profanity needs
a
to
sticker
stop.
making live streams.
Oh no, no.
I'm kidding.
That'd be a disaster. Hey guys, check out my stickers. Alright, next up we have the Air India 787 from Delhi, AI 308. The next heavy of the stream, and we should see that very, very soon. Hasn't emerged from the clouds just yet.
That gives me just a moment. Just one singular moment. Oh no, not a lot of a moment.
And Clayton says A350 merch would be amazing. I would buy some. Max, we really need to get onto this A350 merch.
Like I said, it's been on my to-do list since about October. And I will get to it.
Have you tried adding profanity against yourself?
It's a bit hard to do that during Christmas.
Don't worry, I'll add it for you in your Notion.
Oh, great.
Jetstar 502 line up, runway 16, be ready to roll as soon as there are any vacates.
Runway 16, Jetstar 502.
All the way from Delhi there. 7878, actually the first Dreamliner to start services in Melbourne, which is Air India. And it has now been flying here for about 10 years. Already a decade of 787 operations in Melbourne, and look how quickly it's grown.
India 30, thank you very much. That on board, contact ground 121.47, morning.
787 operators here now. And I think at one point, maybe just pre-COVID,
Jetstar 502, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Now we've got a little bit more of a mix of the A350s and the 330s again.
Clayton says, since I joined the channels, I have been waiting. This is why I don't like prioritizing things. I like getting everything done because I feel bad.
That's it.
It will happen, I promise. I have been promising for a while, so
The patience will be worth it.
it could be done tomorrow. It could be done in March. I could be 2024 opening stream of 2024 going, it's almost there, guys.
We promise.
No, I should get it done hopefully sometime soon. But yeah, guys, if you do have any merch ideas,
This afternoon we'll do it.
this afternoon, okay, but I've got other editing to do.
Yeah, me
I had a
too.
little to-do list that I was going to do this afternoon, but I might have to change it up a little bit.
That's right, dude. I've got editing as well. We'll just do it at the same time. Like we'll edit and do this. We've got two computers.
That's a lot of multitasking.
It's a lot of multitasking. Yeah, it is a little bit, isn't it? And Clayton, that Singapore A350 is not far now. As you said, 2 minutes. It's the next arrival. But before that one comes in, we have another milk run. It's going to be the Rex 737 off to Sydney, a ZL18. Max, have you ever flown on the Rex 737s?
I have. I flew it to Sydney.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it was actually really good for the price. It was incredible. They gave you food,
They give you a snack.
free luggage.
It's
like
good.
one, I think 30 kilo piece or something, which is awesome. Maybe 25, I don't know. But one thing that I found was very weird, which I think I've said before, was that when I did fly them, it was a plane they bought from Virgin, and they had all the Virgin interior still in there.
Oh, right.
So they had all like the seats were Virgin Australia seats, so they had the red, purple, and white, like cushion head things. And we're economy X's for Virgin Australia. You know the little purple, like I guess little window things they have at the front.
Spray painted orange.
Yeah, it was all still purple. So yeah, so it was a full Virgin Australia cabin inside, but a Rex flight. So it was pretty cool actually. It's kind of it was a bit weird, but it was very cool.
Singapore 227, request golf.
Staff were amazing on Rex as well. They're
down to
absolutely
vacate
friendly.
at Juliet. Thanks,
Yeah,
wind
in all
180
honesty, they are
degrees,
my
10
go-to
knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Traveling interstate.
Oh yeah, especially now that they've got all these new routes with the 7.3s.
I'm waiting for them to start Perth.
Oh yeah, that would be amazing.
I'm going to use that quite a bit, I think.
I'm waiting for them to buy a 777 and fly to LA. I think I'll be dreaming for a while.
It's just as bad as HD Melbourne Aviation, like uploading Amsterdam. Regional Express in LA.
Yeah, they'd have to change their name if they started flying internationally like that.
Hey, that's what I said about my channel, but it never happened. And Rex will follow suit. And next up we have that Singapore A350 SQ227. And this flight's had quite a bit of a history with different aircraft to operate it. Originally it was a 747, and that happened for quite a while. Stuck with the 747 until eventually changing over to an A380 back in 2010. And after that, it was switching quite regularly between the 777s, and then over to the A350 as we've gotten towards the pandemic and through the pandemic. And interesting to note as well, the SQ237 flight, which comes a little bit later in the morning, which has generally been a 777, except during the pandemic period where it was switched to a 350 or outright just cancelled. just dropped from the network because of the border closures. But that is going to be upgraded to an A380 next year.
Really? It's about time.
Yeah, no, it's going to be good.
503 after landing request, no delay, vacate on the road, between 170 degrees 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Yeah, hopefully. They were supposed to bring the 380s back by now, weren't they?
Oh, they were supposed to be, yeah, in Melbourne, like last month.
Yeah, start of December. And they pushed them back to March now, haven't they?
I think now, like, they pushed it back again. They don't have, like, an actual date.
Oh, so oh yeah, they've just said indefinitely.
Yeah, like,
Great.
it will happen.
Thanks,
when we're
Qantas.
ready.
And Clayton says, I am meant to be packing to go away today, getting distracted by A350 and this stream. There's no better way to to get distracted than by the AV stream.
It's a good excuse, I think.
Yeah, so I'm glad we're distracting you.
Could you tell
In one way, I feel terrible for distracting you.
That is very true. It's bittersweet.
And could not agree more. A great looking livery on the 350. I love the cheat line.
I love the tail.
Tail's good.
Tail is beautiful.
But I think it's awesome. It's got that real, obviously 90s, 2000s feel to that livery because
Yeah,
it's
it
from
does.
the 90s.
Yeah, literally.
Only thing different is just the titles are a bit bigger.
Very keen though. Get to fly on one of these in not too long. 28 days now. We'll be flying on this flight when it departs off to back to Singapore. Very excited for that as we head over to the States.
Los Angeles.
It'll be awesome.
And our next arrival there is going to be a Jetstar A320 from Sydney, JQ503.
I think that's a good poll to do, Matt. What do we reckon for the best aircraft that wears the Singapore Airlines livery?
We can do that for
I
sure.
reckon that's a good poll.
765 line up, runway 16, expect that.
You know what I'm most excited for on this LA trip?
What's that? The desert?
Desert. Mojave.
Every time I bring up the trip, you're like, desert.
The desert. Hey,
I'm like, I'm excited to go to LA itself, and you're like, desert.
Mojave. I hear Victorville's nice this time of year.
It should be really good weather when we go over there. It's not going to be boiling hot. It's not going to be really humid.
It's going to be rained out.
Be a bit between 20-25 degrees Celsius. And shouldn't be too hot or too cold.
765
Just on the back end of their winter. But LA doesn't really have a winter.
Not really, no, does it? So what do you want me to put as the poll?
Best aircraft wearing the Singapore Airlines livery. So you can probably do the 380, 350, 777, and maybe the 74 for Singapore Cargo. Or Singapore. Do Singapore Airlines still have their 330s?
They don't.
Oh, they also have the 78s as well. 78-10s. Looks like we might have another departure here. It's all happening at the moment. Looks like a heavy departure.
It does.
Qantas A330.
Yeah, Echo won't be available, so no delay down the Gulf, please. Wind 180 degrees, 9 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Early rotation.
Very early indeed.
No delay to Gulf, it's Philly 50.
Wearing the new livery as well.
Guys, the poll is up. Vote for your favorite aircraft with the Singapore Airlines livery. Which one wears it best? Me personally, I'm going to go with a 380. And it is totally not biased. And Clayton, where are you heading off to? 5-hour road trip does look fun.
Well, it's 177 Tower Go.
Heading up north or down south? And good day, Bart. Thanks for tuning in, mate. For a nice, dreary morning.
77 Melbourne Tower.
I was hoping to tune into Bart's live stream, but the time difference is so frustrating. I think he's going live at midnight, our time.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I have to get up at 4 a.m. There's no chance.
Yeah, it's always late for us, like we're late for him.
Yeah.
Things start bringing it back in the speed.
I
That'd be
know,
great.
at that time, I've always got some things on,
Yeah.
so it's very hard to tune in a lot, which is
Especially
really
when we have a
annoying.
4 a.m. start.
Yeah, at 4 a.m. start. I was in bed by 10.
Yeah.
And Max Clayton says, are you going to be posting photos of the SQ350 Discord?
If I remember that, yes. I was going to do that with my Malaysia Airlines flight. I completely forgot. I was like, oh, I'll post. I remembered to post a photo of my.
Get you 1596.
I think I posted a photo of my ticket or something now. And then I got on the plane. I completely forgot. It's also a bit difficult as well when you're traveling with
713 Tower Go.
50 people.
That's it. Like, when are you posting this? Nowhere.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Because as soon as they find out, they'll start trying to infiltrate it.
And Bart, that sounds like a great idea.
Thanks,
Next time I'll
Plenty
schedule
of
it
room
early
there. You
enough.
can
for going
stay
to
there if you like, or bring it back to whatever speed you wish.
Sounds like a plan, I think.
Yeah, 100%. If you
1596 runway 16.
don't have to run your schedule based off us, but if you do want to start earlier, it means we'll be able to watch and support. Because yeah, that time difference is so frustrating. I always wake up and it's I go on my YouTube and it's like Bart streamed like an hour ago. Because if I wake up at like 7, I'm like, oh no. It's always frustrating times, but yeah, if you do stream early enough.
717 departure, Max.
Yes, we do have.
Off to Newcastle, QF at 1569. That's awesome, a T-tail classic.
Echo won't be available, so no delay down to Golf. Thanks. Wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Runway 16, clear to land, QX 77.
Ginger 1596, contact departures. Come on.
So you can see there a little comparison of the old and new, the A321neo on the right and just the standard A320 on the left. And Max Clayton says that you have to remind you, it'll make up for the A350 merge delay.
Yeah, please do remind me. If you keep sending me messages, I'll eventually do it.
That's it.
There's just too much to do.
That goes with the A350 merch as well. Just bombard it.
Yeah, just keep messaging me.
Every hour, just hit Max with a message. Where's the merch?
Where is it? It's on its way. An hour later. Where is it?
Stuffing lazy.
He's profanity.
Uses the profanity. And looks like A350 is winning by a country mile.
Wow. No one's gone the 777. That was my pick.
Really?
Yeah.
777.
777-300 for Singapore looks amazing.
It does look good. And we're going to get one on the stream in a couple of hours.
We will. Actually, maybe I prefer the A380. Yeah, it looks better on the
A380
380.
is my choice.
Yeah.
It's not doing too well though. It's 12%.
Thinking about it now.
Guys, do make sure to have your say in that poll. Where come on A380.
Yeah, come on guys. I'll go into my thing and vote. Go the 380.
There we go, look at that.
That did nothing.
It did absolutely nothing.
Qantas 177, line up runway 16, be ready to roll as soon as the dash 8 vacates.
1016,
So guys, awesome to see we have 168 likes already, which is cool.
Really do appreciate that. If you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button.
Yes. And we've got 135 people watching, which is super awesome. That is a huge amount of people, so thank you so much, guys. And make sure you you do share the stream around. Tag us of how you're watching our live stream on Instagram. Put the link in there. Send it to all your friends. Send it to all your group chats. Annoy the heck out of all your friends. Tell them all to watch the stream, and so we can get a huge audience
177, runway
of
16,
people watching. Which would be great. I might do an update on Instagram as well.
And our next departure here is a Qantas to Queenstown, 737-800 QF177.
713, line up runway 16.
Line up runway 16, just
1547 tower, go. It's 177 contact departures, good morning.
That's what's going on, yes.
Tower, get over to the 819, ready?
3819 Melbourne Tower.
So looks like we have a little bit of action going on down at the fire brigade area of the airport. Must be doing some training or something, or have a look, see if we can zoom in on it.
Line up runway 16, 4731.
No time for that, Max. We have our next departure going.
Oh no.
Oh no. JQ713 off to Hobart, Jetstar A320.
Got 2 seconds to show it.
Can't say they're going to get much action today.
No, I don't think so. You'd hope not.
Yeah, I hope not. But you'd guess not to. The weather's not very, well, I guess there's other reasons they could be used, but for fires, I don't know about that.
You'd think no. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I
You'd
think the
think
weather's
not.
got that one covered.
Yeah, Melbourne weather will help them out today.
That's it, they're going to have some special assistance. And Angus, yes, the United from LA is not too far away now. Only an hour. And we have the San Francisco one following very close behind. And look at Clayton boosting the numbers of that A350 poll. He went onto his other accounts.
Oh no.
And unfortunately, we have the one other one, your one. Actually, I've got the HD one, hang on.
I've got 2 accounts. I've got my main one and then my Melbourne Aviation one.
Clayton, I think we're going to fight fire with fire here. Get that
I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think so
try.
either. I think the 350's
The
got this.
departure's about to go.
Alright, let's have a look. And John, Happy New Year. Thanks for tuning in to Melbourne Airport this morning. Just in time for this Virgin Australia 737 off to the Gold Coast as VA.
What are they doing over there at the fire thing? They got the.
Look, they're giving a water salute.
Oh.
That's awesome. Look at that. They're training. They're getting ready.
504, line up runway 16.
What are they saluting?
Anna John says at nice airport. It definitely does have its moments.
731, thanks for the quick
Great
roll.
little airport. And this morning in particular has been very, very busy. And our next departure is going to be a milk run, Jetstar A320.
Oh,
off to
another one.
Sydney. Another one.
Doesn't stop, does it?
It really doesn't. This is going to be JQ504.
It's giving me 2 seconds because it's not on the runway yet.
It's about to be.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, it's got a turn.
504 runway 16, clear for takeoff.
This is clear for takeoff. 50.
Velocity 094, wind 180 degrees, 14 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And Amelia says they are saluting this wonderful live stream, of course. You are too kind, Amelia. You are too kind.
504, g'day.
Way too kind, Amelia. Thank you so much.
605 Melbourne Airport, morning.
So it looks like we have another arrival here on runway 16. It's going to be a Virgin Australia 737 arriving in from Denpasar.
1547, line up runway 16.
There it is, touching down there on runway 16.
Can I go over to 313 ready?
Velocity 313, target 8.
King Clayton says you guys are amazing. Thank you so much, King
094 long golf,
Clayton,
contact ground 121
tuning in on your
171.
other channel there. Really do appreciate that. And John says, I think all Australian airports should be named after famous Australian figures like Sydney is.
1547, runway 16.
It definitely would be a cool little addition, instead of just being named after suburbs. Melbourne.
James Cook
Melbourne,
International Airport.
Melbourne Tullamarine. Wow. Melbourne Kylie Minogue International Airport. That's good, John.
Kylie Minogue. And it looks like we have a departure there. Qantas 717 to Launceston. QF 1547. Another T-Tail classic. That's so far 2 this morning of that more rare and elusive aircraft type.
It's a steep rotation there.
Real steep. The 717s are like rockets though.
Yeah, they very much are.
I'm shocked that Elon Musk hasn't sort of rostered them on for the SpaceX program.
1547, contact departures,
I'll
g'day.
send him an email.
Send them into orbit.
605, wind 180 degrees, 9 knots.
They'll get there
runway
quicker than
16,
any rocket will.
And Clayton says, let's see if we can get the stream to 200 likes already at 175. If you haven't already, give the stream a like. It helps get aviation videography, awesome content out to like-minded people. Thank you so much, Clayton. And yes, let's see if we can get to 200 likes. would be really, really appreciative if we could get to that little milestone there. Keep making a few milestones. So thank you so much to Clayton. And yes, liking the stream is a huge way you can support us, and it is completely free. We do not expect any single one of you to donate money. If you just want to support the channel in a little way possible, then please just like the stream. It really does mean a lot to us and helps us reach more people. But if you do feel generous, then we always really, really do appreciate any super chats or donations or becoming a channel member. You can unlock exclusive perks if you become a channel member. You can just become a member for a month and it renews at the end of every month. Cancel anytime. I do appreciate you. If you do choose to join the AV family as a member, you will definitely reap the rewards for supporting us in such way. So
That's it.
something to keep in mind, but if that's not for you, then we just do appreciate if you like and subscribe. They're super free, and I think that's the best way to keep it that way.
Definitely. And speaking of members, for you guys who are already members, just putting up a little bit of a behind the scenes post that I'm taking right now of Max here behind the camera and some coffees, and so do check that little community post out there for all the channel members. I figured while Max has this all under control that I would help him out there, because it's really hard when you're by yourself to do the behind the scenes, to like keep track of all the planes sort of happening. It's incredible.
Yeah, I found that when I did the Brisbane one by myself, and that was my first time doing it by myself, and I was like, well, this is actually more difficult than I thought it would be.
Yeah, it's not so easy.
It's hard to keep up with the chat as well.
Yeah, you just fall so far behind.
Yeah, and then you're scrolling and then something else is taking off or landing and you're going, oh gosh, I'll have to read it in a second, and then you're trying to find the flight information. But I guess over time it becomes a bit easier to do it by yourself, but it's very much appreciative when we can have multiple people on board. That's why I get Matt to help me out with these streams, and I go and help Matt with the HD Melbourne Aviation streams where possible.
That's it. I found that one of the best practices is to watch the laptop, like watch the camera through the laptop, so you can always watch the chat.
Yes, but it is a lot harder to film from the laptop.
Oh my god, it's so hard to film from the laptop.
It's terribly difficult. It takes a definite skill, and I've definitely not got the hang of that skill yet.
But you will.
One day.
One day.
And Bart says, my girl just tuned in to drop a like, watching the crisp footage on TV together right now. Thank you so much, Bart. Really do appreciate that, and that is awesome. Chucking it up on the TV. Really glad that you are supporting us, and hope you've got your feet up, laid back, and
Heater on.
Yeah, heater on over there, definitely, and enjoying the scene. So thank you so much. And TriStar Darren is in the chat. Says, "G'day, Happy New Year, Max and Matt. Just finished taking down all the Christmas decorations. Awful job." Yeah, it's definitely the worst part about it. It's like I love packing for a trip. I don't love it, but I love, the feeling, I'm going on a trip, I've got to pack all my stuff, got to get ready, go out to the airport, get on the flight, and then you get home, and it's like,
now I've got to unpack.
It takes me so long to unpack.
Dude, I never unpack. I have a suitcase full of stuff.
just your going away stuff.
Now I don't even have to pack. So for the next trip, I'm ready. I can go at a
ready for SoCal?
Ready. Literally, it's ready for SoCal.
Oh gosh.
I've got going away clothes at this point and just home clothes.
Oh gosh, that's too funny.
The only interchangeable things is the puffer jacket. It's the only thing that does both.
But yeah, packing down from Christmas and the New Year's is it's horrible.
Yeah, it's so much fun to put it up, but taking it down, it's just, and then next year I've got to put it all back up.
Yeah.
And on screen there we have another milk run, Sydney to Melbourne. This is ZL9, another Rex 737-800.
Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in, TriStar Darren, and Happy New Year to you as well.
Always a pleasure to have you joining us here. on the stream, mate.
313, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
185 likes, we're close. Very close to that 200 milestone.
Honing in on that 200. That is awesome.
Clayton, better get back to packing. Nah.
See, Clayton, if you did it my way, just had something packed and ready.
That's right.
Yeah.
Not
You should have packed a year ago.
Yeah, exactly, but not intentionally. It just kind of happens you can't be bothered unpacking it.
Runway 16.
Then it just stays there, packed.
608 tower, okay.
Laziness always wins.
I think you need some profanity when it comes to packing and travelling.
Let me start swearing at myself. You're lazy.
Unpack this bag
Yeah,
at once.
The only thing I actually do unpack is the toiletries, like toothbrush and stuff.
Oh yeah. I'm sort of similar with you with I definitely unpack, but I don't unpack toiletries because I have multiple. So I have my going away toiletries and my at home toiletries.
Don't get any ideas into my head. That's dangerous. And that's the Virgin Australia flight VA313 off to Brisbane.
Yes, I've always got the extra toothbrush, extra toothpaste, extra deodorant all ready to go, and then I've got, so when I get home I don't have to unpack it all and then pack it all back in again. It's just ready to go.
You're another me.
Yeah, but I definitely don't have the whole setup of certain going away clothes.
Don't worry, you will in time.
Yeah, you'll teach me your ways.
They will just rub off on you. Like before the Nordic trip, you're like, oh, I've got so much to pack.
Well,
And
I'm
I'll be
probably
like,
going to
"Yeah,
have to do it this month because when we go to Sydney and Brisbane, and we're gone for like a week, and then we get back, and we're back for like 5 days or something, and then we go off to the States. So probably going to have to use your method during that time.
You literally will stay in the suitcase. And a milk run, guys. Speaking of Sydney, QF 418 going off to Sydney. Qantas 737-800. Looks like our next international departure is also pushed back as well. It's going to be the Batik 737 MAX 8 as OD178.
Guys, let us know in the chat, which method of packing do you use? Are you packed and ready to go from the last trip? Or do you unpack everything and then pack again?
Do you use the MAT method or the MAX method?
Yeah, the MAT or MAX method.
I'm not biased, but I think the MAT method is better.
3808,
But not biased.
7 knots, runway 16.
And let us know as well, are you a stressful packer? Do you pack weeks before, get everything laid out and ready to go, or do you chuck everything in at the last minute? I'm someone who chucks everything in at the last minute.
Yeah, me too. Sometimes I don't even fold it, I just throw it in.
Sometimes it gets that delayed, then I'm like, oh boy.
It's like, oh no, my flight's in 2 hours. Better just throw it all in. Like at the end of the day, it's all in there.
Yeah, exactly.
And it looks like the pole, look at this, the A380 is taking the win.
Oh, yes.
35%.
23 minutes. I think leaving it up there for a little longer was a good method in the end.
I think so.
Try start Darren pack in the seconds before the taxi arrives. The taxi's out the front tooting at you going, where are you? They're going, I'm just packing everything, 1 second.
See, TriStar Darren, he's done it. He's a little bit more experienced than us, clearly, because I could not do that.
Yeah, no, I'd be too stressed.
And I'd forget 10 things.
Oh, yeah.
I'd get to the airport and be like, oh, where's my passport? That's
Yeah,
kind
oh,
of
yeah. That's kind of important. Where's my phone?
Where's my phone? How did I get here?
How did I get
How did I get here without that?
Oh boy, wallet's gone too. It's okay, guys. I've got my Hawaiian shirts.
Yeah, that's all right. Oh, how am I going to pay the taxi here? Do you take Hawaiian shirts?
Do you take 3 pairs of shoes?
They're just Target brands. Sorry to disappoint. And this is another milk run VA808 from Sydney. Look at this. Sydney flights are really flooding in. See, John knows how to travel. He fully unpacks, but he's already. I haven't quite grasped the first half of that.
Yeah, you really haven't.
Second half, I'm there, 100%.
I always fully unpack, but it can take me an extended period of time to fully unpack.
Do you unpack in sections? Like, you first unpack, like, you know, like, oh, I need that shirt for something. So you unpack that.
I always
like,
take my shoes out.
Always the shoes?
Always, because I always have my shoes at the top, and then I always take them out.
Yep.
And so
It's just a
everything else
process.
just sits in there. It's bad.
It's kind of like chapters in a novel. You've got the shoes.
Yeah, it really
the
is.
Shirt chapter.
I got to the point where I had 2 suitcases in my room, one from Malaysia and one from the Brisbane trip. I had them both in there filled with stuff, and I was like, I actually better unpack these.
Yeah, that's something.
Wind 170 degrees,
On
8
screen there, we
knots,
have
runway 16, clear to land.
QA608 to Brisbane. And look at that. The
always
rate-
take the undies and socks out as well. Gonna put them through the wash.
now that's a must.
Yeah, that's
if you
a
leave
must.
those in there, that's
Yeah, that's disgusting.
that's going to be critical. So the smog is clearing up. Look at this. Like it sort of happened all of a sudden as well.
Yeah.
All of a sudden,
It's
I can
looking
see
really.
it.
This is really good weather now. Like, besides, it is a bit cloudy, but at least it's not. It's quite. It's not cold. Just a bit.
It's nice. On top of that, they're all using runway 16 still, so it just makes it a lot busier.
And Amelia says, I only take a cabin bag with me now, no check-in, so it takes me about 5 minutes to unpack these days. That is totally fair enough, but yeah. I pretty much do the same on most flights, as I just try and take everything all on board with me. But when you're going away, especially for an extended period of time, you've got to check a bag in. I always pack way too much. Because I forget that you can wear something for an hour and then wear it again, like a few days later. Because I'm like, oh, I got to pack a shirt, like one shirt for every single day.
Just turn your shirt inside out.
No, that's gross.
A flawless method. Inside out, so the tag is out and everything. Genius. I've never done it, but genius.
But yeah, I'm always like, oh, I pack a t-shirt for every day. I got to pack a shirt for all different occasions I might be going on. Pack a pair of shorts for every day, but it could be cold, so a pair of trackies for every day. And then I get there and I wear like
Same thing.
I bring like 10 pairs of shorts for like 2 weeks, and I wear 3 of the shorts.
Yeah, literally.
Because you just wash. If you've got a washing availability, then you just
Velocity
wash it.
143, line up runway 16.
Run up runway 16,
On the right, we have VA at 254 from
ready.
7370.
Show 23 target.
And it looks like the Bartik 737 has pushed back. Wearing that hybrid livery, it used to be Malindo. It looks like they've removed the titles of that, but left the base of the livery on there with the orange engines and the orange stripe on the tail. And that's become a little bit of a regular, I think, here in Melbourne. I very rarely see, or at least on this flight, the Denpasar KL flight,
Yeah.
very rare to see anything else aside from this
143, runway 16, clip takeoff.
ordinary.
Runway 16 is takeoff for 145.
You can see it on screen. And you guys who have been tuned in more towards the beginning of the show would have seen it arriving on runway 16. Now we're going to get that departure, and this will actually might not be the only Max of the stream, because we have our host Max and we also have the Fiji one coming in soon, or should be at least. John asks,
1551, line up
And John
runway
asks,
16.
how many days of clothing do you bring on a more extended trip that requires re-washing?
I will count the days I'm away and bring exactly that amount of t-shirts, that amount of
I bring
pants.
just short. If you're able to wash while you're away, I bring just shy of the amount of days I'm away. So when I went to Malaysia, I was away for 14 days, but we had washing facilities. So I brought like 10 t-shirts and 10 pairs of shorts.
409 at target 8.
Just gives you enough variety, but also the ability to wear stuff again as well.
When I go away, generally it's for spotting and for filming. So I decide, it's better to spend that hour instead of watching things to be out filming. So I will literally count it out and be like, oh, I'm here for 10 days, so I'll pack like 11 shirts. It's like tracksuits, as long as you don't dirty them up, you could probably wear it twice. Jeans as well. As long as you don't drop food on it, or as long as you don't go into muddy, as long as you don't cross rivers for streams.
Oh yeah,
dirty,
of course.
muddy rivers.
Let's not do that again.
Then All good. And here we go. Actually, we have another 717 taking off here. QF 15512 Hobart, the capital there of Tasmania. Another T-tail classic here.
422 Tower, good day.
Only 3 airlines left operating this type of aircraft, that being Delta Airlines,
409 and wind 170 degrees
Hawaiian
7
Airlines.
knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And scarily, Delta and Qantas do have plans to get rid of them. Hawaiian is the only one that has not committed to any aircraft to replace the 71s.
So I guess we're going to be going to Hawaii more often.
Yeah, I guess future Hawaiian streams. Honolulu is on the cards. Guys, so close to 200 likes.
51, contact purchase.
193, that's incredible. Thank you so much for the support. And as we said from the start, as long as you guys are enjoying the streams, we will continue doing them.
And Amelia says, I do cabin bags for both long and short hauls. I have a pretty good swagger going for when I pass the business class folks still waiting at the carousel. Yeah, it is always a nice feeling, isn't it? When you walk past everyone waiting at the carousel, you just got your cabin luggage that you've brought on. It's just like, bye, I'll see you guys in 3 hours.
You may be to the front of the plane, but I'm out the doors first.
I hope your bag is still lost at the airport we started at.
Oh, that's brutal.
Yeah, I know a lot of people, especially people who have been flying to places like England and stuff, especially into London, who have just said they're going to take cabin bags and then buy stuff when they get there because it's more worthwhile than taking
Heathrow's a
check-in bag.
A dangerous place.
It is very dangerous at the moment.
And Bart asks, how is the milk run counter going, lads? So the milk run counter, I'm going to be putting that on the HD stream, which I'm going to do most likely Thursday morning. I'll be having the counter on there, as well as a couple of other things. I've got some ideas that I really want to sort of do. So tomorrow, I'm going to be investing quite a bit of time into
Focus is really off.
updating some of the stream and getting it all ready. So definitely be on that one. I'm just really looking forward to it, seeing how many milk runs we can actually get on there. And we'll probably have a little bit of a bet going at some point. And on screen there we have, speaking of milk runs, QF 409 coming in from Sydney.
So up to 09 at the moment. So we've had 01, 03, 05 and 07.
So we're getting there. Maybe 450 is not a far cry after all. And Clayton says, you guys make getting distracted so worth it. Amazing work. Thank you so much, Clayton. If you're going to distract people, you've got to do it right.
Yes, and there is no better way to distract people than with some planes.
A380 runway 16, clear to take off.
And as you heard there on ATC,
2 likes away from 200 guys.
wonderful. 2 more guys, 2 more until we get 200. That is absolutely incredible. And our next departure here is VA 823 or Velocity 823 going to Sydney.
Oh, that sounds like another milk run.
We need those milk run mugs, Max.
We do.
We need to raise a glass to the milk runs.
Raise a glass to the milk run.
Raise a glass to the milk runs.
Raise a mug.
Raise a mug.
And TriStar Darren, there is not one on AV, but there is one on HD. We do have the milk run emoji and the merch on HD Melbourne Aviation, but I haven't made one for AV.
Don't worry, TriStar Darren. I am already on Max's to-do list as we speak.
Oh no!
Adding to the
Not
never-ending
more work
list.
to do.
There we go. It's been added. I can see the joy in Max's face. He's ready.
Let me get to it at some point.
Alright, well in that case let me add the profanity.
No. Leave that out.
And next up on departure we have another milk run. QF422 off to Sydney at Qantas 737-800.
Gosh.
Just about to begin rolling.
Gonna need to give my legs a break in a second.
422, runway 16.
This is why we don't skip leg day, Max.
I always skip leg day. I haven't done leg day in a long time.
Yeah, they do get a bit sore, don't they?
Yeah.
That's okay, because we brought the armchairs.
We haven't even had a chance to get the chairs
No,
out.
we haven't. We haven't had a chance. And it looks like that 737 is rolling off to Sydney.
Clayton says, oh, wait, hold on. John says we're at 200 likes. Awesome, thank you so much for guys for getting us to that milestone. And Clayton says, Matt, you have to put the A350 merch at the top of my list.
I think it is actually.
Can it not be?
I put this one second on the list. I think A350 merch is still on the top.
I think it's at the top of my need to do list at some point.
No, it's on the express one.
Oh, why is it there?
Because it needs to be done soon.
Yeah, I know. But all the videos are at the top of my to-do list.
Yeah, that's literally on the very top. It's actually quite funny because the list here, it's got videos for HD, it's got express, it's got all the stuff.
HD videos, AV videos, and
Sam
then
is very busy at the moment.
then we've got other important things to do, which are equally as important as the other stuff. They just don't make the cut of express.
You've got your own Melbourne Aviation editing on there as well.
Oh gosh, I haven't posted since September. I haven't even logged in. I think I've logged into that account twice since September. Like I just have not been on it. Now that I've been doing, or ever since I started doing, running the AV social media, I just haven't had a chance. It's just too hard. I got my hands full with enough.
Yeah, Qantas 702 ready.
That's it. Yeah, Max is helping both Sam and I out with everything.
Yeah, I've got my arms in one in each channel.
Playing tug of war.
Yeah. Yeah, because I originally just started in HD at the. It's been a year now since I've been working for HD Melbourne Aviation.
It's been a year.
Little milestone there.
Now, Sam's just kind of like slowly giving you the ropes.
Yeah, Sam. Now that he's progressing in his career in other areas, he's now grabbed the rope and tugged me to the other side. Tug of war with these two channels. I got 1 foot in each channel. It's a lot of fun though.
Yeah, it is. It is good fun. So our next arrival is going to be the Virgin Australia 737, and guess where it's from? Just have one guess.
Does it start with an S?
It does start with an S.
Oh, does it have a Y?
It does have a Y.
2 Ys?
Yes.
Oh.
Sydney as a VA 810. It's going to be landing in just a second, and after that we have our next international departure, the Beck 737 MAX 8. And that is going to be operating as OD 178. And Amelia says 200 likes in 3 hours, killing it today. That is awesome. I cannot believe it. That really is great news, Max.
Yeah, it's so cool. Just an awesome thing to have so many people just enjoying the content, liking the stream. It really does mean a lot.
That's it. And as we've sort of said from the start, if you guys are enjoying it, we will continue to stream.
And make sure you share it around, guys. Put it on your whatever social media you have. Put it on your stories, and let people know that you're watching the stream, and tag us in it, and we'll repost it on our stories later on. So I'll give you guys a moment to, if you want to do that now. We really would appreciate that. Just send us a photo of however you may be watching our stream today, whether it's on a TV, like I know Bart and Clayton are watching it, or whether it's on a laptop or got an iPad or a little mini phone or something. You're just watching it on the way to work, or however you may be watching it. Send us a little photo, tag us in your story, or just send it in our DMs, and I will hopefully respond to it. There's a lot of DMs. I don't get around to responding to them all. Got my hands full with this A350 merch.
That's the top of the list. It's on the express list there, Max.
Yeah, it is. And Bart says that the Vietnam A350-900 as VN781 is 25 minutes out, and apparently my favourite aircraft.
Actually, yeah, you don't want to miss that one, Max.
Oh yes, definitely my favourite.
That is the.
I don't know how this joke ever started. sorry, not a joke.
No, I think we were in Sydney, and it was taking off.
Oh, that's right.
And I was keen on it. I'm like,
You
oh,
were
it's
so
gonna be-
keen on it, and I was saying, I don't know why you're so keen on it. I'm not that big of a fan. And since then, you've just been saying on every stream that it's my favourite aircraft. And I'm like, well, it is a very beautiful plane. It's definitely not my favourite.
It's the Max. It's the Max special.
So we've got the Jetstar A320 just about to touch down on runway 16 from Launceston. Grab that on stream in just a second. And I think Bart has the best way of watching it.
That's it, Bart. You need to take a photo of that.
Yes.
You need to send it to us. We need to put that one on the story because that is comfort.
That's like flying
every
first
single
class.
Yeah, that's literally that's plane spotting first class.
Yeah, literally. You don't even have to stand out here at the airport. You just get the feet up.
That's it. Our legs are sore. We are cold.
Yeah, you want to swap?
You want to say? Yeah, but we are interested in training.
Fly down here. You can take over the stream, and we'll kick our feet up.
Put our feet up. We'll communicate through the chat to you.
3656 to be number 1. If you can be ready, mate, it would be appreciated.
3656, no problem.
And Amelia. Oh, that one's good. You definitely don't want to be talking to customers about milk runs.
You got a customer on the other end and start bringing up the milk run. Oh, look, another milk run. The customer's going, milk run? What?
What do you mean? And then in the stream chat we get, my apologies, sir. We apologize that you experienced that.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, it's been a mistake.
Ah, yes. It's just all a pretending.
That's right. Clayton's onto it. He knows that.
Clayton,
Your
you
heart-
figured me out. You caught me red-handed.
Your heart bleeds blue for Vietnam Airlines. And we all know it. Here's the Baltic 737 Max 8.
Had another short runway takeoff there.
Oh, Rex kind of snuck up there.
Didn't even see it.
Neither. There's their smaller planes. We've seen their 737s all morning, and there is a little Saab. Next up, going to Denpasar is OD178, the 737 Max. Max filming the Max.
I haven't heard that before. And Hayden says, yesterday it was sunny, 31 degrees Celsius and humid, and today rain, cloudy, and 20 degrees Celsius. Typical Melbourne. Yeah, very typical Melbourne. Yeah, it was like 30-something degrees at like 12 p.m. and then at 6 p.m. it was like 20 degrees. Dropped so quickly as well. Typical Melbourne, and today cloudy, a bit colder, a bit windy. But I'm all for a bit of a change. A bit of diversity is not too bad. I don't like it all in one day. I like it consistent over one day. But when it's a really hot day and then the next day you wake up, it's nice and cool. Sun's sort of gone, and so I can't get sunburnt again because I keep getting sunburnt because the sun is such a killer here in Melbourne. Batik Air is taking its time. It's getting everything warmed up. But it says the Macception. Jeez, it's really taking its time here. And look at that queue mat for 1.6. It's all because this Batik is taking so long. If you guys go on Flight Radar and look at Melbourne Airport right now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 aircraft awaiting a departure on runway 16. Oh yes, so 9, plus I didn't count Batik, so that's 10. 10 aircraft awaiting departure. And they're all narrows. There's not a single heavy. But either way, here goes the Batik.
It's 171 tower, good day. C1362, line up runway 16. The 178, contact departures.
Window 178.
And Clayton says, can you check my story on IG? Yes, we will. At some point for sure. And Chris with a US $5 super chat says, Happy New Year, guys. 17 days until Melbourne. Can't stay in the chat due to nerve damage in my right eye. Clear the weather up before I get there. I'm so sorry to hear about the nerve damage. Hopefully you're doing okay. Staying strong. That's definitely doesn't sound too good. But thank you so much for the super chat, mate. Really do appreciate that. That is super generous of you, and a happy new year to you too. And yes, we will shoo this weather away for you for when you come down. Hopefully we can get rid of all this disgusting cloudy weather. It's been sunny for the last week and a bit, so hopefully that comes back for you.
We'll do the opposite of a rain dance. The sun dance.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And really sorry to hear about your eye, and hopefully by the time you come to Melbourne it's a little bit better and you can enjoy your little trip down here.
We'll keep counting the days down with you for when you come here.
And Bax Chug has joined us here. He says, love the stream. Thanks so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. Great to have you here this morning joining us at Melbourne Airport. And on screen there we have the Virgin Australia flight VA 1362 off to
1362, contact departures.
And Sweetie Doll, yes, the best bit about Melbourne is you can almost guarantee 4 seasons in a day. Pretty much every day is a little bet. They should have odds on to see how many seasons you can experience in a day. There's a lot of times, more than not, that you'll get 4.
That's it. But it's also hard, like, to have a season in Melbourne because this is kind of like a year-round thing. It's overcast. Like, it happens more often than not. More often in winter, but still happens a lot in summer too. Just in summer, instead of the temperature being under 10,
yeah,
it's like
it looks like this, but it's about 5 degrees.
Exactly. Yeah, it's frosty. It looks like our next heavy is actually about to join that rush of 12 planes.
Oh gosh, I think I'll have just a little bit of time to have a quick 1 minute break.
Quick little break. And taking off now, we have the Qantas 737 Cairns QF 702. It's another 737-800.
Just missed a course on there. 1316, g'day.
And Matt says, morning guys, hope it's not too cold in the T4 car park. Not sure if it's been mentioned, but Matt's audio, I think it's Matt, is very low. That's not good at all. It might be mine. But our audio levels are set to the same amount.
The 702, contact
Max, you want to talk so I can have a look at the little soundboard here?
What's that, sorry?
Talk?
What's going on? Oh, is the mic echoing or something?
No, it's a little bit low, so I'm just turning them up. Just a
Oh,
little bit.
right.
So hopefully that fixes the
Hopefully
problem.
that sounds a little bit better.
So Matt, thanks for tuning in, mate.
673, runway
And
16,
love your name.
for takeoff.
And Max giving you no time. The next takeoff is here.
Oh gosh.
QF 673.
Look at the rush on Flight Radar.
I know.
That's something I've never seen.
You don't
Well,
see
I have
Melbourne
seen
like
before. not as crazy in the last few years at Melbourne. It's a cool little rush.
this. And our next flight is going off to Adelaide, already rolling down the runway. And Clayton, yes, Melbourne and Auckland are definitely like that. Similar latitudes on the Earth. So very similar climates.
Velocity 726 down.
And shoot, yeah, Amelia just said so cool to hear ATC from Melbourne for the first time. I just realised, yeah, like this is the first stream that we've had ATC
Oh yeah.
on.
That's awesome. Yeah, we only had the Brisbane one
140 degrees.
Yeah, that was the little
previously.
test.
That was the introduction to ATC.
And it's here to stay. And Army Man Travels says hello. Thanks for tuning in. Great to have you here on the stream this morning and joining both Max and I as we enjoy the morning departure rush. Another T-Tail classic going.
Alright guys, I'm going to go have a quick 1 minute break. I'm going to leave you with Matt for, I won't be long, I'll literally be a few minutes. Just going to stretch my legs a little bit and sit down for 2 minutes and then I'll be back. So I'll leave you in the hands of Matt for just a few moments and I'll definitely be back after a few of these departures.
Definitely a taxing sort of thing, being on your feet for hours on end, but that's all right. That's why it's always great to have the two of us here, so we can help each other out and give each other a little bit of a break when needed. So it looks like our next arrival is going to be VA812 from Sydney, another milk run. It's going to be a 737-800.
Line up runway 16. Line up runway 16.
A very nice smooth touchdown there by that 737. And Clayton says, Max, you'll be excited to see that A350 that is inbound. I sure hope he's back in time for that one. Or maybe he's trying to get a better view of his favourite plane there, Clayton, going down to the other end of the car park or something. So, yeah, I just need a break, yeah. Definitely not to get my favourite plane.
1548, runway 16 cleared for
There we
takeoff.
go, the 737-800 vacating at runway 16. And our next departure is going to be QF 1514 off to Canberra. This is a QantasLink 717-200, the T-tail beauty here.
The A27 Melbourne Town.
Flying over to our friends there in Canberra, we've got Oscar Boone and Pattie Aviation, good friends of ours. Heading your way, guys. Another 717, we know you love them.
Runway 16 cleared to land.
Nice early rotation too.
14, contact departures.
Give me a 13, 14.
And Bart, cheers for that, for letting me know. So guys, VN781 is second on arrival. Max's favorite plane, the Vietnam Airlines A350, coming in from Ho Chi Minh City. It's definitely a highlight here in the morning rush of Melbourne. So certainly looking forward to that one. But before that, we have the Virgin Australia 737-800 coming from the Gold Coast as VA726. And Clayton joining in here on the flight radar watch team there. And yeah, what a rush it is. So many planes lined up for departure. It's awesome to see. And this is kind of why they love to use 27 when they can. Although it is a cursed runway and very treaded, and we definitely don't like to see it. You can see that it really does help the efficiency of the airport having both runways active.
Vietnam 781 heavy, Melbourne town.
Oh, and Hayden says my best part of the Brisbane Airport live streams was Matt laughing at Max while Max was eating spicy food. Honestly, that was the highlight of my Brisbane trip, and something I definitely got to remind Max about. Stir up some unfortunate memories of choking on the spicy burrito. It's funny because he ate my burrito. I told him the one with the guacamole is mine, and he mistaked the guacamole on mine for the mild sauce, which is ironically also green. I just couldn't keep a straight face. I remember there was something coming in or something taking off, and I was trying to say like, oh, this is Qantas flight, and then I just started laughing because I hear in the background, I hear it's like he's panting. It was so funny. And next up, we have that Qantas 717 departure here to the Sunshine Coast. It's going to be QF 1752.
Wing 51 at Foxtrot, line up runway 16.
Foxtrot lining up runway 16, going 51.
At 7852, contact departures.
Taking off like a little rocket there, as always with those 717-200s. The next departure is going to be the...
658 Melbourne Town,
well, that can't be right. Flight radar is saying this Q300 is going to Auckland as QF151. No, that's definitely not right. It is not going to Auckland. I'm not too sure where it's actually going, guys.
51, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
But if I had to guess, it would probably be somewhere like Launceston or Mildura or Bendigo even. Oh, actually, no, they don't fly to Bendigo from Melbourne.
Near 774 heavy, Melbourne Town. Good morning.
And here it goes to air quotation marks, Auckland.
12 knots, runway 16, cleared to land.
Oh yes, and look at that short rotation there. Definitely fully loaded and off to Auckland. Sometimes it really does screw up these Dash 8s. I know it always says that there's a Dash 8 here, or I think it's an ATR in Melbourne, going to Auckland as well with Air New Zealand, which couldn't be any more wrong.
Contact departures.
And next on arrival we have VN781, the Vietnam Airlines A350-900 arriving in from Ho Chi Minh City. Max's favourite aircraft, and I'm sure he's over there on the other side of the car park trying to get a lot of photos to commemorate his favourite plane. nice smooth touchdown there.
Star 431 Melbourne Tower.
And Beck's there saying that it's going to be going to Devonport. Honestly, that makes so much more sense than Tasmania. So much more sense. So, for the sake of it, I think, yeah, you're right. It's probably going to be going to Devonport. Journeying a little bit down south over there to Tasmania. Let's get a nice little close up of this livery. What a livery that is, my goodness. Vietnam Airlines bringing a little bit of colour to the terminals wherever it goes. Flushing out the all-white liveries with its decadent and vibrant, I'd say, teal livery.
The 259 runway 16 cleared for takeoff.
Yes, Max is missing. Max is just, I think, stretching his legs a little bit, standing in one place for hours on end is definitely on the tricky side. And he's building up his stamina. And Tyler, I'm pretty sure they did actually get approved. I live pretty close to the airport, and I sent a pamphlet recently saying, "Hi, you're going to be like in the noise area of the third runway that we're building. Sorry about that." So I'm pretty sure it's either like very close to getting accepted or it's already been approved. And on screen there we have the Virgin Australia 737-800. And that one is flying out to... Just open the flight radar. Flying out to Canberra as VA 259. And our next departure is going to be QF 1712 Wellington, following the Dash 8 to Auckland. Go our next Qantas international flight. And Clayton saying that I definitely want to see that Dash 8 300 in Auckland. Yeah, definitely a shame that it doesn't sort of fly across the ditch, but I could say the same thing about that Air New Zealand in the Star Alliance livery.
Star 431, wind 160 degrees, 12 knots, runway 16.
So guys, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. It helps Max out a ton by promoting the live stream to more like-minded aviation enthusiasts. The way the YouTube algorithm works is the more likes the stream gets, the more people it's going to recommend it to. So the more people it recommends it to, the busier the chat is, the more interesting the conversation is, and the more people that get to see the morning rush here at Melbourne Airport. So if you haven't already, do hit that like button. There goes the Qantas 737 off to Wellington.
171, contact departures.
Departures, Qantas 171.
And it looks like Max is back just in time to see his delightful A350 taxiing over here.
Just the arrival.
There you go, the A350 is just taxiing back there towards Terminal 2. Oh, and Max, Clayton has requested that you look at the Discord. He said he's going to have a look. Doesn't have his mic on him at the moment. He's just setting up one of the deck chairs just to take a bit of a seat for a few minutes. So there we go. The
1316, line up runway
Stunning
16.
A350 making its way over there to the international terminal to disembark passengers coming in from Vietnam. But one comes in and one goes out. We have the Bamboo Airlines 787, which is pushed back as well. And we'll be heading to Hanoi shortly as QH 83, I think.
It's an absolute fire fest in Terminal 4.
Fire
People
fest.
everywhere, and there's people like all waiting for their bags and stuff. Everyone's like sitting down on the ground and stuff. I think they've been waiting for ages.
Not good at
Doesn't
all.
look good in there. It is so packed.
Could imagine it would be.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure.
But they wouldn't be waiting for this A321 Neo flight that's just pushing back here.
1316, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
I think the departures are okay. I think it's the arrivals that are the issue.
It's always one or the other.
Yeah, of course. Alright, Clayton, I will log into Discord now. Of course it logs me out.
Here we go. This is A320 Neo number 3. With the fourth one.
Just a call sign there.
Well, it's got stairs attached, so you'd think it'd be going pretty soon. And if it's not going,
It's 26, line up runway
it's probably going to be
16.
pushed aside and moved over until tonight when it's going to be taking off to Denpasar. There we go. A nice little close-up there of the A321 Neo. This is going to be another flight to the Gold Coast. That's 2 flights today with the new Neo. Operating is JQ 432.
It's 26, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
I'll have to log into the Discord when I get access to a laptop, because unfortunately I changed phones about 2 weeks ago, and I've only been going on Discord on my work laptop. And so because I changed phones, we have two-factor authentication on Discord for logging into it, and the little app that I have for the two-factor thing is doesn't recognize the phone is me, so it says you have to go into your old phone and scan a code, so I won't be able to access Discord until I go into my laptop.
I
I'll
think
have to turn that off or something.
I think Clayton has clipped out the A350 arrival for you, Max.
Oh, perfect. Alright,
think that's
I'll
what
watch
it is.
that. I'll watch that when I get home.
I'm sure you watched it a
I
few
was
times.
sort of watching it on the walk down as I was responding to some messages and stuff.
Rex 26, contact departures.
And Max, where was that Rec 737 off to?
That was off to Sydney, a milk run.
Another milk run.
Another milk run. Plenty of milk runs. We have an arrival on runway 16, and Matt, you reckon you can guess where this is from?
Los Angeles.
The A27 at Charlie.
Close.
Just 14,000 kilometers south.
Yeah.
Sydney.
Yes.
Ah. Who would have thought?
So this is QF419 arriving in from Sydney, the Boeing 737-800.
Look at that, dude. We're already on 19. We're on 19.
Oh yeah, true. That was quick.
That was really quick.
I think they skipped a few.
They must have. That was like way too quick.
That is a 17-year-old 737. We're almost at the Japan Airlines 787 in that takeoff queue there. It's next up behind the Virgin 73 that's going to go next. And guess where that's going to, Matt?
LA.
Just 14,000 kilometers south.
Oh, Sydney.
Yes.
At one point, I'm going to say LA and it'll be right.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah,
I
when
think-
United comes.
LA.
So that is going to be VA827 off to Sydney.
Off to Sydney.
It is a 10-year-old 737. And then next in line is Japan Airlines flight 774 to Tokyo Narita 787-8 Dreamliner.
Runway 16 cleared to land.
It's a 9-year-old Dreamliner. So that'll be an awesome catch taking off runway 16. It's really been awesome that they've used the single runway ops. But I think before that Japan Airlines departs, we will have a heavy arrival. It's going to be United Airlines. And Matt, where do you reckon that one's coming from?
Sydney.
14,000 kilometers north.
Oh, darn. LA.
Yeah. And that'll be wearing its new livery. That's the 787-9 as UA98. That'll be an awesome catch, and that should arrive before Japan departs.
I can just see it. Unfortunately, it is behind the pole. But that's okay because that gives us a chance to sort of catch this bamboo taxiing from behind the terminal. Another international departure for us going to Hanoi. I believe it's once a week. It could be twice a week, but I'm pretty sure... Because it used to be Thursdays. I remember that. And I think they've switched that now.
Yep. I think so.
I don't know. I can never keep up with Bamboo Airlines. Every week it's like a different schedule. There we go, making its way over there. I think that's our newest airline, just in general.
Yeah.
Still, because like the ones that we've like gotten since have just been resumptions. And here we go. Here's that United from Los Angeles, 787-9 Dreamliner.
And Air 774, line up runway 16.
774.
Floating a bit there before finally touching down.
What body number exit?
Number 83 Melbourne Town.
Oh, what's that? That's 506 ready.
Jetstar 506 Town. 198, vacated Juliet, contact ground vacated 121.7 morning.
Buster Juliet will call ground point 7. United 98 having one.
Negative
It's 426 Town. And Air 774, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
And about to roll now, we have the Japan Airlines off to Tokyo, 787-8.
Alright, there we go. It's just rolling now. JL774.
On a 609, wind 180 degrees, 9 knots, runway 16 cleared to land. 774, contact departures. Good day.
Now 774, happy.
Such a stunning catch here at Melbourne. So glad that Japan Airlines now does the day flights.
Yeah, definitely.
And not those old arrive at 9 p.m. and leave at 11 or leave at 12 even.
Yeah, because for quite a while, yeah, it was doing the 9:30 arrival and then the 11:30 departure, and it was pretty bad for a few years. And then now they've just retimed it. It's more similar to Sydney's schedule. And Hayden, Matt, you may have to remind Max about eating spicy food on the next Brisbane stream. Oh, don't worry, Max. I'm going to ask for an extra spicy burrito from Mad
I
Mex.
think we'll be staying clear of Mad Mex when we go to Brisbane.
I don't think so.
No,
I
we
think
will.
when we get our late night meal, because that's what we always seem to do, there's going to be one place open.
658 at Charlie, line up runway 16.
And I'm going to go and get the food this time, so I know exactly which one is mine.
Gonna do the old switcheroo last minute. You hand me mine. Oh, look at that! It's a plane. And switch it. I was saying that was like probably my highlight of that whole trip.
That was not my highlight of the whole trip. That was my low light of the whole trip.
That was definitely the highlight because
No.
I remember I was trying to say like a plane coming in. I'm like, oh, this is a Qantas flight. And all I hear in the background, dude, is.
That was bad.
And it was so hot that you'd take a bite, you'd pace up and like back and forth along the car park.
Yeah, that was really bad. That was. I don't know how you deal with the spice. I couldn't deal with that stuff.
I don't know. It was nice. You can't have it.
And then I thought it was the mild one. Like I was like, oh, maybe this is just mine, and his is even worse. So I tried to eat more of it. And that didn't go to plan.
Oh, it looks like taking off. We have the Rex 737 off to the Gold Coast ZL 658, and then after that, I think we have our next heavy. We do the Malaysia Tiger A330 from Kuala Lumpur.
Is it the Tiger one?
I
I don't think it is.
Oh no, it's not. MTN. It's not the Tiger. That's all right. MTN is still good. Wearing the new livery. I think it's quite funny as well because this new livery of Malaysia Airlines was actually not supposed to be a new livery or anything like that. It was supposed to be a little bit of a special livery that they were going to put on 3 planes of each family of the fleet. So 3 737s would have it, 3 A330s would have it, and then just for some reason it's just kind of like gradually worked its way that half the fleets now have it.
658, contact
They loved it that much, which is so good.
And welcome in, Ralph. Thank you so much for tuning in from Germany.
Runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
Hope you're having a
Try
great
here.
day.
Max in the background.
That was Matt mocking me.
Yeah, that was my impression of Max. I'd say it's spot on.
I'd say no.
Oh, wait,
I
Max,
wasn't that bad.
Which one's my coffee?
Ooh,
I think
good
it's
question. I think it's the one closest to me because we
Oh wait,
swapped
this is the
sides.
third. This one's yours. I got the 6.
I have 2 and you have 1.
Yeah. Departing there on your screen is the Rex Saab 340 going to Burnie.
Malaysian
It's
140
ZL
final, wind 180 degrees
3915.
knots, runway 16, cleared to land.
And a Kilo 10 Mike. Good morning, mate. Thanks for tuning in.
Malaysian 149, that's approved.
Sparing no time. The Malaysia A330 MH149 from Kuala Lumpur landing.
Rex 39, 15,
Max, it wasn't long ago that you were flying on the Malaysia A330 off to
Yes. Don't remind me. I'll get sad.
KL. Get sad.
I want to go back. But yeah, not long ago I was on not this flight because the one I landed on was at about I think 8 p.m. arrival.
Yep, the night flight.
Yeah, the evening flight. But yes, not too long ago.
You didn't do any spotting over there in KL, did you?
No, I didn't have time. I had one day where I could have, but I didn't bring my camera.
So really, it's a nice airport to spot at. There's a few good spots. There's some edgy, different kind of traffic, like the PIA 777s
Oh yeah.
that you don't particularly see around our neck of the woods.
Yeah. What did I sent you something because we were on the bus somewhere.
Oh, you sent me the Korean 74 from Penang.
Oh yeah, that's true. There was another one though. There was I think like a C-17. I think it was the maybe Thai Air Force.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think I sent you a screenshot. Because I was on the bus and I saw it flying over the bus, and it was over the city. And I can't remember what it was, but I sent it to you. I was like, oh, I wish I got this.
I have to go back through our messages. I don't remember seeing that. I remember the 74. I remember you sent me the PIA retro.
Yeah. There was the Korean 74 at Penang while we were not too far away from Penang.
And catch any cool departures this morning? I'd say the Emirates A380 was probably the coolest. And we've got plenty more departures coming up, so do stay tuned for that. Lots of heavies. Max's favourite plane, the Vietnam A350, will take off towards the end of the stream.
Well, my actual favourite plane
Is
that
the
took
Vietnam
off this morning.
A350 going at 11:50?
No, it already took off.
Oh, no, it didn't. It just landed.
No, it already took off. So one of my favourite catches of the morning was, if you were here bright and early, about 2 minutes into our stream, the Qatar 777-300 that went to Adelaide.
A nice
That is
catch.
one of my favourite aircrafts.
Second favourite. So, Dustin Jackson has been a 737 member for 4 months. Incredible. Thanks for the support, mate. Great to have you tuning in for another great Melbourne morning rush.
Really do appreciate that. That is awesome. Such a cool milestone.
And departing now, we have QF426 off to take a guess, Max.
LA?
What'd you say?
LA?
14,000 kilometres south.
Oh, Sydney.
Yes, Sydney.
That is the worst joke I think we've ever come up with.
It's terrible. That's why we're not comedians.
Yeah, that's why I don't do stand-up comedy.
426, contact departures.
And Bart says, what's the reason for not using a 27 during rush hour?
I think it's just wind.
No, the wind is like actually favouring 27 more than 16. Look, Bart, I'll be honest with you, I don't know, but I don't question it either. If they're doing the right thing, which is using 16,
Yeah.
we say thank you and we just hope it continues. This doesn't happen too often.
No, it does not.
Next up, we have Air New Zealand flight NZ120 off to Auckland and Airbus A321 Neo.
And Dustin with a $3 US super chat. I will get to it in just a moment, but first I'm going to film this Air NZ takeoff.
CH16 tower. Velocity 208, wind 180 degrees, 12 knots, runway 16 cleared to land. Well, 120, contact departures. 120.
So thank you so much to Dustin for the super chat. Really do appreciate that. Got a little thumbs up gift there, little sticker. Really do appreciate that. Wow, that is some amazing support, and thank you so much for that.
Really do appreciate that, Dustin. And glad you are enjoying the stream enough to help support it.
And Bart says, get those ATC wizards to Amsterdam, please. Usually they're not too friendly here either. They're very friendly today, so we'll send the crew over your way.
That's it. And Maui asks, Are you all planning any trips to spot in the States?
Yes.
Chicago? We are planning to come to the States. End of this month. Going to be going to Los Angeles, San Francisco, Phoenix.
There goes the umbrella.
There goes the umbrella. The wind is definitely picking up and not in our favour.
No, not at all.
So we've got a few things on the roster, maybe even Vegas for a day to do some streaming.
Yeah, possibly.
Staying around that sort of area. But that will be our next little thing before we do a big US trip, including Chicago in summer when it's not blizzardy, freezing cold, and our laptop would be very upset. It'd be very upset to bring it to Chicago, to put it that way.
Yeah. So we have another departure here.
And this departure is Jetstar flight 506 to Sydney, A320-200.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think we need the umbrella anymore. It's not raining.
Yeah, that's it. Not raining, so I figured to take that umbrella down. It's becoming a bit more of a liability than anything else. The action just does not stop. Our next departure is going to be QF151 to Auckland, the 737-800. And welcome to the 737 member class. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Make sure to check out the membership tab on the Aviation Videography YouTube page. You'll be able to see your perks and benefits for being a member and supporting the streams. Thank you so much. You'll have access to all the behind the scenes content, I know that for a fact. And check out to see what else you get as the 737 member.
Yeah, I really do appreciate that. That is awesome that you're joining the AV family, so thank you so much for that.
And look at this, Roger been a member for 5 months. It's been 5 months since started watching you guys in Miami.
Yeah, started all you, Sam, and you over there in Miami. The start of what it is now, which is awesome.
Cannot believe it's been 5 months.
That's crazy. Yeah, you guys have covered Miami, then covered a lot of Europe as well.
And you know what's awesome as well?
What?
So Roger, for 5 months, at 6 months you get the gold badge.
Oh.
For the AV, and it's got a little like fireworks and everything.
Oh, cool.
It's pretty spiffy, so I can't wait to actually see that. Like, no one has actually had that yet, because we haven't actually had the memberships for 6 months yet.
No, wow, that'll be so cool.
So Roger, 1 more month and you get that, so I'm really looking forward to that.
That's awesome.
And Angus says, what reason they may be using 1.6 is due to traffic waiting for takeoff, and it would be hard to cross runway to get to the terminals when landing on 2.7. Definitely could be, and we just kind of hope that sticks. But they are unfortunately sending some stuff over to 2.7 max. The 1.6 rain of departures will soon be over.
Oh no.
Here is that Qantas flight going to Auckland. It's QF 151.
I think my flight radar says it's going to NA.
Because flight radar said the Dash 8 300 before was going to Auckland. It made a bit of a mistake.
Oh, right. Just like a couple of weeks ago in Brisbane when they said there was an Air New Zealand ATR that was going from Brisbane to Auckland.
Oh yes.
And I was like, I'm pretty sure it's a 320 Neo, but anyway.
It does that here sometimes as well. It's the ATRs.
Yeah, it always says Vietnam's a 777.
Yeah, always.
And they don't even have 777s.
And our next departure, speaking of Vietnam, is at Bamboo Airways QH83 going to Hanoi. Our weekly service. It's just lined up there on runway 16 with the 7879 Dreamliner. Our next heavy departure.
And yes, Roger has been with us since day one. He's an OG AV supporter, so super appreciative of that. and hopefully we can continue to provide some awesome shows for a long time to come here on the channel.
Bamboo 83, runway 16, cleared for takeoff.
So there is Bamboo, ready to depart off runway 16 back to Hanoi.
Jetstar 432 at Charlie, line up runway 16 and wait.
And Charlie, line up runway 16 and wait, just 432.
Here we go.
The A20 Melbourne Tower. Rex 3763 Quebec, line up runway 27 and wait. There's still a little delay there for your departure.
There goes QH83.
1293 Melbourne Tower, morning.
Nice silky smooth departure there.
Bamboo 83.
And the action does not stop as we have that Jetstar A321neo lining up on runway 16.
Very slowly though.
Yeah, very slowly, taking its time. That's going to be going off to the Gold Coast as JQ432. And TriStar Darren, I totally agree. It's very cool use of the colours for Bamboo. They
do
definitely
like blue and green together.
got the right mix going, I think.
That's it. Even though they say blue and green is never to be seen. Bamboo.
I've never heard that before, but
Never heard that?
no.
That-
But I like it.
It's like a big saying. It was about like clothing and stuff because you can't wear blue and green together. Just
That's
it's
true.
Too like clashy because they're both cool.
Never heard
colours.
the saying, but I knew that that was sort of a thing.
But Bamboo do it right, and they don't just use one shade of blue. They use two.
Yeah, no, they do.
Two shades of blue.
TriStar Darren says could do with a wash though. Yeah,
Yeah, really good.
possibly. Just maybe. Here goes that A321neo, guys, for Jetstar.
That's 133 at Charlie, line up runway 16.
Charlie, line up runway 133.
Off the A20, continue approach, be late landing clearance, wind 180 degrees, 10 knots. Star 11 8 fence.
Number 10, get over velocity 679, ready.
679 Melbourne Town. Star 432, contact departures. Qantas 133, be ready to roll immediate. Velocity 733 Town. Qantas 133, runway 16, cleared for immediate takeoff.
And there goes the A321neo. Number 3. We still have number 4 there at the terminal, but it looks like it's probably not going to go. It looks pretty desolate over there towards it, so I'm going to assume might go a little bit later off to Denpasar, which is where they've been sending quite a few recently.
Velocity 820, wind 160 degrees, 14
See the other people,
runway 16,
people
clear
down there getting on the other Jetstar aircraft down there. And thank you so much for the kind words, and you're awesome to listen to. Great stream, thanks, no worries. Thank you so much for your support, really do appreciate that, and we're glad that you are enjoying the stream.
Over there on screen, catching the climb out of the Qantas flight to Christchurch, QF133. Another international flight from Qantas out of
Star
Melbourne.
11 just for your planning there. We've got medical traffic into Western.
And Bart
about a
directing
3
a
or
question
4
to
minute
everybody
delay
here in the
departure.
chat. Bart says, where are you tuning in from?
I'm tuning in from Melbourne.
Yeah, me too. I'm tuning in from Melbourne. What a coincidence. Small world, Max.
Wow.
Wow.
We're tuning in from the same place.
Wow. I'm tuning in from the T4 car park.
Me too.
Whoa. Level 6.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Row E.
Row E? Yeah, yes.
Rex 37,
Wow.
63.
If I see you, I'll wave.
Oh, please do.
And arriving there is the Virgin Australia 737-800 from Sydney, VA 820. Look at that. We've got Maui tuning in from Chicago. We've got TriStar Darren from Norfolk. Brisbane, Melbourne, New Mexico. This is amazing.
That's awesome. Auckland, Cincinnati.
Auckland. Oh yeah, Cincinnati. Didn't even see.
The call sign there, thanks.
So looks like that JQ787 off to the Gold Coast is next in line for departure.
Another to the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
JQ11. So it's going to be doing one of the other flights. I think JQ11 may be Osaka.
Yes, it is. Oh. Maybe?
Or is it
I
Tokyo?
think it is.
It
I
goes
know it goes to Japan.
It goes to Japan.
Just don't know where.
I know they go to Osaka. Well, they used to.
Yeah, no, I definitely think they still are.
So it's got to be Osaka.
I don't know. Great question.
Miss Wolves tuning in from Queensland. Hayden watching from Melbourne.
Me too.
Yeah, me too.
You can just see in the distance there that Jetstar 787 taxiing on the runway 16.
Nice and slowly.
Behind all the beautiful terminal blockage there that gets in the way.
The lovely clutter.
And then behind it we'll have the Air New Zealand A320-200 Neo going to Christchurch. Let's have a look at when some of these arrivals are due in.
Should start really streaming in soon. There we go, we've got the United 787 in about 15 minutes from San Francisco.
Yes, Singapore 777, 50 minutes away. Another Jetstar 787, about an hour and a bit away. Couple of Jetstar 787s trickling in.
Velocity 1293.
Cathay Pacific A350 is 2.5 hours away. Behind it, the China Airlines A350.
Velocity 733. Line up runway 27.
There's
Number
that
1.
Jetstar 787 there. Just about to barrel down runway 16 for its departure.
He might be a little bit stage shy.
Yeah, I don't think it likes the cameras.
Too shy. I'm just gonna wait here.
Maybe they'll end the stream at some point. Oh, I was waiting for the Virgin 73 to take off or arrive. No, take off. Yeah, take off.
I like our theory better.
Yeah, our theory is much better. I should never have doubted ourselves.
That's it.
Good day, just 705, ready?
705, 10. C1293, contact departures.
This is Velocity 1293,
Velocity 733, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
It really is stage shy, isn't it? It really doesn't want to be in the light.
Link 87,
I'm definitely thinking that.
260, line up runway 27 and 1.
What is it waiting for? Maybe there's another... No, there's nothing.
Yeah, there's some takeoffs, I think.
Oh, there's another. They're letting the other departures go first on 27.
That's it. They're letting 27 clear out.
The frustrating 27 has come
Dreaded
into
27
action.
is back.
So clearly the 16 single operators are off on their lunch. Maybe no, it's too early for lunch. Their morning tea break, coffee break,
Cleared for takeoff.
and the Devil 27 operators have taken over.
On ATC there, I heard clear for takeoff 16.
Alright, that'll be the Jetstar.
That'll be
So
our Jetstar.
there we go. It's just started moving now.
And Mac's got 172 viewers at the moment, tuning in and watching Melbourne.
Perfect. It's
And
awesome.
250 likes.
That is awesome, guys. Could not appreciate that more. You guys are amazing.
Charlie, line up runway 16 and wait.
Yeah, Charlie, line up runway 16 and wait. New Zealand 212.
Velocity 733, contact departures.
This is Velocity 733.
Plus 423, Melbourne Town.
Good day, Qantas 767 ready.
Plus 767, Melbourne Town. Star 11, contact departures.
Star 11, good day.
And NM Flyer Robin says, love the accents.
Thank you.
Don't flatter me.
I'm blushing. I've been practicing my accent for a while. I think it sounds pretty close to the real thing. Almost Australian.
Almost.
Almost.
And Angus says, thanks for the stream. I need to go for an interview now. I'll join later. No
luck, Angus.
worries.
Hope you do well in that interview.
Yeah, good luck for the interview, and we will see you later on. We've still got at the minimum 2 hours left of the stream. Maybe a little bit more, depending on how it performs and how we're going. Probably stretch it out till about 1:30 at the latest, maybe 2. See how we're going, because around 1ish, 12:31 is when it starts to die off a little bit.
Good day, Jetstar 733 ready.
Star 733, Town. Killing 87. Remain this frequency airborne. Runway 27, cleared for takeoff. Qantas 610, Quebec, line up runway 27 and wait.
Wait, runway 27, Qantas 610.
Correct 3514, Town. New Zealand 212, contact departures.
Departures New Zealand 212.
Plus 423, wind 180 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, cleared to land.
And we've also got merch to make. A350 merch.
Ah, yes, we might we might have to come to some point where we have to stop the stream simply because we've got stuff to do.
Things to make. Alright, you gotta say it. You gotta say it. The classic Australian accent line.
Oh no. I have to say it?
I think you have to say it.
Oh gosh.
We'll say it together.
No, that's even worse. You can say it.
I should have put on the really thick Aussie.
87, contact departures.
Yeah.
Yeah, put another shrimp on the barbie.
Put another shrimp on a barbie.
Another shrimp on the barbie. And it looks like our next arrival is going to be the Qantas 737 from Sydney. It's QF423. And the Thai A350 is on the way over to runway 16. The Qantas A330 to Perth is down the end of runway 16. So we've got lots of action still, lots of heavies.
And Thai is on the move, Matt.
Thai is on the move. Thai is heading down, and you're going to see it just on screen in a moment, just in front of the 737 there.
There
And
it is.
Dustin, yes, the Royal Brunei 787 is bit of an elusive one, only flying to a few places around the world as a scheduled service, and Melbourne is sort of the oddball because you've got Dubai, London, Hong Kong, Singapore it goes to as well.
Yeah,
And that's really about it.
definitely one of my favourite catches that comes to Melbourne.
Yeah, quite.
Because it just doesn't go anywhere else. Like it
Yeah,
really. I think I said on one of the last streams, it literally like just pick a corner of the world, like one corner of the world. Like come down to Melbourne. What does it do? Singapore as well.
Yeah, Singapore, Hong Kong, because they can like do that, and that's
Yeah.
only for some flights, depending on if they have the availability. Then Dubai and London. That's it. For the 787s. The 320 Neos are all over Asia. Like
Yeah.
KL, you know, Japan.
And then they have the Sultan of Brunei 76.
Now that is it. I managed to catch that one in Sydney.
Yeah.
Yeah, L200.
So good. And NM Flyer asked what's the distance to New Zealand? 3,000 to 4,000 kilometres.
Yeah, something like
Something
that.
like that.
And it looks like lining up on runway 16, we have a Virgin Australia flight VA 679 off to Perth. Starting to taxi down the runway, or not taxi, starting to roll down the runway there.
Hayden, yeah, I don't know why they're using 27. We think the 16 people have gone on break or have finished their shift.
That's it, they did the night shift.
Yeah. Well, they wouldn't be able to because the runway shuts at night.
Oh yeah, so they must have been like hating it all night.
Yeah.
They were just like, you know,
They're egging on for 6 a.m.
flight VA 679, go to runway 27.
27.
Like every time they say it, it just hurts.
Cross over runway 16 though if you can. Go the long way.
Taxi down 16.
Yeah.
Do it for us.
Yeah.
And then these guys are coming in like, what is 16 being? Why is that in operation?
Yeah, single-use operation. No, sorry.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
This looks like a great day for runway 27. And they just crack their knuckles. They come in the chair.
Slam the coffee down on the table.
Stuff's about to get
Lean
real.
back in the chair. Everything's going 27.
Virgin flight, you're going runway 27.
Nope, back taxi. You're not going 16, pal.
It's like, but we put a flight plan for 16.
Nope, forget it.
Cancel it. You're not going anywhere if it's 16. You
Yeah.
stand on ground.
And yeah, Bart, thanks for that.
Yeah.
Jinxing the runway operations.
Thanks, Bart.
Yeah, thanks.
You're a
mate.
hero.
True hero of the stream.
Yep.
No, I think it's always bound to happen. They always eventually, it happens every stream when they're using 16 single-use operations. Someone comes in and says, "No, we're using 27 as well." The wind did change though. It was very low winds, and then it went really quickly easterly.
Yeah, it started sort of blowing into our face. So I was kind of expecting 27 to come into play a little bit, but it's kind of cool that we're getting the 330 over to Perth. That should have been a 271.
That's definitely a 271. So that's awesome.
Maybe we have that one guy in the tower. He's like kind of low level, right?
Yeah.
But he's like the runway 16 guy, and he's like sneakily sending things.
Guys, can we send it to 16?
The main guy's like, Qantas flight to Perth, you're going to runway 27, then he comes over, he's like, actually it's going to be 16.
Sir.
Sir.
Ma'am, I think this should go 16.
That's a heavy, it should go 16.
You're fired. And then the pilot's just going, "Oh, I heard 16, I'm going 16.
Too late, we're taxied up there.
Yeah. Too late, we already crossed 27.
Let me get this straight. You want us to back taxi to runway 27?
Yes.
Affirmative. No. Not going to happen. But we do have two heavies lined up for 16 right now. The Thai and the Qantas. Certainly going to be...
We do have an arrival though, Matt. We have United Airlines Flight 60 coming in from San Francisco wearing the old United livery on the Dreamliner.
That's cool. We've got the old and the new here today then.
Yeah, got the double whammy.
And this was our former longest flight until the Dallas flight started up about a month ago now. Started December.
So awesome catch.
This flight clocks in at 14 hours and 40 minutes on arrival. It's a long flight.
It's about 13.5 up to LA, and then back at that adds about an extra 45 minutes to an hour.
Something like that, yeah.
It's always
Going
the
up is
flying
definitely
back
quicker.
is the problem.
Flying back. I think they take like a higher flight path because they go lower up and then higher back. They take a different sort of highway.
Yeah. Yeah, they always sort of, when they leave LA or San Fran, they sort of go out very west.
Yeah.
Like west-north, they sort of go up and then down. But when they're going up there,
They just kind of go straight.
yeah, they kind of just go straight.
Directed.
Because they sort of, yeah, when they're coming down towards us, they sort of
Yeah,
come down and then they
arch
like go
over.
just over Sydney. But when they go up, they sort of
Like
sometimes they will tend to fly up to Sydney, and then
It happens around Hawaii. Like when they come
Yeah.
back the north. There's United over there actually.
oh yeah,
We get too caught up about why they
why they
take
fly
so
in the
long.
certain directions they do.
Why they like to make our lives bad for 45 extra minutes.
Yes.
Yes. And yeah, Bart says the C-17 reverse style definitely was there. So a bit of a heavy rush here with the 787 landing and the 2 departures. We should hopefully start to head out now. And the Air New Zealand 777 is only 45 minutes away. It's going to be a great catch.
United 60 vacate Juliet, contact ground vacated 121 decimal 7.
I'm a Juliet, 127, United.
The second max of the stream, the Fiji Airways, is going to be coming in about 2 hours.
Melbourne Town.
It's going to be awesome to catch. Always lovely to get another
702
737 Max.
Company traffic shortly.
We've got 2 of those now, I think, coming into Melbourne.
Yeah.
Fiji Airways and Bartik.
Yeah, we do.
Nice to get a little bit of variety.
Star 705, contact departures south.
G'day, thanks, Star 705.
And we're going to have another heavy departure coming over here to runway 16. Just pushing back now from the international terminal, it's Qantas flight QF69 going off to Delhi.
Oh yeah. 3:30.
3:30. So just pushing back now, we can sort of see it.
Star 733 traffic 2 miles runway
It's going to pass just in front of the Singapore A350. So guys, if you haven't already and you are enjoying the stream, do make sure to hit that like button. It helps Max and I out quite a bit, as the algorithm will push that out to more people with the more likes that it gets.
Star 446 down.
Yes, and if you are just tuning into the stream, or you've been tuning in for a little bit, my name is Max, and I am joined here by my co-host Matt from HD Melbourne Aviation.
Good day, guys.
And we are here live streaming at Melbourne Tullamarine Airport in Australia, the second busiest airport in the country. Feels like the busiest today. It's
Yeah,
been
it
non-stop
hasn't
today.
stopped. It's been a good one.
Star 733, contact departures.
It's currently just after 10 a.m.
If this is how Melbourne feels today, I wonder how Sydney's going right now. We're gonna be in for a shock when we stream there.
Oh, if we think this is chaotic, it's only going to be better up there. And it is currently 16 degrees Celsius here in Melbourne.
Star
With
440,
overcast
Middle of summer.
conditions. What's
What's
that?
In the middle of summer.
In the middle of summer. That's it. We're dealing with early spring weather in the middle of summer.
42, line up runway
The winds are 10 knots south,
674 town.
with visibility of 11 kilometres. So visibility's gotten
It's about
a lot
500 meters this morning.
better. Yeah, if that.
Scroll back to earlier in the stream. And NM Flyer, no, we don't get any MD-80s here.
No,
Unfortunately,
they've become very rare.
they have become very rare.
To get MD-80s, you'd sort of have to look Miami way,
Yeah.
US.
Star
And
771,
a few
wind
places in Europe, I think, get the Bulgarian one. Was it Bulgarian? Yeah, I think so.
Possibly. You would know more than me. And welcome in, Karen. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yes, streaming here today at Melbourne, which is awesome. Glad you were able to tune in and watch. And yes, 10 a.m. Tuesday morning here. We are one of the furthest countries in the world in the time zone. I think only further than us is
New Zealand,
and Fiji and all those sort of
Pacific
islands.
Islands.
But I think just after Fiji is the cutoff zone.
Yeah.
And so then once you get to like Tahiti, French Polynesia, then that's when that's like the earliest point.
Yes, that's sort of our special talent, being ahead of the curve with time.
So I'd say in like Tahiti now it's probably about 1 p.m. Monday, 2 p.m. Monday.
Yeah, I'd say about 2 p.m. or maybe even 3. They could be 5 hours, like absolute time ahead.
Yeah, could be.
Rex 42, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
So we have a few interesting departures already lined up and some on the schedule as well. So on the schedule we have the Singapore A350 going in about 30 minutes, and 10 minutes behind that we have the Air India 787 to Delhi, and 10 minutes after that we have the Qantas 7879 off to Los Angeles. Don't be surprised if that one's a bit delayed though. It is an American bound flight, and Melbourne Airport seems to have a very bad track record with getting American flights out on time.
Yes.
I think it's got to do with extra security, pre-checks for departure. I know they have TSA. I'm pretty sure it's TSA, or it could be Department of Homeland and Security that do checks before you get on the plane, which does take up a bit of extra time. So 30 minutes after that, 787 is scheduled to go. We have Max's favourite plane, the Vietnam A350, going to Ho Chi Minh City. And 5 minutes after that, we've got the United 787 to Los Angeles. And as we start tracking towards 12 o'clock, we're going to have the Air New Zealand at 777 departing at 12:10 to Auckland. And then we're going to see and evaluate whether we're going to keep the stream going from there.
Yes.
Or if we're going to call it quits, as we have quite a few things that we need to do, including the A350 merch there for Clayton. We have videos to edit, we've got stickers to make. We've got a lot to do today.
Lots to do. So yeah, we will see how everything goes. And NM Flyer asks, any MD-11 cargo or 747? We don't get any MD-11s here at Melbourne. The only one that gets them is Sydney. Does Perth get any? I don't think so.
No.
But
Only
Sydney
Sydney
gets
gets
the
an MD.
FedEx MD-11. And 74s are not today on the stream, but we occasionally do get Singapore cargo 747s and Cathay cargo 74s. Well, it is Tuesday.
Cathay will be this afternoon.
Oh, it's at like 4, isn't it?
Something like that. 2 o'clock maybe. I
So
don't
yeah,
know.
not on the stream, but Cathay cargo 74 is does come here as well. But we really only get cargo 74s. Occasionally Atlas comes here.
Yeah, about once a week for the Atlas.
Yep.
That's about it. It's only those 3.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate. There's some other ones, especially Sydney, that they get, which I love, including UPS.
Yeah, I think they only get one extra, and that is the UPS.
Yeah.
They don't get anything else. And lining up onto the runway now, we have QF767 off to Perth. That's an A330, so very deceptive.
Yeah. And Tahiti, it's 1:10 p.m. on Monday. How crazy is that? So that's like the start, and we're almost at the back end of it.
Time travel.
Time travel.
Tower 505, wind 160 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, cleared to land.
And welcome in Logan from Spain. Thank you so much for tuning in all the way from Spain. That is awesome. And Bart asks, what's up with the different type of font style on the A330?
I think one was the old livery, one was the new livery.
Is that for Qantas?
I think so.
Yeah. So they've got the old Roo livery and then the new Roo. So I definitely prefer the newer one. The old one looks a bit weird. But yeah, it's just that they've sort of changed the style of how they put their text.
Yeah,
on
text,
there.
and then they sort of made the Kangaroo a little bit more modernized, I guess you could say. Like simplistic modern.
Yeah. And TriStar Darren has been a Boeing 777 class member for 4 months straight. TriStar Darren says, thanks for the views, planes and laughs, fellas. Unfortunately, first day back at work tomorrow, so need to get some rest. Take care and catch you next time. No worries, TriStar Darren. We really, really do appreciate that. You are such a legend of the channel. You always show us some amazing support on the streams and on our social medias and whatnot. So we really, really do appreciate absolutely everything that you do for us. I completely missed where this Jetstar went. But yeah, no stress at all. Thank you so much for tuning in. Enjoy going back to work tomorrow. I'm sure it will be dreadful, but hope you have a good rejoin. This is going to sound non-English. Hope you enjoy going back to work, and thank you so much for tuning in and all your support and for the milestone you have achieved. Take care, mate.
As Max said, wrapped it up pretty beautifully there. And 2 more months and you get that gold badge. I'm still so excited to see that.
Yeah.
I remember Sam made it ages ago and he sent it to me. And he's like, check this out. And I've been waiting for that one to actually be shown off. It's really cool. He figured out how to make fireworks on it and everything with, I think it was gifts or something. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And next up, TG466 off to Bangkok. Thai Airways A350
Rolling down
900.
now. Let's grab this Thai 350 for you guys.
611 south. Got a 69 aside, heading 160, line up runway 16 and wait.
Heading 160, line up runway 16.
With Valentine 466 and F1
466, contact departure spot.
Not too bad at all. Always good to catch a 350, particularly in the purple livery.
Yeah, always love the Thai. It's a beautiful livery. Works so well with the 350.
I know we've discussed this before, but purple liveries are not common. FedEx, Thai, Hawaiian, Wizz Air, and I cannot think of any others. It's like 4. Oh, Peach in Japan.
Oh, yeah.
That's 5. And I physically cannot think of any more purple-based liveries.
Vamos has got a bit of purple in it, but it's not really a purple livery.
It's not purple, but it has purple in it.
It does have purple in it.
That's a good one though, Wamos. I never would have thought of that. Oh, Bonza, 7.
It's not a thing yet.
But it's going to be.
Yeah, they said that it was going to be a thing. July 2021 was when Bonza said they would start their flights.
But now they've had planes painted. It's more of a thing.
Yeah, what, how many? 2?
2, I think. And we've got the Qantas A330 over there going into Delhi. QF and 69. One of Qantas's new routes out of Australia, or out of, Australia in general.
The Qantas with funny text.
I think Qantas are trying to expand into new markets, while China has been closed due to the pandemic and harsh border restrictions. The Chinese market was a pretty huge one here in Australia. Tourism was booming. up until the pandemic hit. So I think now Qantas is trying to find a similar market, while the recovery of the Chinese market hasn't yet began. I think they opened January 8th, or I might be mixing that up with another date. Maybe they're already open, but I did see somewhere that China is going to be opening up quarantine-free. And I've also heard a few rumours actually, Max, of the Sichuan A350 starting flights back here in Melbourne 3 times a
air
week.
delivery.
Chengdu, yeah. But heard nothing from the big 3 yet, the legacy 3.
Ah, yeah.
Southern, East.
Wasn't Southern supposed to bring the A380s back?
They were, and then they decided
In
to
November?
retire them.
Yeah, great.
Mothball them.
I'm sure they'll bring their 7-8 back.
I think it'll be back to 330s when it's PAX.
Oh yeah, actually I'd probably prefer that.
They'll prefer that. The thing is as well, as far as I knew, China Southern only had agreements for maintenance here for Airbus aircraft, which is why Boeings were just pretty rare up until the pandemic hit.
Yeah.
And Terry, yes, this is still live. We're still out here enjoying the sights and sounds at T4. And it has gotten a little bit quieter as they've opened up runway 27. It was going pretty crazy for a little while.
Yeah, it really picked up. Really had a big wave of departures and arrivals.
We really did. But our next couple of arrivals are going to be a few Jetstar aircraft. So until then, show you some stuff on the ramp. And NM Flyer, unfortunately there's no A340s in Melbourne, or really Australia in general. A340s are about as rare as it gets. There was a high-fly A340 that was contracted by the Australian government for repatriation purposes and transport for ADF personnel. That was one of the high-fly A340s, but that, I'm pretty sure, the contract ended March 2021. So since then there's been no A340s in Australia, aside from the one-offs. Perth got a Qatar Amri, A340-200, but that's, I'm pretty sure, really it. High-fly maybe has popped in a couple of times.
It's only about 4 at the western end there.
A lot of those are mining charters, and I think the Amri flight was, well, who knows.
735, contact departure south.
And Bart says SQ237, 23 minutes out. It's going to be definitely a great catch. We're both looking forward to that one. And Hayden there with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Hayden. And Hayden says, my goal for 2023 is to meet you guys at Melbourne. I'm sure that will happen eventually, mate. We're out here quite a bit streaming, and saw as well that you're planning to do some live streams as well. So I'm sure at some point our paths will cross, and you will see us out here, and we'll definitely say hello. And it'll be finally good to meet you, mate, after showing us so much support over the last few months. So thanks once again for your incredible donation and your awesome support. And Jim, on that Royal Brunei, there's no one just at the moment. They've moved it out of the way, and will be taking off at about 1:30. So until then, they move it to clear up some gates at the international terminal, which you can see is starting to get pretty full. Got the Singapore A350 there, the United 787.
Contact departure south.
Also got the Malaysia A330 that's sort of tucked away in the corner.
We also forgot about the Air New Zealand 777. That's not too far away, but probably will go 27.
For arrival, it'll go 16, you'd think.
You never know. They love putting that plane on 27.
And Bart asks, is there any EU trips planned? We do have one planned for the middle of the year, Bart, in summer. And we do plan to go to Amsterdam as well. So we're sort of merging it with the Nordic countries. We're going to be doing the main Nordic countries, the main cities there. So Oslo, Helsinki, Stockholm, Copenhagen. And then we're going to be heading down south, going to Munich to get the Lufthansa 380s. Zurich to get a few shots because Zurich is also always great. Get a few of those 340s while they're around. And then we will be heading back up north through Germany, off to Amsterdam, and from Amsterdam we'll be flying over to the UK. And after that going to Iceland to wrap up the trip. So it's going to be quite a big one, and we'll definitely want to time it so we're there and we can say hello to you, catch up, and hopefully get the Martin Air. Fingers crossed, but I'm sure it's...
Maybe I'll be the good luck.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I hope so.
He didn't seem so convinced.
It's Martin Air, I'm never convinced. But, you know what, I say that, but I did get it once, and you would have seen in the video.
Oh yeah.
It was right at the start. We got it once, but it wasn't like the best conditions. We could do better.
Yeah, it was a bit dark.
It was very dark.
It was very dark.
It came from Nairobi, and it came early.
Yeah, it did.
So it wasn't nice. And so Amsterdam, the sunrise when I was there was about 6:10 in the morning, and the Nairobi flight for the Martin Air comes at about 6:15, and decided to come half an hour early. So as you can imagine, it was still a little bit dark.
And Jim asks, are there any US streams in the future? You betcha there is. So in about 28 days, so on the 31st of January, myself, Matt and Sam are all heading to the US. So I think Matt and Sam are going to tackle Hong Kong a few days before, do some, maybe hopefully some streams there, but definitely get some filming done there. And then we're all going to head over to the US, and we'll be doing streams in LA, Phoenix and San Francisco. So I think we're in LA from the 31st to the 7th, or maybe the 6th, with one day in Phoenix, a day trip there in between, and then we go to San Fran from I think the 7th to the 10th. So a couple days in San Fran, and then I fly home. I'm not sure about what Matt and Sam will do. I think Sam might have a little bit more time off, so he might travel with Matt somewhere, maybe go to a few more places in the US, or fly home the opposite way through Europe or something.
As far as I know, Sam's got to start his course.
What's that?
So we're not going to be able to have any extra time off in the US.
Oh, of course, yeah, true.
Yeah, he's got his course starting up for...
yeah, so heading back home, I guess, all at a similar time.
So yeah, heading back after that.
Yeah, and then yeah, we've got in August, September, myself and Matt will be heading over to the US and Canada, doing a mega tour of the US, which is going to be really, really cool. We're super excited for that. We're just in the planning stages of that at the moment. Starting to work out how it will all run smoothly, where we will go, how we will get to each place and whatnot. So yeah, that's going to be really cool. There's a huge list of places we're going to be going to. I won't read them all out. It's a long list, but yeah, pretty much covering the entire US and a lot of Canada too. So stay tuned for that.
It's going to be great fun. Both looking forward to it. And we'll be sort of sharing the streams from there. We'll try and alternate it, maybe like one day HD, one day AV, just so we can both get some streams out, since we're both sort of going to be trying to join these trips together. And Bart says maybe I'll join you guys on the UK and Iceland trip. That'd be awesome.
Sounds good.
You want to come along,
Locked
Bart?
in.
That'd actually be great fun having the three of us there. Doing some plane spotting in some very exotic sort of airports. NM Flyer says get in and out burgers in LA and Randy's Donuts. We'll take a pass on the donuts, but we will definitely be getting that In-N-Out burger, that's for sure.
Oh yes, I have been craving In-N-Out burger for so long. I remember last time I went to LA, it's one of the last things I had before we flew out in
There's
LA.
no better way to end a LA trip.
What?
There's no better way to end a LA trip.
Yeah,
with a
those
bit of
cheesy
In-N-Out.
loaded fries and a good burger, but yeah, definitely a highlight.
And the A350 from Cathay Pacific, I don't think it's too late today. I think it's fairly on time. But the departure probably will be. It is Melbourne Airport. Their OTP lately is not great. And we've got Singapore Airlines here pushing back. Going to be operating as flight SQ238 off to Singapore. So Clayton, if you are still in the chat, there's a bit of a PTSD warning there. That it may go to a runway that we do not like. Actually, we can check where it's going now that it's pushed back. And ARBZ asks, what's the blue thing behind ATC? It's a good question. I don't know what that is. They got some stuff going. Check this out. Max, what do you think this is? Blue stuff behind ATC. It almost looks like it's sort of like stuff wrapped up in like plastic sheets. Oh no, hang on, I'm getting closer and it does not look like that. It looks like equipment.
Yeah, I don't even know. Looks like cargo or something, I don't know, but maybe not.
Something to do with the third runway.
Yeah, probably. That'd be
That's-
smart.
Butts' mining equipment. Maybe it's gully filling equipment. Okay, so essentially there is a massive ravine behind Melbourne Airport, or massive gully I think it is. It's going to be sort of a pain to show because the depth of field on the camera is limited to what you can see. I'm just trying to see like the best sort of spot I can show it. Probably here. Okay, so the airport is encased with a big gully. You can see it's quite deep, quite big, and they want to build a third runway right there, a parallel with 3416. And the kicker is they have to fill that gully in before they can build the runway, which is going to take a huge amount of work, huge amount. So I think that's what the preparations are sort of for. They're going to have to fill it all up. And all I can say is I just do not want to be the person, and I do not feel, I feel like incredibly sorry for the person trying to organize all that and trying to figure that one out. So you can see there the Singapore A350, which has, looks like it's filed for runway 27 for departure, which is not good. Not what we want here on the stream. So now we just wait for our next arrival here. It looks like it's going to be a Virgin Australia 737-800 coming in from Adelaide as VA 212. There it is. Oops.
Runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
And Bart says it's actually my job to calculate and plan out. Oh well, lucky you're not doing this project. It looks pretty hard, but you know what? I'll trust that you know how to do it. be right back, just having a quick break.
Qantas 1987 with 170 degrees 10 knots, runway 16 cleared to land.
So guys, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button on the stream to show your support. As long as you guys are enjoying the streams, the more Max and I will be able to do them. And we'll continue to do them.
Qantas 612, contact departures. That's right, 612. Get it.
So just waiting for our next arrival. Which is going to be the Alliance Airlines Embraer E190 coming in from Townsville. And this aircraft operates under Qantas flights, as Qantas have leased a lot of the Alliance E190s for their regional flights. So this is our sole daily Embraer service. Oh, and it looks like it's actually in Qantas colours. Oh, it is too. It's the first time I'm actually seeing one of these here in Melbourne. Qantas Embraer about to touch down here on runway 16.
Velocity A33, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Operating as QF 1987. Honestly, quite an easy flight number to remember. Guys, as Bart said, if we could hit 300 likes before that Singapore A350 departs, that would be fantastic. I know both Max and I would really, really appreciate that. We appreciate all the fantastic support you guys have given us this morning. It's been truly amazing. And yeah, literally, I didn't think they actually came down this way. Because we've been getting that centenary livery from Alliance for like the last 2 months. So actually getting the Qantas livery is kind of cool. Something a little bit different. Certainly going to try and get some footage of this now that I know that this particular registration is in Qantas colours. Comes back at any point, I will be first one out to come and try and get some shots. And yeah, that's what I thought. Like in Flight Radar, it's all Alliance, so it must have been repainted very, very recently. So it's cool to actually get this one down south here in Melbourne.
Velocity A24, wind 160 degrees 13 knots, runway 16 clear to land.
There we go, it's taxiing back all the way there to Terminal 1. And we're going to have our next arrival coming in. It's going to be the Virgin Australia 737-800 flight VA 824. It's going to be arriving in from Sydney, doing another milk run, the world famous milk run, and we can just see it there to the right. And following that Virgin Australia 737, we're going to have our next heavy aircraft arrival, the Singapore Airlines 777-300ER, arriving in from Singapore, of course.
morning, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
Yes, for takeoff. Thank you.
And there goes the coffee falling right off the table due to the wind, of course. Oh no, not all over my
37, heavy
pants.
will take a morning.
Oh dear. And Yuki asks, have you taken Qantas? Sure have, flown them quite a bit, particularly up to Sydney. And recently Max and I flew them back down to Melbourne from Brisbane on our recent trip up there to do some live streaming. And as always, you know, wonderful little service. And you definitely do get sort of what you pay for. And yes, Hayden, unfortunately that is the case. The Singapore A350 is going off to runway 27. Definitely not ideal. But it does look like the Air India 787 is about to push back for us, which is a nice little consolation prize. But with any luck, we'll still be able to get a little snippet of that A350 departure as it barrels down a runway 27 off to Singapore as SQ238.
Cancel the takeoff clearance, hold position.
And we can see just at the bottom of the screen there the Air India tail AI309, which is going to be flying off to Delhi in about 5-10 minutes, depending on how long it takes to taxi up to runway 16. And NM Flyer, there isn't too much of a difference. The standard here in Australia for domestic travel is pretty high. The key difference is whether you get sort of baggage, whether you get a meal and such. So for Qantas, the baggage, the meals are all sort of included in the fare. You've got your budget side, which is Jetstar. Jetstar do not include baggage, and do not include meal. That's something you've got to pay for individually. And also with that as well is some of the cheaper sort of budget airlines, they have a less consistent OTP, so their on-time performance isn't as good, so you can expect some delays, whereas Qantas, for the domestic side of things, is still fairly good for on-time performance. The international, on the other hand, though, could use a bit of work.
1548, double tap.
And there goes the Singapore A350
237, wind 160 degrees, 11 knots,
off to
runway
Changi.
16, clear land.
And Andrew, so Melbourne only gets United for the US airlines. We can sort of see the tail of one just at the terminal here. And that was one of the arrivals a little bit earlier this morning from Los Angeles. We don't get American Airlines and we don't get Delta, but Delta have been apparently in talks with Melbourne Airport of potentially starting a new Melbourne and Los Angeles flight. Now they have a bit of a partnership with Rex. So whether that goes ahead or not, only time will tell. And arriving on screen now, we have Singapore flight SQ237, the Singapore 777-300ER coming in from Singapore. And interesting to note as well that in about 5 months' time, this flight is going to be upgraded to an A380. Bringing in Melbourne's second A380 airline and also our third daily A380 service at that point. Great to see. Hopefully we'll have Qantas on board by then as well. They've sort of postponed their Melbourne LA A380 flight upgrade indefinitely until they can get their aircraft in the air. I think there's been a few delays with bringing those things back online. And no Northwest. They've been out of business for 20 years. But it sure would be good if they did come back and made a splash back in the aviation industry. Expand into Melbourne.
Runway 16, clear to land.
They may have went to Sydney back in the day, but who really knows? And Busselton Plane Spotting, good morning. Thanks for tuning in to Melbourne. I hope you're enjoying the stream so far. Plenty of great catches coming up, so do stay tuned. The Air New Zealand 777 is not too far away from arriving. We've also got the Air India 787, which is just pushed back. The Jetstar 787 to Denpasar, JQ43, has made its way over to runway 16 while we were filming that Singapore 777. So lots of action about to happen. And the time here in Melbourne is 10:43 AM. 16 degrees Celsius, overcast conditions. The wind is now 11 knots south here at the airport, meaning we're going to be getting runway 16 operations, and we've also got some takeoffs going down on runway 27. And our next arrival is going to be the Qantas 717 from Launceston. Oops, if the camera will focus. There we go. 717 from Launceston, Tasmania. One of the T-Tail classics, and also a rare aircraft type. As the 717 is becoming rarer and rarer. And Bart, unfortunately, having to leave, getting quite late over there in Amsterdam, closing into 1 AM. Must be about 12:43 over there. Thanks so much for tuning in, Bart. Really do appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the little show we put on here this morning at Melbourne. And I'm glad that the airport put on a show for you. Tuned in on a great stream, nice and busy. And we really do appreciate the support you've given us, and also just chatting to us in the chat.
043, wind 16,
Hopefully,
10 knots.
you can join us on the UK and Iceland. It should be great fun, something a little bit different. Particularly Iceland as well. Don't really see too much of that online. Should be good to get that one sort of covered. And Bart says, good luck on the stream, guys. Don't forget to give the champs a like to support the stream. It'll help the stream get notified by like-minded aviation enthusiasts. Really appreciate that, mate. Have a great night, and thanks again for tuning in. And next up we have the Jetstar flight JQ43 going off to Denpasar. Strangely using runway 16 instead of 27 for us, but we'll take it. No questions asked. We sure will, mate. Definitely will be in touch. We're not going to do it until mid-year, obviously, because it's so cold in Iceland. It has to be the middle of summer. Otherwise, we're not going to have much luck. Particularly with the laptops, they can't actually handle, or at least this one can't handle anything below sub-zero. So we've got to sort of work within the strengths of that. And 787-10s don't fly into Melbourne currently. We've had a few one-offs. We've had the United 787-10 once or twice now, And we've also had the Singapore 787 during the pandemic would pop in, which was a 10. But aside from that, oh actually, and we also had the Vietnam Airlines 787-10 pop in again during the pandemic. It was doing some repatriation flights. Aside from that, we don't actually get the 787-10s. It's a bit of an elusive aircraft type for us. But eventually it will sort of happen. Singapore Airlines will, I can only imagine, send it to us more consistently at some point. And today there's no military ops. Melbourne Airport doesn't get too many of them. We do sometimes get the C-17s, the C-130s, KC-30s, but it is very inconsistent. I think someone told me that the rough schedule on the C-17s, well not really a schedule, but the rough expectation for a C-17 in Melbourne is once every 2 months. So as you can imagine, it's incredibly rare to sort of choose the right time, and you have to get really lucky to sort of catch it on some of those aircraft tracking apps. Sometimes they appear on radar, sometimes they don't, so it's a bit of a guessing game, and then to look at the right time, tricky. And Hayden with a mega $10 super chat there. Thank you so much for the support once again. If Max was here, he would be endlessly thankful as well. But he's just taking a quick little break. I think he's getting some food, I think, for us. We have not eaten all day. And Hayden says, in the future, you travel overseas, I would be more than happy to drop you guys off at Melbourne and pick you guys up from Melbourne, saving you guys paying for parking. Mate, really do appreciate that. That is huge. Thank you so much. Generally, we've been able to score some lifts off a couple mates, or even parents as well, if they are able to drop us off. Really do appreciate it. We'll definitely be in touch with you, and it's going to be great to meet you eventually when you do pop down to Melbourne for some spotting, for some streaming. Like I said, it's going to be inevitable that we cross paths, and both Max and I are really looking forward to actually meeting you out here and shouting you a coffee and some lunch for all the support you've given us. Thanks once again, mate, and hello Sebastian, thanks for tuning in. Our next arrival is going to be the QantasLink Dash 8 Q300.
Charlie acceptable this morning, 3353 metres remaining.
It's going to be arriving from Albury as QantasLink Flight 907. Just touching down there behind the building.
Eagle 123, wind 180 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
And as you would have heard there on the scanner, we're going to have the Air New Zealand 777-300ER arriving from Auckland on runway 16 as NZ123. It's a 777-300ER.
Yeah, 26 10. Did 309 on the line up on my 16. Eagle 123, contact ground 121-7.
NZ123. Vacating very quickly off runway 16. And our next departure is going to be another heavy. It's going to be the Air India 7878 flying out to Delhi as AI 309. The daily 7878 service that connects Melbourne to India and has been flying here for about a decade now, beginning flights in 2013. The first 787 operator in Melbourne, so it always holds a special place in our heart. And they've been very consistent over the past 10 years, even through the financial struggles that they were having around 2015, 2016 kind of era, having to part out planes to keep other planes flying. But they were always very consistent with Melbourne. They even started it with a triangle route.
Velocity 826, wind 170 degrees, 13 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Just wanted to catch some of the audio of that takeoff there. But they originally started with a triangle route between Melbourne and Sydney when they initially began operations in 2013. And they would fly, I'm pretty sure it was 3 times a week. And they would go, they'd alternate it. So one time it would be Delhi, Melbourne, Sydney, Delhi. And then the next time it would be Delhi, Sydney, Melbourne, Delhi. So a little triangle to boost the image of the airline, to get some recognition in the destinations, as Air India hadn't flown to Melbourne and Sydney, at least that I knew of. So they had to build up their awareness that they were flying the route, all that kind of stuff. And B-Rad, good to see you here. Didn't know you were here. Your name or your reputation precedes you. And the Air India flight is quite long, coming in at about 12.5 hours. So one of the longer haul flights here in Melbourne. And Andrew, that's definitely interesting. I think the thing about Fort Lauderdale as well is it's a little bit rural. I could be wrong in saying that. I did drive past it recently. And also connectivity around the airports can be a little bit worse. I know that 5G around airports is not recommended at the moment. It caused all sorts of problems over there in LA a little bit earlier, or around mid-year last year. Particularly with 777 aircraft. So the connectivity is always a little bit dodgy, and even here in Melbourne it is very, very hit and miss. We had a lot of issues when we first started streaming because the internet would just cut out completely, and we've sort of had to buy antennas and all this extra equipment to sort of get us through and keep us connected stable enough that it doesn't drop the stream. Sometimes we have some buffering issues and all that, but we did have a lot of issues in Europe. So when Sam and I went over to Europe and did a lot of live streaming, there was constant issues with buffering, and like a lot of the big airports are built rural to the city, so the connectivity is not as great. A little bit like Melbourne. Melbourne's built kind of rural, but also we didn't have access to the best internet providers because countries have a lot of rules on what plans they can give foreigners. which is something that I've learnt while trying to stream overseas, that it can make things quite tricky.
474, taking a line from 827 away to arrival on the crossing runway.
And NM Flyer, no, have not been to St. Martin. Seen some wonderful stuff from there. Looks like an awesome place, and hope to visit there one day when I get the chance. And Sam, good day, mate. Thanks for tuning in. And Happy New Year to you too, all the way here from down under. Really appreciate the support, and thanks for tuning in to this morning's stream. Our next arrival is going to be another QantasLink Dash 8 Q300. It's going to be arriving in from Adelaide as QF2195. Quite a long flight from Adelaide, clocking in at about an hour and a half onto the Q300. If I could just sort of find where it is, there it is. Guys, do want to say Happy New Year from us here at Aviation Videography. Hope you've had a wonderful start to 2023.
Just on the 41, sir. Up 474, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
And yes, Starlink. I've done some research though. I think that Starlink is like a brilliant concept, don't get me wrong, and I'm really all for it. I think it's going to be wonderful, and I'm probably going to sign up to try and get connected to that. But around the airports, if you look at the actual map of Starlink, around the airports it's actually not the fastest network. I don't think they're allowed to actually do it. Because looking at Miami, and around Miami is, you know, flawless 5G speeds, fantastic connectivity, some of the fastest internet you can possibly get. And then around Miami International, just around Miami International, 4G, you know, kind of medium speed internet. And B-Rad saying Max at Macca's, who would have guessed? Oh, that's funny. Yes, who would have guessed? But we haven't eaten all day, so that burger is going to go down a treat. Max, make sure to get the McSpicy. We know how much you love the spicy food. And ARBZ, I've heard that they're getting closer and closer to actually getting those. Hopefully it happens soon. They got a lot of international routes they need to resume, particularly around Asia with Hong Kong opening up. You'd think that they'd want to sort of capitalize on that since they still have the slot there. And having that slot there sort of limits what Qantas can do as well. And there we go. Don't get Max a spicy burrito. Otherwise we're going to get a lot of a in the background.
Velocity 195, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 16, velocity 195.
And on departure here, we're going to have our international Virgin Australia flight. This is going to be taking off to Fiji, going to Nandi as VA 195.
Velocity 9, correction, Jetstar 9 of 41, wind 150 degrees, 11 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Jetstar 41.
Jetstar 941, there's no departures behind you. If you want to roll for joint reference your bay if it's suitable.
Very late rotation there.
Take that also joy.
As expected, taking the shorter run with a lot of fuel to make it over to Fiji.
Velocity 195 kind of departures. Morning.
And g'day Steve, thanks for tuning in. Going well, mate. It's been great fun here in Melbourne. Finally doing some Melbourne spotting. Haven't seen you out too much lately. Shoot me a message next time you're out spotting. And Fiji Airways got the A350s 2019, I think. I think that's when they got them. And Max heading back with the burgers. Good to hear. It's going to be great to chow those down. And Fiji is about 5,000 kilometers away from Melbourne, 4,500 maybe. So quite distant, particularly for a 737. Starts getting to the further end of the aircraft's capabilities. So just waiting for our next departures to start going out. So we have the Qantas 787 going off to Los Angeles, which will be taking off very, very soon. Also going to be having the Vietnam Airlines A350, the MAX Special. He loves that plane more than any other plane here and any other plane in the world. That is a fact. We've got the United 787 off to Los Angeles at 11:30. Got the Air New Zealand 777 at 12. So we've got our little tail end of the departure rush happening very, very soon. And guys, again, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that like button. If you are enjoying the stream, it helps Max and I out quite a lot, as it will push the stream out to other like-minded aviation enthusiasts. And if you are enjoying the streams a lot more than just a like, if you haven't already, do make sure to hit that subscribe button. The schedules for our streams here on Aviation Videography are very, very sporadic. Depends on a number of factors when Max is available. When the weather is good for a stream, the runways are ideal. So we don't do it too often, but when we do it and we do schedule one, hitting that subscribe button will allow you to be notified when we put a stream up for a schedule. Then that way you won't miss out on any of them. Taxing up here, we have the Jetstar that's just landed. And this one came in from Cairns as JQ941.
Velocity 837 away to the line of position. There will be a arrival on the crossing runway. Alright. Velocity 1030 with 170 degrees 8 knots, runway 16 clear.
Fortunately, wasn't plane spotting when they had the 737-200s, but I was spotting when they had the 76300s, the 74400s, and also the 73800s back with the old Air Pacific livery. Absolutely loved that Air Pacific livery with the colourful tail. Certainly do miss it. And Clayton, good to hear you've gotten on the road, beginning the little trip of yours. Stream's going great, we're getting lots of stuff. The A350s are about to come in and clear out. And funnily enough, the PTSD is going strong still. The Singapore A350 left on runway 27. And at Melbourne Airport, I was there for maybe 5-10 minutes. I did come out very briefly to catch the Fiji A330, but I only got that, so I pretty much went out and left straight away, had some places to be, so I sort of fitted in. And Clayton, you did miss some A350s, you missed the Singapore takeoff on 27. But I think apart from that, that's really about it. There hasn't been too much in terms of departures or arrivals. The 350s, oh actually no, you missed the Thai A350 departure as well. But there's going to be more A350 departures very soon, as Max's favourite plane is going to be taking off in about 15 minutes time. The Vietnam A350.
Star 18 with 170 degrees,
And Max
10
is
knots,
back.
116, clear to land.
Have you, did you eat your burger? Fantastic. Guys, I'm going to be 5 minutes. Just going to eat that burger. Starving. And just in time, Max, we have our heavy arrival from Phuket, JQ18. And the wind pushed the coffee on the floor. Exactly. Oh, no, my coffee. It was my one.
Velocity 837, contact departures.
Alright, back again. Yes, Clayton, back in time. So we will wait for that Jetstar 787. I can just see it in the distance. Grab it on screen in just a moment. Arriving here on runway 16 from Phuket, JQ18. And Andrew, yes, there is a Melbourne in Florida. We're opposites there. I've never been to the Melbourne in Florida. Yeah, I think Melbourne in Florida is a little bit smaller than Melbourne in Australia. Just a little bit. Yeah, it's cool that there's a lot of places in the world where there's a big city and there's the same name somewhere else. I know, I think Sydney, there's a Sydney in Nova Scotia, Canada. It's pretty cool. And there's obviously Sydney here in Australia. And Wes says, Happy New Year. Thank you so much, mate, and a Happy New Year to you too. Hope you got up to some cool stuff to celebrate welcoming in 2023 and saying goodbye to 2022. Thank you so much for tuning into the stream as we have a belated welcome to the new year. Definitely too busy to stream on New Year's Day. Late night, so have a bit of a sleep in. And then yesterday the weather was not in our favour. So today was looking like the good day to stream, and I think we picked a pretty good day. It's been a bit cloudy and a little bit cold, but it's been really, really busy, and that's been awesome. It's just getting to that lull sort of period now that Melbourne always gets to, but movements will keep trickling in. Yes, of course, the Vietnam 350. So yeah, do stay tuned. Just having a look now what we've got on radar. So in about an hour we'll have the Cathay A350 1000, and following very, very closely behind that is the China Airlines A350 900. So that's about an hour away. Yeah, definitely on the smaller scale for Melbourne, Florida. They got a population of 85k. We've got a population of 5 mil. I knew there was a difference, but I didn't realize it was that big of a gap. What? Just a little difference.
Jetstar 508 Melbourne Takeout. Line up runway 27 and wait. Line up and wait, runway Jetstar 508. Jetstar 508, beg your pardon, I just missed the read back. Line up runway 27 and wait. Wait, runway 27, Jetstar 508. Jetstar 508, thanks. Rex 223, wind 150 degrees 8 knots, runway 16, clear land. Velocity 1320, contact departures. Velocity 1320.
And Clayton says, wow, at 302 likes, that's amazing. If you haven't already, give the stream a like, helps get AV awesome content out to other like-minded people. Let's see if we can get to 350 for A350. Thank you so much, Clayton. So happy that we hit the 300 like milestone. That's just truly incredible. We've been streaming for 5 hours now. And that's so cool that we were able to reach that milestone. And yes, let's get to 350. How long until Vietnam takes off?
10 minutes.
Can we do it?
Can we do it?
50 likes in 10 minutes.
50 likes in 10 minutes.
See if we can get to 350 by the time the Vietnam A350 takes off. So, in order to do that, share the stream around. Make sure if you haven't already, click the like button. It's just down below the stream. It takes 0.2 seconds. It really just does go a long way into helping us reach out to more like-minded aviation enthusiasts, so more people watch the stream. And yeah, share the stream around, put it on your stories, tag us in your stories, send it into all your group chats, annoy all your friends, annoy your family members, call them all, have an emergency family meeting, and everyone's going, what's going on? It's just, oh, AV stream's on.
We want to see how you guys are watching the stream.
Absolutely, so yeah, we've already had a few people send us their setups. Clayton TriStar Darren.
That's
some
awesome.
Others as well. So make sure you do
send that through so we can see how you guys are watching in Melbourne this morning.
And let's see if we can get to 350 likes by the time that Vietnam A350 departs.
And for our channel members, you can see how we're watching Melbourne Airport this morning.
Yes.
Alright guys, I'm going to be back in about 10 minutes. Just going to quickly take a bit of a break and let the voice heal.
Yeah. I had to do that for a little bit, just let the voice heal a bit. Amelia, trying to fly to Sydney, Australia, and end up in Sydney in Canada. It's a big difference there. not a nice difference, I reckon, as well. If you're trying to get to Sydney, Australia, you end up there.
Velocity 314, wind 160 degrees 10 knots, runway 16, clear land.
Looks like we have a pushback here for this Jetstar. That one is going to be heading off to Brisbane as JQ556 very shortly. Now, not too much happening. So if you guys have any questions at all that you'd like to ask, please put them in the chat, and I will try and answer as many as I can within reason. You can ask about anything aviation, anything about travelling, whatever you want to ask. And Clayton asks, what is your favourite Vietnam 350 or Vietnam 787? I'd have to go with the 350. I don't think that the Vietnam suits the 787 that much. I think it looks really good on the 350, but when it comes to the Dreamliner, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the Dreamliner with the Vietnam livery. Still looks good. Not a bad livery, I just think it suits well on the 350 compared to the 78. Yeah, I just think the livery looks good on certain aircraft, and I think the 78 is just, yeah, not something it looks super good on. So we have an arrival here, guys. VA314 from Brisbane, arriving now on runway 16. Also, guys, if you have any polls you want me to put up, let me know what poll you'd like. Variety of aircraft or airlines that we need to pick from, or just while it's a little bit of a lull period, good way to keep us entertained, and we'll keep tracking as many of these flights as we can. And Andrew, not naive at all, mate. Does Australia really have a lot of kangaroos? And if they do, where are they? Australia has a lot of kangaroos. They're not super rare, they're pretty easy to find. And yeah, we do have a lot of them. There are some in zoos, but they're a lot easier to find out in wildlife. So definitely, they're definitely very, very popular. You can see them at a lot of places around the airport, especially if you go to, there's a spot called Jellybrand. You walk up this path, and when you walk up there, especially in the morning, there's tons of them, like everywhere. And it's pretty much the same if you go to any sort of open fields, wildlife area, you can see a lot of them. I was actually down on the Mornington Peninsula just before New Year's. I was playing golf down there with some mates, and about 12 kangaroos all jumped across while we were hitting. Lucky we didn't hit any of them, but yeah, they are everywhere, so they're in very rural areas. And NM Flyer, what do you mean by brew? As in, like, most popular beer? Yeah, slow brown fox. If you drive in the country, you will see them everywhere. That is very, very true. And Maui says, I would like to see United go back to that grey and blue look. I worked with them during that time. Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm not unhappy with the new liveries. I really, really like them. I think they look really, really good. I think they look especially good on certain aircraft. The new livery looks really good on the 777. I think it looks really good on their 75s. 78s, it looks pretty good too. But I do definitely miss the old livery as well, and that's awesome that you were able to work for them back then. What did you do working for them? much happening. Just see if there's any arrivals or anything. Focus on this this Neo here that's been sitting here all day. New JQ 321 Neo. We do have one arrival coming in soon. Regional Express 737 arriving in from Sydney. Not too far away, about 2 minutes out. And NM Flyer, yeah, that's right, BRAD. Great Northern is the best selling beer in Australia. Out of Australian beer, probably my favourite as well. And Clayton, that is a great poll. I'll put that up in just a moment. I think I know who will win there. But that's definitely a good poll. I'll put that up. In HR, very nice. Very cool. HR for an airline, that's awesome. Would have been a busy person for sure. And NM Flyer, I noticed most people walk out on the ramp to the plane. Yeah, for Terminal 4, that tends to happen a lot. They don't have, you can see down here, they don't really have any air bridges at Terminal 4. So you can see there's people down there walking to the plane.
Wind 160 degrees, 11 knots, runway 16. Clear to land.
So yeah, there's not an air bridge sort of terminal. Unlike the other ones, Terminal 3, 2 and 1, all air bridges. It's always nice though, I much prefer being able to walk out on the tarmac to get on a flight. Get to see all the aircraft from down on the ground. What do you reckon, Matt, when Matt's just returned? When you're getting on a flight, do you prefer the air bridge or going on tarmac?
Tarmac.
Yeah, 100%.
Get, right up close and personal, and then you get told off every time for taking your phone out to take a photo.
Oh yeah, because it always happens. Whenever I do that, I always grab my phone out and start recording.
I just want to get a photo of my plane.
Yeah, literally. I just want to capture the moment.
I want to get that exclusive airside access.
You're giving me 1 minute of fame to be on the tarmac. Let me take a photo.
That's it.
And
good idea from Clayton there. Poll favourite Australian airport to spot out or watch planes from.
yeah, if you want to put that on, that'd be great.
I'm probably going to leave Sydney out because that's the obvious winner.
Yeah.
I think
Adelaide.
Yeah, replace it with Adelaide. Here we go.
Maui asks, what is your favourite all-time plane? Mine is the 757, 200, 300. That's definitely a good choice. My favourite is the Lockheed C5 Galaxy. Or the IL-96s. But if we're talking out of the main commercial ones, it's really hard to choose. It's a difficult choice. I'd have to say probably the
A346, surely. A345.
What's that?
A345.
Oh yeah, true. I didn't even think of it. That didn't even cross my mind. I was thinking,
what about the
A380,
TriStar?
74. Yeah, I haven't seen the TriStar in person though. Also, I haven't seen the C5 Galaxy in person either. I just see him in my editing for you. And I'm like, wow, I wish I was there.
You will be soon. Surely H&L at one point.
Just up on
Street.
3, Melbourne, expect change.
Yeah, C5 Galaxy would be a cool catch, and I really want to catch the TriStar as well.
Alright, as requested by King Clayton, we have the favourite Australian airport to watch planes. So far, Melbourne is winning, so get your say there in the poll. What you think. I've taken Sydney out because Sydney is on a whole different level to all four of those airports. All four of those airports combined do not beat Sydney.
Yeah. No,
Melbourne would be putting in most of the footwork on it.
Yeah,
but
literally.
but still. And Brisbane on a Friday morning might help.
Yeah.
But even then, cannot compete with the might of Sydney. So it looks like Melbourne is winning.
Brisbane doesn't get my vote because of the dual runways.
Yeah, I do not like the 2 runways. If it had the 1 runway, it would have more of a chance, but I'm going to go with Perth. As painful as that place is with runway 21, when it's 03, you get some of the coolest shots, best stuff, interesting stuff.
Perth gets some edgy stuff too.
Get some edgy stuff.
They got that, Perth got that IL-76, didn't they?
They did, the Silkway one.
Yeah.
We've got 10 votes already.
That's another plane that I really want to see.
We will, dude.
It's so edgy.
In Europe. If it comes to, it goes to Leipzig every second day.
Really?
Yeah. In Germany. And Andrew, actually, funnily enough, that's got to be my favorite. Well, even favorite with the IL-96.
Ooh, even if you had to pick.
I
think I've asked you that before. If you had to pick between the 2.
I'd probably, I don't know, I can't. They're both that good. And good morning, Jacob. Thanks for tuning in. Clayton, no. No Sydney in that poll. It's too high above Melbourne and everywhere else.
It's too alpha compared to all the other airports.
That's it. And
everyone would pick it, so I had to take it out.
The problem is I'm starting to think Melbourne's like compared to these airports on another level.
Should have put maybe Hobart in there. Or
Gold Coast.
Gold Coast, yeah.
Gold Coast would be next, I think.
Darwin even.
Darwin. They got some cool shit. Sugar.
769 Town Island, Runway 27.
So Melbourne is still winning this one.
Oh yeah, the 727 as well.
727's awesome. And the 757.
Quarter 769 line up
as well.
pressure, wait in the line up position, or there'll be an arrival on the crossing relay. The 563, wind 140 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear land.
So our next arrival is going to be the Jetstar A320 from Brisbane Max. Coming in as JQ563.
Did Air New Zealand already land?
Air New Zealand's already landed.
27.
16.
Oh, nice.
Got that one. Got the Singapore 777.
Oh, yeah.
And the you know the Alliance Embraer?
Yeah, yeah.
Qantas colours.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
In Qantas Link.
Qantas Link. I didn't even know they had that, like, that one in the full livery.
Yeah, wow, that's...
So that was good to get. So got that one. Should hopefully take off soon, and hopefully on 16. Fingers crossed on that one. And good day, Wazam. Thank you so much, and Happy New Year to you too, mate. Hope Sydney is treating you well, and hope you had a great trip over there to California. And Jacob, you're absolutely right. Darwin gets some of the best military movements. I think they're talking about basing some B-52s up there as well for, I think, defense in the South China Sea or something. Not too familiar with it, but I did hear that that's what they wanted to do, which would be pretty cool to see.
769 on runway 277 takeoff.
And there is that A320 from Brisbane. And BAE 146 operators. Yes, actually, Australia is probably now the biggest operators, biggest nation in the world the biggest operator of BAE 146s. So yeah. Because of Sydney's curfew after 11 p.m, the BAE 146 is one of the only planes that have a noise under the specified decibels that are banned. So they're allowed to fly into Sydney at all times of the night. So they're very popular here to get around the curfew and to do the night cargo run. So we have Point Air Cargo, or Point Air Australia, I think it is.
Yep.
Cobham flies them. Qantas Freight leases them. We had Virgin Cargo leasing them for a while, and now they've gone to, I think, Point Air. So we've got quite a few operators. Cobham retired their passenger ones, which is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But lots of cargo ones still flying around. And Craig says my son flew on that Rex a few weeks ago with my 2 very nervous granddaughters, and he said the cabin crew were absolutely fantastic. That is true. Never had an issue with Rex. They've been fantastic. And it looks like the Vietnam A350 has pushed back their max just for you. And Max just spotted the Atlas Air 747 on flight radar on the list.
So stupid.
Would not be coming. It's way too, it would have been well in the air by now.
You think so?
And Max, we've got our next arrival here.
Yes, we do. We have Virgin Australia flight 1365 coming in from Launceston. And just popping up on radar is a couple of heavies. The Vietnam A350 900 and the United Airlines 787 Dreamliner, both on radar now. Should be getting ready to taxi and depart off to their respective destinations of Ho Chi Minh City and Los Angeles. Other than that, not too much happening. We do have a Jetstar 787 Dreamliner arriving in from Ho Chi Minh City in about 20 minutes time. That's the next heavy arrival. And those 2 big arrivals here for Melbourne are 45 minutes out, Cathay Pacific A350 1000 and the China Airlines A350 900. So they are not too far away at all, landing at about 12:30.
Certainly looking forward to getting those. And yeah, Clayton, definitely on the interesting side. But what else is interesting is Brisbane is in line with Perth at 12%. Guys, have your say. What is your favourite Australian airport to watch planes from? The poll is in the chat. We had to remove Sydney due to it being a little bit overpowered compared to the rest of the Australian airports, and now I'm starting to think Melbourne is a little bit too overpowered as well. We want everything in the same kind of range. But I know I'd pick Perth personally, just for something a little bit different. And we're going to have our next arrival here, the Qantas 717-200 QF1515 from Canberra, the capital of Australia, and the capital of the 717 at this point. They have a lot of 717s over there.
So true. After the China Airlines and Cathay Pacific around the same time, we'll have the Fiji 737 MAX. It's arriving in about 40 minutes time, 50 minutes time. And then I think that will probably just about wrap up the stream, as there's a bit of a lull period for about an hour. Just slowly sort of trickle in and out throughout the rest of the day, so probably not going to be worthwhile continuing on too much after 12:30.
KG 59 7 knots, yeah. 438. Are you ready for an immediate departure?
Looks like the United is also pushing back as well. The new liveried one should be bound for Los Angeles.
Yes, the LAX Express,
The LAX Express.
as we love to call it.
And that's another thing we need on a shirt there, Max.
Yes, LAX Express. It's another thing that's on my to-do list.
This afternoon.
Yes.
It's going to happen.
Head straight home after the stream and get back into work.
That's it. The second you get home, like the second your front door opens, you will get a call from me. You're about to turn the key, and then
It's like a horror movie. I know what you're doing.
I know what you did last summer. So
yeah,
the Viet.
so
Yep.
other than we do have a few departures going. So we do have the United. We also have the Vietnam 350 and the Air New Zealand 777. That's going out at about 12:10.
So we should get a few more departures before we do inevitably wrap up for today.
Jetstar 430, thank you, kind
Looks like QF93 has been heavily delayed.
When's that one going?
No, I don't think till tonight. It's supposed to go 40 minutes ago, but it's got the asterisk next to it. I'll check FlightAware.
FlightAware still has 11 a.m.
11 a.m.
Yep. And looks like our Qantas Embraer is taking off on runway 27 back to Townsville as QF 1988. So we should be able to get a little glimpse of that on the stream once it emerges from behind the terminal here. You can see a little glimpse of Vietnam A350 as well. And look, Clayton says, Max, it's your VN A350. Clayton, something tells me that he's not as excited as he should be.
Maybe that's for a reason.
That can't be. Maybe you're just tired.
QF93 has been delayed till 11:55 p.m.
Just as bad as AirAsia with their 12-hour delays.
Literally. Yeah, on the Melbourne Airport website, scheduled for 11 a.m. and it says estimated 11:55 p.m. Imagine rocking up to the airport for your flight and saying that. Like, oh, my flight's at 11, you know, I'll be in LA, you know.
And then look at this.
13 hours.
United pushed back.
You'll be there in 24 hours.
Nice. United pushed back right on time. Like,
Yeah, all the United people will get there on time, but all the Qantas people, you're going to have to wait a day.
That's it. I'd be regretting it. Be like, darn, should have went with United. So just waiting now for that Qantas Embraer to begin rolling down runway 27 for its flight over to Townsville. You can see a little 717 landing there in the back.
Qantas 1988, runway 27, clear for takeoff.
As we just heard on ATC, they just got their takeoff clearance.
For the 739 on lineup, runway 27 and wait departure.
Guys, we're at 326 likes, which is awesome.
Incredible. Can we get to 350 by the time the stream ends? I think it's possible.
I think it's very possible. We had the goal of by the time Vietnam takes off, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Probably
no.
not, considering it's just about to line up.
And Clayton says that I need to be more excited for the Vietnam 350. I'm jumping for joy, Clayton.
Vietnam 780 wind 160 degrees 9 knots, runway 16, clear for takeoff.
There goes a little Embraer off to Townsville. Vietnam A350 is going, Max.
Velocity 739er, wind 00 degrees 10 knots, runway 27, clear for takeoff. Qantas 1988, close departures. Departures, Qantas 1988, Velocity ATC, Melbourne, take it out.
And there it goes. Beautiful, elegant departure there for the A350.
Vietnam 785 departures.
And next up we have the United taxiing up to the end of runway 16. Max, we have the 737 from Qantas landing from Coolangatta, Gold Coast, QF877.
Velocity 739 equivalent departures.
Contact positive 239.
There it is, touching down there on runway 16.
Terminals really do cause an annoyance, don't they?
Clayton saying this road trip's not going well. The takeaways have full drive-throughs. Not good at all. Yeah, that's the worst thing. When the drive-throughs are full and you've got to add like an
Welcome
extra
to
20 minutes.
January. Everyone's going away. They're all filling out the drive-through. I had that the other day, and I was driving back from the Mornington Peninsula.
Good
Tried
time
to go to Macca's. I saw a line of about 30 cars. I was like, I went to KFC because there was about 2 people in that line.
Too expensive.
Yeah.
A good time to be a franchise owner, I think, for McDonald's. And there you go, Jacob. The Neo there is OFQ. And absolutely agree. You know, it's actually a rarity that they do this. Generally, United is an hour late every day.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, an hour late. And Ben asks, when can we go back to Boston? Boston, we are looking to return to in September, maybe October this year. But on our little list of cities we're going to be covering in North America. And Cameron says, good day. Good day, Cameron. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Our next arrival is going to be the Virgin Australia 737-800 from Sydney, another milk run VA 830, and I
Just
can't
can't see
see
it
it just yet. Oh, I can, but it's still a bit far away.
Yeah, wait for it to pass the pole.
Keep your wits about you there, Max. Don't want to miss that one. Another milk run.
Haven't seen one yet today.
No, they're so rare.
And Ben asks, what camera do you have? We have the Sony RX10. So after this, Virgin Australia, we should have that United 787 Dreamliner depart to LAX, the LAX Express.
LAX Express. And panning over here to the right, we have that Virgin Australia 737.
Apollo 32, track present position, directed to Melbourne at this stage, or enter the zone on track to Melbourne, and not above 1,500.
Oh, and Clayton, he definitely jumped for joy for that Vietnam A350. I even got it on video.
Apollo 32, thank you, and the Melbourne 101010.
Clapping his hands in excitement, couldn't refrain himself. It is his favourite plane after all.
Oh yes, of course. Apparently.
No.
Allegedly.
Not allegedly. Definitely. Similar words, I know, but...
So close.
So close. And Andrew asks, what's the equivalent to Walmart in Australia? We don't have one. Probably Kmart. Be our
Yeah,
closest.
probably Kmart.
But it's not quite the level of Walmart.
Oh no, not at all.
And Ben says, when you go to Boston, can you please spot the Lufthansa 747? It's my favourite airline. Definitely wouldn't miss that one.
It's
one of the main highlights there in Boston.
Down to Calder Park. Thank you. Report established.
Looks like United will wait for this Qantas Link 717 from Hobart to arrive before it departs.
Just double checking you are ready there, sir.
And that is QF 1552.
Thank you. Expect to park behind the traffic at 1 mile.
There it is.
64 head count. QG 1552, just double check.
And Roger says, I would say come to Auckland, but it's seriously boring. We will make an appearance there at some point, Roger. But
It's on the cards for some point in 2023.
yeah, at some point. It will happen by the end of the year. When? I'm not sure. The prices are pretty scary though. So you'd have to kind of book early, I think.
United 99 line up runway 16. Runway 16, United 99.
So that looks like from the ATC right there that they're
how close to your
giving
airwork
United
area
their takeoff clearance to line up to runway 16.
1.7 miles.
It's going to be UA 99 off to Los Angeles. Guys, currently sitting at 338 likes. Are we going to be able to make it to 350 before we wrap up the stream? If you guys are enjoying it, do make sure to hit that like button if you haven't already. It does help Max and I out quite a bit.
99 wind is 200 degrees.
And Amelia says, watching this stream has fired me up for travel this year. Bangkok in Feb, cannot wait.
I bet Bangkok is an awesome destination. We're going to have a lot of fun over there.
7 and wait, there'll be departure and arrival across the runway.
That's awesome, and yes, travelling is so exciting. Let's catch this United 787 Dreamliner heading off as the LAX Express.
Holly 32, thank you. And where would you like to go after this? Zone to the west. Holly 32. Quarter 678 Melbourne Jack 1. Uh, 64 wind 160 degrees 12 knots runway 16 clear to land. Apollo 32, vacate the zone to the west. Westbound, Apollo 32.
And there we have the LAX Express, and looks like a lot of people joined in just to watch that one. The United 787 there.
United 99 correct departures.
And we have an arrival here, that JQ 787 from Ho Chi Minh City.
JQ 64. It's a 7878 Dreamliner, one of many.
The only type of Dreamliner that Jetstar has.
Yes.
The only type of heavy they have as well.
Velocity
It is, yeah.
323.
They used to have the A330-200s before they were given back to Qantas. They had quite a few of them, I think like 5 or 6. One of them was in the albino livery. It was all white instead of the Jetstar silver. And Ben says, I just want to say you have amazing content. I've been watching since the start. You have amazing quality and amazing spots. Keep it up. Well, Max, that one's directed at you.
Thank you so much. Really, really do appreciate that. That really does mean a lot to us, and I cannot thank you enough for the kind words. And glad that we have been able to entertain you and that you enjoy what we produce. So thank you so much.
64 contact ground 121.7.
Definitely, Sam's got a lot to sort of thank for that as well, as he's been the one that has been going out and filming for the last couple of years, getting all that content. And Sam and I have done lots of trips together to keep the content coming along. And it's always better to sort of spot with someone else as well. It can get...
It's a very boring job by yourself.
Yeah, depending on the airport though. Like if you go,
JFK, you can probably do by yourself.
oh, you have to. You have no time to talk to anyone.
Yeah.
You say one word, like, oh, hang on, another landing.
I think that actually happened in JFK where I think you called me when you thought it was a lull period. And after like 2 minutes, you're like, oh, hold on, I'll call you back later.
Yeah, like everything just started to push back, and I'm like,
Yeah.
no, this is just gonna get messy. So Jetstar's now going back to T2.
Yeah, Jacob, the 787 is struggling this year. Or last year. It's only been 3 days of this year. Gotta get used to saying that.
That's it. Jetstar this year have been okay so far.
Yeah,
Day
so
three.
far. In the 2.5 days they've had.
It's
But yeah,
Qantas.
over the last few months, the 787 has been having a rough patch.
And Amelia's saying she'll finally get to Qantas Gold status this year. Bring on the priority boarding. That's awesome. Great to have that status in Qantas. Do you get access to the lounge with Gold status, or is that Platinum?
794, runway 27.
Just the, yeah, before you fly, just having access to a little meal,
Yeah.
a nice seat. And if you get your 12-hour delay with LA, at least you know you're going to be treated well.
I'd be in the lounge all day. I'd be having a nap.
That's it, a nap, a shower.
Yeah, literally.
And Max,
Looks like Brunei's on the move.
why didn't we include Sydney into the poll? Well, it's just a little bit too overpowered, I think. Too
You can
busy,
answer this one, Matt.
too good for the other airports. It's a step above Melbourne and 2 steps above the rest.
Yeah.
So we didn't think it'd be fair to add that in because it's the clear winner. But now that I'm looking at it, Melbourne's a step above the rest. So I really should have put Gold Coast in there instead.
I have to do a new poll. That one's been up for half an hour.
A new poll. But it looks like Melbourne was the clear winner.
Rec 3657 with 160 degrees 9 knots, runway 16, clear land. And
Stephen, good eh? Tuning in all the way from the UK. Must be real late over there.
Yeah, very late over there. Thanks for staying up and watching the stream.
730
Yeah, no better way to unwind for the night than to see what's going on down here in Melbourne. We're now getting towards the midday sort of rush. Going to get a couple more departures and arrivals before the airport sort of slows down. We've got the Cathay Pacific and the China Airlines tracking in about 30 minutes away. And the Air New Zealand 777 should be taking off within the next 10 minutes. Alright, I think it's time for a new poll.
I agree, Matt.
And what is our poll? North Pole or South Pole?
I reckon we do what? It's a bit hard, but it'd be cool to do like what airline do we wish came to Australia, but a lot of people don't live here, so it's kind of hard for them to gauge what we crave.
55 Melbourne Takeoff, assign heading 260, line up runway 27 and wait.
What about favourite place to plane spot in the US?
Yeah, could do that. JFK, LAX, Chicago,
Anchorage.
what else could be the last one?
Anchorage?
Anchorage is a bit
It's a bit-
unfair.
It's a bit unfair.
A bit hard to get to. Bit expensive to get to. Maybe Atlanta. One of the busiest airports in the world.
$55 runway 27 for the takeoff.
Alright. So we're going to do JFK. LAX.
Chicago.
Ord. I reckon just...
Miami? Alright, fine. Put it in.
We got to add it in. We got to add it
You
in.
have to.
I know which one I choose out of all those.
I know what I'd pick.
I'd have to say Anchorage by a country mile,
Yep.
JFK second,
LAX
Chicago
third.
third.
Oh,
Chicago's way better. Chicago's so busy.
I
And
love
then
LAX. I just
LA
love LA
fourth.
though. So
It's yeah. But Chicago.
for a place if I'm going there, I'd probably
70 degrees, 12 knots,
pick
runway
LA.
16, clear to land.
But if I'm spotting, if it was dependent on
It's for spotting.
if it's dependent on personal like favorite to spot, I'd probably say I'd want to do LA. But depending on like busyness, aircraft, I'd have to pick Chicago over LA. But Anchorage would be the top. I want to do Anchorage so bad. JFK, I almost could pick between Anchorage and JFK. 'Cause editing the JFK stuff,
JFK's nuts.
so cool.
It doesn't end because in LA you're sort of waiting for the next rush. Like there's a pack of 6 planes and you wait an hour, then there's another 6 planes. It's kind of sometimes Sydney's better, to be honest with you. Ord is just consistent. There's always heavies. JFK is just like nuts. There's always
something.
there's 10 heavies on approach half the time.
Anchorage just has the edgiest stuff.
And Anchorage is no comparison. It's all 747s. But looks like LAX. Looks like I got the unpopular opinion here. LAX is winning.
Yeah, I'd do Anchorage, JFK, LAX, Chicago. Go against the grain here. Just because I love LA.
And Alex Planespotting Guy asks, have we ever done any Chicago Ord videos? I have. They're all for the members though. So I've got the Chicago videos. They're on the channel. Quite a few now. I think I've got 3 for the members. And it was an incredible experience. I remember I went to Chicago pretty much straight after LA. And I was blown away. Like I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was. Then I realized that it is like, you know, the US is true number 2 after JFK. Like just in terms of busyness as well. Also where it is sort of located really does help as well, because it's located a little bit closer to Europe, so they'll send a lot of good stuff there. However, the one thing that LAX does have over Chicago, so Chicago, believe it or not, I think is superior for 747 movements. Chicago is endless. I got like 20 different things there. LA had never got 20. And but the thing that LA does beat it at is A380s. Chicago, I think, is back down to 1 British.
LAX is iconic scenery as well.
Sign.
I know. I just love the green, like taxiways.
Oh, the green taxiways.
It's iconic.
It's iconic.
You look at that and you're like, LA.
I think the most frustrating thing about LA is that split runways, because the south
Split
runway,
4 parallel runways.
yeah, and the south gets arguably the best stuff, but it has the worst spots. Like an
Yeah.
unpopular opinion, Imperial Hill is way too cluttered for videos. It's great for photography, but for videos, I'm not a huge fan personally, but for photography, it's great.
Yeah.
But they have a really good spot at a car park for landings for videos, because you can get a nice little touchdown. Although it's a little small window of opportunity because it's between 2 buildings.
Yep.
You get a great sort of shot there. I think Proud Bird is fantastic for photography, and it's the best chill place to have a meal, get the camera out. But for videos, you can't get a touchdown, which is highly frustrating. I think if LA had, for the south side, the spots that they have for the north, it'd be way better. Like I think I'd hold it in a higher regard. But it's just that low amount of good spots for the good runway. It's always the way too. Whenever there's a good runway, there's no spots.
I think that'd be a good question to do next, of like pick 4 places you'd want to visit the most. Like
For
not
play,
the
yeah, you
airport.
know what? That's a good idea.
Tourists.
Wait, for tourists?
Yeah. Not for the airport.
But this is for planes. This
I know,
is
but it's still travelling.
it's still traveling. And over there we have the Qantas 737 landing from Auckland, QF 154. coming in
Velocity
from
091,
Clayton's way.
Charlie, runway 16 line up, expedite, next rolls at 4.5 miles. Velocity 1037, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
Oh god, Speedbird says try Toronto and Montreal winter operations spotting. I think I'll freeze.
Wind 160 degrees, 10 knots.
Depart, man.
Snowbirds.
I've seen all the problems that are happening there at the moment. It's so sad to watch. I saw like a video of about like 1 million bags all like just out at the carousel area, people sleeping on bags.
In Canada.
At Toronto, Pearson.
Is it all because of the snowstorms?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's always the scary thing. And we've got departure here on runway 16, VA91 to Darwin, a Virgin Australia 737-800. And looks like a Rex is lining up for 16 as well, taking a short run. Could this mean Air New Zealand will come to runway 16?
No. See, I don't know.
So 944 at your threshold, 160 degrees, 10 knots at the upwind, then 170 degrees, 10 knots. 944.
And Alex says you guys have to experience the 22 runways in action for landings. Those days are insane. Every other plane is a go-around because of the crazy winds. Hang on just a minute. Give me a second. Chicago has like 10 runways. Let me just go have a look at which one runway 22 is. I think I know which one, but just want to double check. Because when I was there, I got runway 10s and I got runway 28s. So runway 2, oh yeah, it's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah, that would be difficult. And the runway is significantly shorter too.
091 contact departures.
And Epic Mango with a $2 super chat there. He says, a good place to plane spot at LAX is Bat Bridge. Thank you so much for the donation, mate. Really do appreciate that. And thanks for supporting the channel and supporting what we're doing here. Really, really do appreciate it. And definitely agree that bridge is fantastic for the north side. Get some really good shots there. And strangely enough, considering it's sort of like a highway bridge, police don't seem to mind if you're on there. I know some people have been up there for hours, just getting the shots with LAX, with the In-N-Out burger just below the plane. They're really iconic photos.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. There's an iconic photo, and I don't know who took it, but of a Virgin Australia 777 at that In-N-Out spot.
Oh yeah?
With the In-N-Out burger just below it. Oh, it's one of the best photos I've ever seen. It's just so, like, Virgin Australia 777 was so iconic.
Oh, it's awesome. And Amelia saying she'd love to see us do some plane spotting in Taipei. Definitely, I actually do want to go back to Taipei.
I'd love to go to Taipei. You're not back, never been.
You'll love it, it's so busy. Definitely want to do that, Amelia. It'd be great. If we could do a live stream there. They have this one spot max, right? Where it's a backpacker's hostel. But you can get a private room with a balcony, and it's right at the runway. So you get essentially the golf course view of takeoffs from a balcony. Oh, God. How good is that? Like, we could set a stream up there for sure. That's like
100%.
on top of my like go-to list.
Yeah, that would be so worth it.
That'd be so good. And next up, we have a QF435 coming in from Sydney. Another milk run. It's a Qantas 737-800, which is just going past the terminal there. So it looks like LAX won by a lot. 65% chose LAX over the others. And Anchorage pulling in second.
I've got a good poll.
Alright, what's the poll, Max? For tourism.
That's a place you'd most want to go for a holiday.
196 at the power, runway 279 up and wait. A41 taxi.
All right, what are the options here, Max?
LA.
Oh dear.
Star 435, wind 170 degrees, 10 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
Los Angeles. London. Yep,
Sydney.
that's my choice.
Singapore.
In Clayton, I'm definitely surprised JFK got lower. I think it is probably one of the best airports in the world for spotting. So
yeah.
busy. And it looks like Los Angeles is winning. Sydney creeping up. Max, what's your choice out of those 4 options?
It's tough because, like, if I was international, I'd love to do Sydney, but I've done Sydney so many times.
Yeah,
I know it too well.
it's too close to home.
I'd have to pick.
Oh, actually, Max, the next one is the Jetstar A320 Neo from Gold Coast, JQ435. Guys, this is the new A321 Neo in Jetstar's fleet. This one is a great one.
I think for me, I'd pick LA.
LA.
Close second Singapore. Then London, then Sydney. Only because I've done Sydney.
I would say
I've done LA and I haven't done London. I haven't done Singapore.
I would say for me, London is top, Singapore second, LA third, Sydney fourth, and Sydney's only fourth because
Yeah, Sydney's
know,
only fourth because I've been there.
been there so many times.
Yeah, I know it like the back of my hand.
That's it. It's way too close to home. But internationally, I would choose Sydney. Like if I was,
Yeah.
because Sydney's so far away from everywhere. It's just
Yeah.
because we're in Australia.
But yeah, I think out of those, I'd pick LA.
Pick LA.
Sydney winning.
Sydney on top. It is a world-class city, though. It's pretty awesome.
It's probably the only one I can actually like in Australia.
I'll tell you what is kind of scary in Sydney, though.
What?
The driving.
Oh yeah, driving in Sydney city area.
Oh, it's terrifying.
Take one wrong turn, you sit back for 30 minutes.
Yeah, literally, step back for 30 minutes. And I think drivers there are very aggressive. They will run you off the road. They don't care about the whole, like, you know, oh, it's like legally I have to merge here.
Yeah.
Legally you have to let me in. It's more of like a recommendation there.
Yeah.
You're recommended to let people in, but if you don't, no big deal. And Clayton's back. Good day, Clayton. Thanks for tuning back in. Just in time for the Jetstar A321 Neo here. And also just in time for the version 737 from Brisbane, which is just approaching over there, just past the terminal, VA318. And Clayton, the Air New Zealand 777 is, well, should be pushing back very soon. It's already 12:11, and it was scheduled out at 12:10. So give it 15 minutes, it should be sort of on the way.
Usually only, if it has a delay, it's usually only 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, New Zealand are pretty good with their OTP.
Yeah.
So far, Sydney's winning, but it's actually tight competition here.
Very close.
LA not far behind. Sydney ahead by 1 vote.
I think we should do another one. Another tourism one.
Another tourism one.
In a couple minutes.
We should do a European one.
Yeah.
An EU one. Germany, France, Italy.
Cities, I reckon.
You want to do cities instead?
Yeah. Do
Alright.
Frankfurt, Paris,
Rome.
Rome.
Or what about Milan? I think Milan's probably.
3760.
Well, what about Barcelona?
Wind 160 degrees.
Spain.
That's runway 16 clear to land.
Spain's just too good. Alright, do countries. It's too hard to pick cities in Europe. Germany, Spain,
Portugal. All right, you are the leader of this one. So, oh, hang on, but there's a tie here. We've got to let one of them win.
Yeah. Give it like 2 more minutes.
That's it, guys. Put your
Then it
votes
gets
in.
to like 50 votes maybe.
How about we let this get to 10 minutes? We've got 6 minutes left.
All right.
And that will give you some time to brainstorm the countries you want to add.
I'd say do Germany, Spain, France,
Netherlands, Belgium,
probably Netherlands.
Vatican City. And look at that, guys. We've got the double A321 Neos there.
It's an awesome capture there. Zoom out a little bit.
Great to see that. So that's now 2 of them on ground.
That one's been there all day.
Yeah, it has been. I think it's going to do the Debsar flight later. Takes off at about 6:30 p.m. Oh, Switzerland. Oh. Yeah, you know what? Amelia's right. We forgot about Switzerland.
You need to do another poll after the next one.
If
we have time.
I will have time. Looks like our next arrival is going to be the Cathay Pacific A350 CX-105 from Hong Kong, flying as the Airbus A350 1000. Our only 1000 variant here in Melbourne now. We used to have Qatar back in the pandemic, but that is ceased operations and changed or upgraded to the 777s.
And then following behind that is another Jetstar A321 Neo.
See, we look at this, Italy. Maybe not Netherlands, maybe Italy.
Yeah.
Think about the food.
There's too many options.
So many options, and we've only got 4 that we can choose.
I know. So we do have the A321 Neo arriving in from Brisbane, and then a couple of... Oh no, we also have the Fiji 737 Max that'll be behind the Cathay.
Cannot forget about the Fiji Max.
And then we have the China Airlines A350-900. And then we will wait for Air New Zealand to take off, if on time, and then that will probably wrap up the stream.
Sounds like a plan there, Max. After the China A350, we'll grab the car and bring it back up. It's about a 25-minute journey because I've got to catch the bus to the other car park and then drive it back.
Yeah.
So after the China Airlines, I'll go do there, and you can keep the stream up and running a little bit longer. And Lappy.
Look how close it is in this poll. It's crazy.
I know, look at that. They're all world-class cities. It makes sense. Like,
Yeah. It's
but
a good poll.
it's cool to see Sydney actually on top there.
Sydney like winning something.
Sydney's winning. And Lappy tuning in there from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Thanks so much, mate. Glad that you're enjoying the streams and enjoying seeing what is happening on the other side of the world.
Barry says the Instagram and Facebook links are broken. Not 100% sure what's going on there. I'll have to check that out afterwards.
We will definitely fix that. Don't you worry about that. And we've got to travel to LLBG. That is... Let's see what LLBG is. Max is already on it. Oh, Tel Aviv.
Yeah, that's right. I thought I recognised it.
I thought it was that, because I know LBG as that little private French airport just below Paris.
Oh, yeah. Le Bourget. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
Le Bourget. I don't know how to say it. I know how it's spelled.
Yeah, I know how it's spelled. Tel Aviv, yeah. Would love to do some filming over there in Tel Aviv. Would be epic. And Clayton says London because you can see the Virgin Atlantic A350s. I think you can also see those in LA.
Yeah, the Virgin Atlantic A350s 1000s have a soft spot in my heart.
Yeah, strangely,
I just love them so much.
They took over the A340-600, so it's strange that I do actually like them.
I know. Me too.
Usually I'd be hateful, but oh no, they took over the 346.
But I remember editing the New York video and seeing them in golden hour and just weeping.
Yeah, you just weep.
It's just beautiful. So there's that Cathay Pacific A350 1K arriving in now on runway 16 from Hong Kong.
We're getting a last-minute little burst here. Getting the Fiji straight after this, the Max from Nandi. It's our next heavy. The daily Cathay Pacific CX-105 flight. About to touch down there on runway 16. And Speedbird says the French airport is pronounced Les Bourget.
Ah,
That makes a lot of sense.
I knew I had it wrong.
Les Bourget. La Bourget? Thankfully, we have a lot of educated viewers who can help us. And there is that Cathay
Plane
Pacific.
spotters learn French.
Plane spotter. Australians learn French.
Yes.
French lessons with aviation videography.
Good morning, just 664 ready.
Bonjour. That's as far as my French goes.
That's, yeah, me too.
And La Bourget.
Le Bourget.
La Bourget. I love it. It's such a pretty language though. I can listen to people speaking French all day.
Me too.
And then be in awe that I can't speak it. So there is the Cathay Pacific A350.
And Matt, we reached 350 likes. Well before the stream.
That is
due to wrap up,
amazing.
but there's still about probably
At least
30 minutes ago, yeah.
At least. Look at that, 350 likes. When
For
the
the 350
350 lands.
It wasn't for the Vietnam that came at the right time.
That's it.
Oh, it's neck and neck between London and Sydney. I think end it as soon as one of them goes in front.
There you go, it's pulled in front of. There we go.
Oh, there we go. London is the winner.
Incredible. And our next arrival is going to be FJ935, coming in from Nandi, with the new Boeing 737 MAX 8.
Can't see it. Just yeah, no, I can see it. It's just behind the pole.
X437 ready.
X437 tech.
All right. So we're going to be doing a tourism
Part 2.
Tourism Part 2.
EU edition Part 1.
EU edition. Then we can't add Switzerland.
Oh yeah, true. No, just
Europe.
do Switzerland. It's got to be in there.
Alright, here we go. Europe edition. As this Fiji Airways 737 MAX comes in on runway 16.
It's 654 runway 27 cleared for takeoff.
Runway 27 clear for takeoff. Fantastic.
X437 at Pattie, runway 27 line up and wait.
Switzerland, Germany, France, Spain.
Virgin 935 ground 121 decimal 7.
Ground 121 decimal 7. Yeah,
And
I thought that just deleted the whole chat for a
no,
second there.
it just takes a little bit of time. And yeah, but that is going to all change next year. Oh no, this year. Silly
This
me.
year, yeah, it's 2023,
It's
Matt.
2023. What rock have I been sleeping under?
Yeah.
In May, Singapore Airlines is going to be upgrading the morning flight to the A380, so we're going to be able to see that on a daily basis here in Melbourne. Something we're all looking forward to, bringing our second A380 airline back to our wonderful airport.
613 Melbourne Tango number 2, wind 170 degrees 10 knots.
And Quickening Cat, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your holiday. And look at this, the pole is blossoming. We've got Switzerland ahead. I'm going to say, yeah, you know, it's between Switzerland and Germany for me. I love them all, but Germany has the Autobahn, and Switzerland is beautiful.
I'd have to pick Germany. I think Switzerland's too expensive.
Germany's very expensive too.
I know.
They're
but
all
I've
very
heard
expensive.
Switzerland's the worst.
Yeah, because they got the they got a different currency, francs, I think. So our next arrival is going to be the second Jetstar A321neo, which is just flying over the terminal now. This is operating as JQ565 from Brisbane, which means we're going to have 3 or 4 A321neos of Jetstar on the ground at the same time.
We had all 4 sitting here this morning. They all woke up at Melbourne. Except one of them still sleeping. The other 3 actually decided to go and do something today.
That's it. 3 of them decided to earn money for Jetstar.
Yeah.
One of them decided to sloth around.
Yeah.
Next arrival across from runways is 738, 2.5 miles, runway 7 cleared for immediate takeoff.
Clayton staying around for the A350 Power Hour using the A350 sticker. It's great to see.
Yeah,
It looks really nice there.
Yeah,
The
it does look really good,
sticker.
doesn't it? The China Airlines A350 is not too far away, but probably 5 minutes out, not even.
Yeah, not too far at all. And look at this, guys. Where would you most like to visit in Europe? We have 4 incredible countries on there: Switzerland, Germany, France and Spain. All fantastic in their own ways. All have some really, really good and attractive qualities to them. Where would you go if you could choose anywhere, all expenses paid for 1 week? Let's just say something like that.
All expenses paid?
Yeah, for 1 week.
Switzerland.
Switzerland. And then Max has changed his answer. And our next arrival is going to be the Qantas 737 from Brisbane, following that Jetstar 321 very, very closely. Operating as QF613.
So that we cover a lot of countries, Matt.
Yep.
At 5 minutes of the poll, we'll cut it off.
5 minutes.
Yep. So it's at 3 minutes now. In 2 minutes, we'll cut it off and do a new poll, so
Alright.
we can try and cover as many countries and cities as possible.
Alright, guys, we have
The next sort of
a
half
minute and a half
hour left.
4 miles, runway 27 cleared for takeoff.
And our next arrival is going to be the China Airlines A350-900, coming in from Taipei as CI-57.
Jeez, did that use the extra short runway?
Yeah, that
Exit?
turned off.
I've never seen a plane go that short.
Not a 7.3. I've seen Dash 8s, but
Yeah. I meant never a 7.3.
yeah,
Where'd
wow.
that come from?
Brisbane.
Jeez, you'd expect maybe from Canberra.
Yeah,
That must be empty.
Yeah. You think it's coming late or something? It's like, no, we've got to cut the time down, but it's early.
It's like, hurry up.
It's like we need to get to that gate. We need to cut 5 minutes down of that taxi time.
Alright, under a minute to go, guys. Get your votes in.
Get your votes in, guys. We're at 45 votes already. 38% choosing Switzerland.
Wind showing 140 degrees, 12 knots.
Germany and France neck and neck. Spain following a little
So
bit
it's
behind
all
that.
expenses paid for a week or whatever. Just all expenses paid. So flights, accommodation, food,
Activities.
sightseeing, activities. Yep, all expenses paid. So pick which one you
There's
would.
that China Airlines Max just flying over the terminal.
Oh my gosh, it's just one after the other, isn't it?
It just doesn't stop.
Thought I had a good minute to have a breath, but nope.
No, that was the old Melbourne. This is the new Melbourne
Oh, sorry,
now.
I forgot. It's 2023.
It's 2023. Things are shaping up here for Melbourne. Things are busy. Things are good. At 361 likes, guys, this is incredible. Thank you very much for all the
5
support.
minutes for the poll.
5 minutes. Looks like Switzerland is the winner of this poll.
616, target 8, the power runway 279 up and wait.
We'll let the China Airlines land and then we'll start the next one. Don't want to take too much attention away from this stunning livery.
Probably one of the most stunning A350s. But you know what it doesn't beat, Matt? 61 pound delivery.
I was going to say, for a second I thought you were going to say Vietnam Airlines. For a split second I thought that's what you were going to say.
Alright.
I really do love that tail though.
I
It
know,
does. It
it's
just
one of the
stands out
nicest
so much.
tails. I think it's time for a new poll.
That's runway 16, clear to land.
Definitely time for a new poll there, Max.
Yep, I think so.
With Switzerland coming in on top there.
Alright, I think
And
next we do...
Good day, Lucas. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying the sights and sounds here of Melbourne Airport. We've got a great morning rush here. Lots of fantastic planes. And we've got the Air New Zealand 777 taking off very soon, so do stay tuned for that. Great to see EDC
20
Metal
minutes
Man.
late, man.
20 minutes late.
What's it doing?
It's plane spotting.
It was waiting for China Airlines to land because
That's
someone
it.
wanted to take a photo.
The pilot wanted a shot.
Yeah, now it'll go.
Number 2, win 1.
Alright, our next poll. Alright. Is this another Europe edition?
Yeah, we can do another Europe.
Places you'd want to visit.
Part 2, Europe.
Part 2, Europe edition. Austria.
Yep. Italy.
Yes, Italy.
England.
Netherlands.
Yep.
Well, instead of England, should we do Belgium?
Yeah, sure, why not? England will probably win.
Jetstar 564 out for power, runway 27 line up and wait.
Alright, we have the new poll up there, guys. Choose which one you'd want to visit. All expenses paid for. You've got 1 week there. All activities, food, accommodation, flights, all paid for. So don't worry about finances. Where do you want to go?
6.5 miles at Kilo, enter runway 16, vacate at Juliet.
And Skystar 767, this is indeed live. We're out here currently at Melbourne Airport at the T4 car park, catching everything live for you. And Lucas has just subscribed. Thank you so much, mate. Really do appreciate that. And make sure if you want to see more live streams, chuck on the notifications. By clicking the notifications, you'll be able to be notified when we do schedule a live stream, which is becoming more and more infrequent as we are trying to work with the weather and our schedules. So having the notification bell on will allow you to be notified when we do schedule one.
707, continue on Echo to Holding Point, Quebec. Star 564 on my 27, cleared for takeoff.
And Clayton says 368 likes. Wow, this is amazing. Can we get to 400 before the end of the stream? It really does help AV get their awesome content out to other like-minded people, and it's free way to support the channel. Absolutely, we really do appreciate every single one of you who clicks that like button. Stumbling over my own words there, but we really do appreciate it. And yes, if we could get to 400 by the end of the stream will wrap up at some point within the next hour. We're just seeing whether we wait on for United and Brunei, but that's about all, and New Zealand 777 obviously, but that's about all.
Fiji goes out.
It just landed.
It did, but they turn around quick.
No, not Fiji. I remember when we had that A330.
Let's
remember
not
that
talk
day
about
we were
the
spotting?
A330. Let's not talk about the A330. That was a one-time thing.
And it landed like an hour late. And then I was like, oh, we're going to have enough time because we had to go buy something. I think for streams, we were trying to set up the streams and stuff and going to buy something
Oh, yeah, I remember
to see if
that.
it works. And I was like, oh, do you reckon we'll have enough time for the to come back? And you were like, yeah, it's Fiji Airways A330. We'll have enough time.
It's changed now. They've gotten better.
Okay.
They've improved. And Lucas has turned on all notifications. What an absolute superstar you are, Lucas. Oh, Lucas,
And he
thank
also
you so
says
much.
that he's going to join the Discord.
We look forward to chatting with you on there. And Rudy has joined as well. Good day, Rudy. Thanks for tuning in all the way from Los Angeles. Hope you had a fantastic New Year. And great to have you tuning in to Melbourne.
Absolutely. And hopefully you're very excited for the fact that myself and Matt and Sam will be in LA in 28 days.
It's flying.
It's flying.
Looking forward to seeing you, Rudy. It's been way too long. It's been months now, and for Sam, it's been even more. It's been like half a year. And Max is definitely looking forward to meeting you as well.
Yeah, I've heard amazing things about you, mate, so very excited to meet you when we head over to LA very, very soon, January 31st.
So on screen right now, we have the Virgin Australia 737-800 arriving from Hobart as VA1321. And Clayton asks, Matt and Max, what do you like better, SQ A350 or China Airlines A350?
Oh God, don't ask me that.
For me, no contest, definitely the China Airlines A350. Singapore Airlines is very, very common here, whereas the China Airlines isn't as common, so I'm not as tired of it. The Singapore Airlines A350s, at one point they were like 4 times a day. So it just becomes like, you know, like, oh cool, that's another A350 to get, whereas China Airlines is like, oh, this is a highlight.
Yeah, that's true.
And the tail design is awesome.
Yeah, I'd say China Airlines, but for me, Singapore's a close second.
Singapore.
When it's a 350, I'm picking China Airlines for sure.
What about 777 though? I'm still picking China Airlines.
Yeah, still picking China Airlines. What about the A330? China Airlines.
Probably Singapore. Because they're gone now. it's exclusive. And yes, T4 car park, all the way up here on level 6. A great spot indeed. Easily one of the best here in Melbourne, particularly for live streaming. Gives you a great sort of 180 panoramic view of the airport, which is awesome. There's always something to film, always something moving. As you can see, there's lots of taxiing, there's lots of landings, takeoffs, you name it. And Luca asks, what is the biggest plane you've caught? Max, what's the biggest plane you've caught?
Antonov, AN124.
Nice. Mine's the 225.
Damn you.
Just one step above. Still
Just had to one-up me like that.
I still want to catch the Strato launcher. January. Come on. When we're in LA, surely it will move. And let's go back to the poll here. Let's see what's going on. Look at that. Italy is winning. No surprises. The food, the city, everything. It is the culture as well. Italy is something else.
I wouldn't have picked Italy, but definitely not a bad choice.
What would be your choice out of those 4?
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Yeah, I want to go to Amsterdam so bad.
See, all 4 of them are brilliant.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
it's a hard choice. I'd love to go to every single one of them.
Literally every single one. I'd be like,
I would be very happy with any of those. If you handed it to me and said, "Oh, you're going to Austria, you're going to Belgium for a week, all expenses paid," I would not be complaining.
if someone handed me a plane ticket for Austria, I would take it. Belgium, all of them, I'd take it. It's amazing.
Definitely would be really, really cool.
Alright, what's our next one, Max?
Lappy grabbing my heartstrings there, the C5 Galaxy.
C5.
My favourite aircraft. I want to see it so bad. Hopefully one day.
In LA, you never know.
You never know.
They can fly it in there. I've seen
Go
videos
to
of people have got the
Honolulu,
C5. Every day it's it takes off like around lunchtime. And Rudy says, hope the weather is good out there for you guys. It's fantastic. It's gotten a lot better.
It's actually really nice. And besides the fact that it is so cloudy and it's windy, it's cold windy, and it's the middle of, not the middle of January, but the middle of summer. It's actually surprisingly nice. It's quite mild. It's not too cold. It's not too hot. And the clouds are sort of...
The clouds are sort of...
They're sort of
providing a bit of shelter.
A nice layer of shelter.
Yeah, because the sun can be pretty brutal in summer in Australia.
Italy for pastoral food.
See, that's the... Italy is known for its food. Oh, we can do... What about... Do we do US City Edition? Nah.
Yeah.
You reckon?
70 heavy,
US City?
Tango Day, continuous number 3, wind 130 degrees.
Well, we've already done LA twice.
Yep.
So we've got to do New York City. Sorry, Rudy, we have to leave LA out this time. We've already put it in 2 of like the last 3 polls.
Runways A320 and 3 miles. Is it 124, runway 27 cleared for immediate takeoff.
Alright. New York City. What's our next one?
Miami.
734, continue
Miami?
approach 777 departing on the
Yep.
crossing.
San Francisco.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
San Francisco, and our lucky last,
Boston.
Boston. That is a good one. Sort of going with the coastal cities.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or should we do Orlando?
Wind 160 degrees, 10
Do the next one.
Do the next one? Alright guys, next poll is up. US cities that you would prefer to visit.
It's actually a tough one.
That is a tough one, isn't it?
What are you picking, Matt?
Oh damn. Honolulu. Why didn't I think of Honolulu?
Do that in the next
That's
one.
the
We'll do
next
another US one. We'll do Honolulu and we'll have Orlando in there as well.
But first, before we address that, I just want to say a huge thank you to Skystar767 saying Happy New Year, guys, from New York. Thank you so much for that very generous $10 tip there. We really do appreciate that. And a very Happy New Year to you too. Hope you got to enjoy the fireworks from Times Square. They put on an incredible show. I saw some of the videos actually from this year from Times Square.
Yeah.
It looked incredible.
It's
So
awesome.
very lucky to have been in the city that puts on such a show. And I hope you've been enjoying the stream. And looks like San Francisco is coming in the lead here. New York City coming third, and actually even third with Boston. It's quite ironic because both those cities have like a rivalry, a bit like Sydney and Melbourne. Always in competition.
Matt, we may have a slight issue.
What is the issue?
Air New Zealand went 27 and it just took off, and I didn't even know.
Wait, what? When?
Just then. It just went into the clouds. Look.
Oh no, I was too busy on the pole. Oh no. Max.
Slight problem. It's okay.
Okay, but we can make up for it.
That's bad.
We can make up for it.
How can we make up for it?
Qantas Flight 70 from Delhi is just about to land on runway 16.
Okay, we'll make up for it then.
About to
It
complete.
just snuck out.
Yeah,
I saw it
I
on
did-
radar and I thought, oh, it'll take a while to taxi and stuff, like we'll see it. And the next thing I know, I look at flight radar and it's like above, I don't even know, Sunbury area.
Like,
And I'm like, oh no, that's not what I thought it would be.
But that's alright, we have the Delhi flight coming. The A330-200 completing its 12-hour journey. It's Qantas's a relatively new route for them, starting early last year. And they also do a flight from Sydney to Bangalore. Bangalore? Bangalore. So it's really cool to see them expanding into India, a huge market that is at the moment I think a little bit underserved, considering the amount of potential that the two countries have for a very business orientated route and also a VFR route, because there is lots of VFR travel that would be between the two countries. A lot of uni students come down here as well for like MIT and such. And there it is, QF70 coming in from Delhi. So San Francisco is still in the lead here on the poll. Guys, have your say.
Which one did you say you were picking?
Me?
Yeah.
I have to go with
No,
San
the
Francisco.
other Matt that's here.
Oh, the other Matt that's here. I don't know, I think he's picking San Francisco as well. What about you?
Miami.
Miami.
New York a close second. Boston third. San Fran fourth. Depends on the time of the year.
That's the thing. Miami is good all year, whereas New York, Boston, even San Francisco to a point as well. Middle of winter. I would be.
I'd love to do New York winter, Boston winter, probably not.
Boston's well, they're all very cold.
Yeah, but New York's iconic.
New York's iconic. That is true.
I faced the cold in New York before. I know what it's like. It sucks, but it can be worth it because it's New York.
And as Aussies, we are less equipped and less prepared for the cold weather. We don't have it. Not compared to New York.
Not in the way they do. We do have very cold weather though.
We get cold
In
weather.
Melbourne we do. Everywhere else is pretty warm.
Oh, a Canadian poll. That's going to be next.
Yeah, 100%. What, Vancouver, Toronto,
Montreal,
and
Ottawa.
What?
Ottawa?
Could you Ottawa? Edmonton maybe?
Oh, what about Calgary?
Calgary.
Calgary. Halifax.
Oh,
I love Halifax. All right, look at this. About 30 seconds left on this poll. San Francisco looks like it is the winner. Can never go wrong with a bit of a NorCal area. NorCal. Our next arrival is going to be a Rex 737-800, arriving in from Sydney.
Is that why they call it SoCal? Because
Yeah,
it's
Southern California.
I never got that in my head.
Yeah, and NorCal because it's Northern
I just
California.
thought So was something, and then obviously I knew it was California for the Cal, but I was thinking like.
Yeah,
for
So.
I
Southern.
never put the two pieces together. That's funny.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
And here we go, ZL43, Milk Run. Almost at 400 likes, guys. I'm glad that you are enjoying the show that we're putting on here this morning in Melbourne. Bit of planes, bit of cities, bit of traveling.
Yeah, a bit of understanding where everyone wants to travel. So I think that poll is definitely needing to end and start a new one.
Time for the new one. 50 votes on that poll. Great to see. With San Francisco on top. Next one, Canada. Oh, Max. And Kitty B, good day. Thanks for tuning in to the stream today. Great to see ya. And our next poll. Alright guys, Canadian edition for what cities you want to visit is up. And whilst that is up, we have our next arrival from Sydney chasing that Rex 737. We have the VA 834 flight from Sydney, Virgin Australia 737-800.
Matt, what are you picking in the Canadian poll?
I honestly have a soft spot for Vancouver. Love Vancouver a lot. What's that?
I knew you'd pick that.
You knew you'd pick Vancouver?
Yeah.
You know me too well, Max. You know me way too well.
If you know me too well, surely you know what I'm picking.
I know it's Toronto.
Yes.
And Kitty B saying Happy New Year. Thank you very much, Kitty B. Happy New Year to you too. Hope you've had a great start to 2023. And thank you so much for tuning into Melbourne and joining us here this afternoon now. So it's currently 12:46 here in Melbourne. It is still overcast. The current temperature is 18 degrees Celsius. So that's about 68 degrees Fahrenheit or so, roughly. The winds are currently at 11 knots south with a visibility of 10 kilometers with a very, very light haze. So all in all, fantastic weather for plane spotting. We're getting a lot of the arrivals on runway 16 because of the wind, which is great to see. Keeping the thing... Good day, NZ Gary. Thanks for tuning in all the way from Germany. Kirsten saying because of the pizza place, Matt. You know what? That was some really, really good pizza, I have to admit. It was some of the biggest joys of finishing up spotting and going straight to get that pizza.
And guys, we've hit 400 likes to the stream. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. That is awesome. Way past what we thought we would get to. So
yeah, way past. We weren't expecting that at all.
no, so appreciate every single one of you for hitting the like button. And thank you so much for supporting the channel. We really, really do appreciate it.
And as long as you guys are enjoying it, we will continue streaming. Max and I both love coming out here and getting at Melbourne Airport live. We've got John joining as well. Good day, John. Thanks for tuning in. And Lucas RDU Aviation asks, have you caught an A340? I have indeed. We've caught plenty of A340s around the place. What about you, Max? Have you managed to catch the A340 yet?
I have, yes.
Only
one.
Where did you catch it? And what one was it?
High fly at Sydney.
Oh, so you got the high fly.
Yeah. I got it at sunset. We were spotting with, I think you were on the top level, but I was spotting with Dean and someone else at Sydney.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
We went down to like one of the lower levels so we could get the city background.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the all-white high fly.
You were with, Dean and Seth down on...
It was last December.
Yeah, last December.
You and Sean were up on the top, and I was with Seth and Dean. Yeah, that was a cool evening. The lighting was amazing. It was so hot.
Oh, it was incredible. Yeah, we got some of the best shots that evening. And it was 1.6 as well, which is uncanny. So Max, looks like Vancouver has taken the lead here for the Canadian pole.
Wow. So that right there on your screen is Qantas Link Flight 52 from Devonport. Dash 8300, and we have an arrival in just a moment.
I think it's time for another pole there, Max.
Yeah, we'll do in just a minute. We'll do another pole. It looks like Vancouver's going to win this one very, very easily. But here we have the Regional Express Saab 340B arriving in from King Island. ZL3916.
See a bit of heat haze there.
Just a little bit.
Raising up from the terminal roof.
C741, runway 27, cleared for takeoff. 681 at Quebec, runway 279 up and wait.
Thank you so much, Clayton. Clayton says, always a good time at Aviation Videography and HD Melbourne Aviation. Awesome work, guys. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you so much, Clayton. You are such an amazing supporter of the channel. And we really, really, really do. We can't say it enough. We sound like broken records, but we cannot appreciate enough how much you support what we do. So thank you so much. We really do appreciate the kind words. G'day, John. Hope you're doing well. It says, how's the weather down underneath? It's not too bad in Melbourne. It's been really hot for the last week or so, but it's cooled down today, which is nice. It's always welcoming a cool change when you've had a hot week of soaring temperatures. I think like I said a little bit earlier, we had about 35 degrees Celsius yesterday, and then it dropped to about 15 degrees overnight. And then today it's been about 20 degrees, 15 to 20 degrees, cloudy, but the sun looks like it's starting to peek out now. And Matt doing a bit of van spotting there.
Snow planes.
Yeah, that's so true. And Kitty B has gifted one Aviation Videography membership. Thank you so much, Kitty. Really, really do appreciate that. And that membership is going to Karen. Karen's been lurking in the chat all day, so that is awesome. Thank you so much, Kitty.
One of our wonderful mods here, Karen. Thank you so much for all your work as well, keeping the chat safe and bot-free.
Absolutely, and that is super, super generous, Kitty. Thank you so much for that. And Langer's Aviation asks, question for the spotters out of Sid, where is the best place to spot from? I've got a 150 to 600mm lens and operating out of ridges.
I would go with the international car park. Right behind ridges, there's a, it's called P6.
Yeah.
And go to either the 11th or the 12th floor, or if they're landing on 16 and you want to get some shots with them landing right in front of the city line, go to level 7, I think it is, and they'll cross right through the city.
Yeah.
That's honestly your best bet. Otherwise, go to old ATC tower, which is just along the beach. If they're landing on runway 34, those are probably your best spots.
Yeah. Yeah. The 600mm lens will do really nicely down at the beach spot. It's pretty easy to find on Google Maps.
If you do need help finding it, send us a message on Instagram at Aviation Videography, and we'll be happy to share a pinned location on Google Maps.
Absolutely. And Sam says, "G'day, welcome in, Sam."
G'day, Sam.
And Lucas RDU Aviation says, "Have you caught a C5, Matt?"
I have.
Yes.
I've caught a C5 a couple of times over there in H&L with Sam, and Max is still waiting to catch his first C5. It'll happen eventually.
It'll happen eventually. There's something about the Galaxy that
it's an awesome plane. Actually, there's one coming to Avalon for the air show, so you'll catch it.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of days before the air show starts when it flies in for the stage.
Nice, yeah, okay, cool.
C5.
Awesome. And Amelia with a $10 super chat says, "For your post live stream, Macca's Coffee. Thank you for the fun live stream today, Max and Matt." Thank you so much, Amelia, for the super chat. We really do appreciate that.
It really
Such an amazing support. That is so awesome. Super, super generous. And yes, that will go straight into the Macca's Coffee. Myself and Matt will have a little sit down afterwards before we both head our separate ways off home. And get into a good afternoon of editing and making stickers and merch.
Stickers, merch, videos. We've got a busy afternoon ahead.
So thank you so much. We really do appreciate that. That is super, super generous of you.
Thank you so much, Amelia. Really do appreciate it, as Max said. And glad you've been enjoying the live stream we've had this morning. It has been great fun, I have to say.
Oh yeah, 100%. And John asks, when does the Australian Open begin? I believe the 19th of January, so a couple of weeks out.
I think it's time for a new poll there, Max.
I know it is. Just trying to keep up with the chat. And NZ Gary asks, have you caught the A380 from Fly Emirates?
We sure have. Managed to get that. We even got that earlier in the stream. If you go right to the start, it's one of the first departures and arrivals that we managed to get.
And Clayton asks, what do you prefer, A330 or A340? Make it fair, not Neo.
A340.
A340 wins every time by a country mile.
Neo or not, A340.
Which type of A340 though, Matt?
All of them.
All of them? Out of the A340s, which one would you pick?
500.
Yeah.
Something about that one, short and stubby. It's really well proportioned.
Yeah. Alright, I think it's time for a new poll.
Definitely.
And Nava, or Nava, hopefully I pronounced that right, is a new subscriber here from Seattle. Thank you so much for becoming a subscriber. We really, really do appreciate that.
704 Melbourne tag.
Alright, so what's going to be the poll, Matt?
Should we do US cities round 2?
US cities round 2.
Honolulu, San Diego.
Favorite US city?
Orlando.
For
and we just need a 4th city. So guys, in
Honolulu.
the chat. I did that. Honolulu, San Diego.
Did you do that already?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Orlando, that's 3. Guys, give us some options here for US cities to add to this poll. We need one
so what
more.
is it? Honolulu?
Honolulu.
San Diego.
San Diego.
San Diego.
Orlando.
Orlando, yeah.
And we just need one more, guys. So
whatever we see first. First in, best dressed.
First in, best dressed.
Pick a US city that we haven't done already.
Surely it's got to be something tropical. Because these are all sort of like tropical.
Already done San Fran.
San Francisco we have done already.
Seattle.
hold short runway.
It's a good one to throw in there.
It's not too bad. We've got Portland, Vegas. Oh, Vegas. That's a great one. Down
Alright,
under
we'll do
aviation
Vegas, and
train.
then Seattle can go in the next one because we'll do like a more colder cities.
Yeah.
next. Oh, I missed the S there. Alright, there we go. Part 2 of US cities for travel.
704, roll through to vacate.
Matt, what are you thinking?
John Gibson with Baghdad.
Runway 16, clear to land.
Close.
Close.
Looks like the
Very
United
close.
Airlines 787 Dreamliner is on a radar for its San Francisco departure.
Perfect, our next heavy aircraft. For me, it is a tough one. I like all those cities a lot. I would have to say, what's your favorite? Which one would you choose, Max? I'm going to need a minute.
Alright, I can tell you what's 4th. San Diego.
Same as mine. I love it, but those other 3.
3rd. Honolulu. We're talking tourism here.
Talking tourism.
Honolulu 3rd.
Really? Hawaii
So
3rd.
Yep. Just because Orlando and Vegas
Yeah.
places I really, really want to visit.
I might actually have to go with Vegas as number 1.
I was going to say I think I'm going to go with Orlando.
Really?
Yeah.
I like Vegas, and the reason I like Vegas is not the traditional reasons. The buffets. All those hotels have the best all-you-can-eat buffets. Like, you pay $16, all you can eat, and they have all sorts of different they have meals and the more expensive ones, right? Is like generally about the seafood and the meat variety. So you go to like a really expensive one, like for $60, $80 per person, you get like oysters and cuttlefish and all sorts of amazing stuff.
That's crazy.
That's why I love Vegas. That's why I love Vegas. That's what I do in Vegas. I go to the buffets. And don't worry, John, we knew that you knew Baghdad's not in the US. We were just going along with that one. And yeah, Florida weather is definitely brutal. Orlando in summer is something else. It's not even about when or if there's going to be a storm that day. It's when, how many, and how severe. That's the criteria for storms in Orlando during the summertime.
So that there on your screen is flight JQ704 arriving in from Hobart, the A320-200. And the Jetstar you just saw on your screen before, I think someone asked where that was going, and it's going to Launceston. As it just taxis away from Terminal 4.
27704.
Pole
is looking great there. Honolulu. Taking
Yeah,
first
Hawaii,
place.
like that's the thing, because I really want to go to Hawaii as well. Never been to any of these 4. And Honolulu is something I really, really want to go to.
Some great things to do there in H&L. It is a great place.
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
So they say on Hangover.
Yeah. We also have another heavy pushback, QF35 going to Singapore. The A330-300 has just popped up on radar, and it's just pushed back from the... Where's it pushed back from? Terminal 2?
Terminal 2, yep. So behind. Looks like it's probably...
Got one wing in Terminal 2 and one wing in Terminal 1. It's like, I'm in international, but I love Terminal 1 where all my friends are.
Yeah, all my friends.
all
are
my
in
Qantas
Q1.
friends.
And we got the United there on screen, pushing back and ready to go to runway 16. So it looks like Hawaii is winning that vote. Guys, make sure to have your say. What is your favorite US city there? Then we've got to do another one, Max. Surely we try Asia.
An Asia pole?
An Asia poll.
Yeah, okay.
Got some really good ones there. We've got Singapore, Hong Kong,
Singapore, yeah.
Tokyo,
Yeah.
and one more.
Kuala Lumpur.
Yes. KL.
Alright. Honolulu is definitely going to be the
Oh,
win
actually,
here.
no. What about Seoul instead of KL?
But KL. I have a soft spot for KL now.
I know you love KL.
We already did Singapore earlier, so maybe we will leave
Alright,
that.
Instead of Singapore, we'll do Seoul.
Yeah.
So 735, runway
Yeah, Pyongyang.
27, an immediate departure would be appreciated if you could manage that. Cleared for immediate takeoff.
I'm cleared for immediate takeoff, Jetstar 735.
There we go. Old passes the new there. The Jetstar
Out with the old, in with
A321s
the new.
sitting there in the on the ramp, while the old A320 taxis by.
What did we say? Hong Kong.
And Tokyo.
And Tokyo. Alright, out of those four, pick your favourite. I know exactly what I'm picking. I'm going to put it in a vote on YouTube myself. I'm addicted to it now.
So guys,
Love
for those who
Kuala
don't
Lumpur.
know, Max went to Kuala Lumpur,
In case it wasn't obvious.
in case it wasn't obvious, about a month ago, and has fallen in love with the city.
Oh
And
yeah.
understandably, it is a beautiful city. KL is fantastic. So Max is obviously choosing that one.
What are you picking, Matt?
What am I picking? Oh, I love them all.
I reckon you'd go for Hong Kong.
I do like Hong Kong. I've never actually been to Tokyo.
No,
I've
never been to any of them except Kuala Lumpur.
I would probably go with, yeah, Hong Kong. I got a bit of a soft spot for Hong Kong as well.
Yeah, Hong Kong's my go-to place I want to go to in Asia, like next up, either Hong Kong or Singapore.
Runway 27 cleared for takeoff.
Runway 27 cleared for takeoff, crossing 1593.
So looks like the Qantas A330 is taxiing up to runway 16, and United should do the same. So you get a couple of heavy departures here.
735 contact departures.
A few heavy departures for the last half an hour. We've got the Brunei at 1:30, I think. Scoot didn't come today, did it?
1:30. No, Scoot is coming.
Are you
It's
sure?
on the way,
Is it taking off?
but I think it's landing a bit later.
Oh, okay.
Try and
Got
find
that
it.
United going out, actually on time, which is surprising.
Where is Scoot?
And then we
Oh,
have...
there it is. It's like 3 hours away.
Oh,
It's just it's scheduled for 4 p.m. and it's going to land at 4:07. So they must have done a
they must have done a bit of a schedule swap.
time change.
Time
And Amelia
change.
says my annual team meetup this year is either going to be in Seoul or Tokyo. I was in KL in December and I loved it too, Max. Seoul or Tokyo, wow, what a place to have a team meet. Gosh, that'll be an amazing trip to do. And yes, KL has a really, really soft spot in my heart. Such a amazing place. Got to travel around Malaysia for 2 weeks. And at the end of November, starting just at the start of December. And yeah, I absolutely loved it. It was an amazing place.
Look at this in the poll. Tokyo coming
Tokyo is killing it.
ahead by a lot, by 57%. Hong Kong at a second, Seoul third, KL fourth.
35 heavy tag.
Come on, guys, get KL at least second. And Cameron asks, how's the international departures today? I remember on Sunday it was horrible. I think most of it is doing pretty good today. It's been quite busy, there's been quite a lot, so...
Yes, Sunday was dreadful, absolutely dreadful. They were 2 hours late with absolutely everything. But today, everything has been relatively on time. I don't think there's been anything delayed except for the Qantas
yeah, the
flight to LA.
QF93 to LA. It's supposed to leave at midnight tonight.
Oh, good. Nice 12, 13
Scheduled
hours
for an
late.
11 a.m. departure, which is 2 hours ago, and it's not going to go out for another 11 hours,
Oh,
10
jeez.
hours.
Good old Qantas. So after this United 787, I'm going to go back and get the car, Max.
Yep.
So if you take over just for the last maybe 10 minutes or so, and then start packing up, and we'll be ready to finish off for today.
Too easy. Sounds good to me.
And guys, the next live stream we're going to be doing here in Melbourne will be on my channel, HD Melbourne Aviation. Looking to do it Thursday morning. Max hasn't isn't able to say whether he can join or not, so it's either going to be myself, just solo, or it's going to be both Max and me. And Clayton asks, why didn't we add Taiwan to the Asia poll? Well, the the biggest reason for that is we can only have 4 slots. Otherwise, Taipei would have been on there. If we could add more slots, that would be great. But actually, it's time for a new poll, I think, Max. This one's already been up for 5 minutes. So, on screen there, that is the Virgin Australia 737-800, which arrived in from Adelaide as VA218. Our next departure is going to be the Qantas A330-300 going to Singapore as a QF35, wearing the old livery.
Apologies, similar ground station. United 61, was it ready?
Affirmative, United 61, ready to go.
United 61 heavy. At Charlie, runway 16, line up.
Line up, runway 16.
764, if you could start bringing that speed back, thanks. Will be a 787 departure once you arrive. Sit 5,000 feet.
Sit 5,000.
And Andrew, good to see you're a Yankees fan. I'm a fellow Yankees fan myself. Alright, I think it's time for a new poll. See if we can get one before this United takes off. Maybe we don't think we'll have time.
Might not actually happen. It's going to be... Oh, and there's a heavy A330 after the United. This is UA61 off to San Francisco, our former longest flight before the Dallas flight took over. Clocking in at about 14 hours and 30 minutes, I think, on the way there.
Yep.
United 61, next arrives inside 4 miles, runway 16, cleared for takeoff. Flight 764, wind 160 degrees, 1 knots, runway 16, clear to land.
The glare is real there, man. The glare, yeah.
And let's see our next poll here.
So I was
Favourite.
thinking Seattle, Dallas,
Good choice. Dallas.
Pittsburgh,
Pittsburgh.
Not at 61, contact departures.
and what was the other one I was thinking of?
Well, C322, number 2.
Yeah, do Atlanta.
Runway 16, wind 130 degrees 8 knots.
Yeah, you just gave me the winner there, Matt.
I gave you the winner. Alright guys, next poll is up. Favorite US destination. Oh no, we forgot about the Qantas A330.
I'll grab it.
Coming in from Perth, QF764. It's an Airbus A330-200 wearing the older livery. Oh, Andrew's right, we should have added Savannah.
Yeah.
Dude, the next one, Tallahassee, Savannah. Gotta think of two more. Nashville
Yeah.
and Louisville.
Yeah, it works. Of course you'd put in Tallahassee.
It's gotta be Tallahassee. I've got a soft spot for Tallahassee.
I know you do.
And there we go, that is
C322, wind
the
190 degrees 10 knots,
arriving in
runway
Perth.
16, clear to land.
Following that's going to be a Virgin Australia 737-800 from Brisbane.
Done 45, Melbourne turning day number 2, the wind 20 degrees 12 knots. 945.
Memphis, that's another good option as well. But then we've got two cities from
Tennessee.
Tennessee. So we'll do Louisville.
Do
What about
Kentucky.
Cincinnati?
No,
So
no,
many,
not
like,
Kentucky. What's it
cities.
called?
What are you thinking?
What's the city? Is it Is Louisville in Kentucky?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Louisville.
that's right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
What's the other one I'm thinking of?
Cincinnati?
No, no.
What about, hear me out on this one. Dead Horse in Alaska. Are we sold on Dead Horse?
Why?
It was actually
There's a place in Alaska that I don't know. It might be in Alaska. I'm not actually sure where it is. When I was editing the 2022 HD Melbourne video that's going up.
yeah.
It's called Red Dog.
Yeah, Red Dog.
How cool is that?
It was hilarious. So when Sam and I were in Alaska,
Yeah.
we were talking to one of the Uber drivers
Yeah.
about, and we've noticed when we were spotting there was a lot of things from Dead Horse.
Yeah.
And we're just like to him, hey man, so have you ever been to Dead Horse? He's like, yeah, sure have been. And he's, and we're like, oh, what do you think about it? Like, what's your impression of Dead Horse? He's like, well, it's dead. It was like the funniest thing. The way he said it, he was like, it's dead. As the name suggests. We thought it was absolutely hilarious.
That's funny.
Should we add that one? I think that one needs
80 degrees 12 knots, runway 16, clear to
But
land.
so far we have Seattle coming in there as number one at 71%.
I think we can probably end that poll. Don't think anyone's going to take it from Seattle.
I think Seattle is the clear and uncontested winner.
I think we should do another Asia one.
Asia one? Alright, let's do another Asia one quickly before I go and grab that car.
Probably should go and grab that very soon, now that United and Qantas are both gone.
Alright. Favorite cities in Asia, we're going to have Taipei,
Yep. Singapore,
Singapore,
Jakarta. Oh, actually, Bali.
Alright, then we won't do Jakarta because that's two in Indonesia.
And
What about we go Beijing?
yeah, why not?
Oh, we should have done Vietnam, Hanoi. Ho
Oh,
Chi,
next poll.
next poll, because we've got Manila as well.
Oh yeah, Manila too. Colombo, Delhi.
Bombay. Got even some in Cambodia.
Bangkok.
Macau. Bangkok, yeah, why do we think of Bangkok?
How do we not remember Bangkok?
Phuket. Bandasiri Begawan.
This one's an unfair one. Singapore's going to win by a country mile.
Yeah, no, we shouldn't have had Singapore. It's not fair.
Yeah, no, it's not fair at all. Alright, I think it's time to go grab the car.
I'll go grab the car. So maybe keep it going. It's going to take me a bit to get there. Maybe another 10 minutes and then start packing up. So when I bring
Send
the car
me a
up,
message when you've got the car.
Yeah, good idea. Start packing up once you've got it.
Yep.
We can unload and then we can just quickly get a coffee, I think. Gonna need it.
I think so.
Alright guys, it has been an absolute pleasure being here this morning, streaming from Melbourne Airport and being here with Max as we tackle the morning rush together. It certainly has been a delight. But I'm going to go quickly get the car from the other car park and we're going to be wrapping up within the next 10 minutes or so. So we're probably going to be able to fit in one more poll, I think, before the end of it. But I will be tuning in on my phone while I'm on the bus over to the car park.
Enjoy the little bus ride you get to experience.
Yay. The shuttle over. Looks like Singapore is definitely taking the lead there. Beijing at 4%, Taipei at 17%. What would you choose out of those?
Singapore.
Okay, Singapore can't be chosen.
Alright, out of the other ones, probably Taipei.
Yeah, me too.
Taipei, then Beijing, then Denpasar.
Yeah, it'd probably be about the same. So it was an absolute pleasure, guys, and I will see you in a couple of days on my own channel, HD Melbourne Aviation, where we'll be live streaming as well. Max may be there, Max may not be there.
Hopefully, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, hopefully you can join, but we will see closer to the day. Aside from that, I'll leave you to it, Max.
Yep, cheerio. I'll see you in about 20 minutes. Alright, so guys, I've got me for the next 20 minutes as we catch whatever else is coming in for the last little bit. And then once I get the clearance that Matt has got the car, I will wrap up the stream. So yeah, still got about 5-10 minutes left before we wrap up, and I'll do another poll in just a moment. But guys, thank you so much. We've hit 415 likes, which is incredible. That's truly amazing, guys, and we really, really do appreciate it. That is outstanding, far beyond what we expected of today. So thank you so much. And g'day, Jacob. Thanks for tuning back in. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, so for those of you who might have just missed Matt's little goodbye, he will be streaming on HD Melbourne Aviation Thursday morning Australian Eastern Daylight Time. So make sure you do tune in for that. Make sure you are subscribed to HD Melbourne Aviation for that stream. And I will hopefully be out there with him to help him run the stream. We'll wait and see as to whether I've got the availability. Alright, so let's have a look on Flight Radar and see if we've got anything. Not too much. We've got a couple of arrivals, maybe some departures. We'll wait and see whether those departures go to 16 or 27. The majority will probably head to 27. Looks like we will have a 27 departure in just a moment for Virgin Australia off to Sydney, conducting a milk run. Alright, I'm going to do another tourism poll. going to do a bit of a different one here. And this might be the last poll of the stream. Alright, so a bit of a different one. Which one would you most like to visit?
Air 45, contact departures.
So it looks like we do have the Jetstar A321neo on the move, and that's going to be going down to Hobart. It'll appear over here in just a moment.
6:15, wind 160 degrees, 10
Behind from this pole, so pan around for you guys. There it is on your screens there. So new poll is up. Let us know where you would like to visit the most. No one going for Mauritius. That is unexpected. I thought people would be jumping at Mauritius.
1292, contact day number 2, wind 160 degrees, 10.
So we'll have an arrival on runway 16 in just a moment. It'll be QF615. As they pull the tug away from that JQ321neo. It was awesome to see all the new Neos here at Melbourne. Not sure where the fourth one is, but it was here this morning. I think that one will either be at Gold Coast or Brisbane, whichever one I think Gold Coast. But we've got that one there that's going to Hobart, and then the other two. This one here on your screen now has been sitting here all day, and then this one did a flight early. I think that was the one that went to Brisbane and just arrived back recently, I believe. Maybe it's the other way around, I can't remember. And g'day Shelby, thank you so much for tuning in. Unfortunately, we are coming towards the end of the stream. We've got about 5 minutes left of the stream. Been streaming for a good 7.5 hours now, which has been awesome. And yes, it's sort of coming towards the end. But I'm glad you're able to tune in for the last little bit. As this Qantas Nauru 73 arrives here on runway 16. So 9% of votes going to Mauritius. Wow, I'm so shocked at that. 39% Fiji, 39% Tahiti, neck and neck. Completely even. And 12% for New Caledonia.
329, runway 27, cleared for takeoff. Runway 27, 329.
And Craig with a US $1 super chat. Thank you so much, Craig. Really, really do appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. Truly means a lot. And Shelby, yeah, very, very sad that you unfortunately missed the stream. But yes, definitely go back and watch. There's been some really cool things. We've caught so much cool aircraft today, and we've had some really busy periods. Had a period where it was just one after the other for takeoffs. We had about 12 planes in the queue waiting for departure, which was awesome. We had the double A380 this morning. We had the Emirates A380 land, and then it's friend take off straight away, which is an awesome period of the stream. We've got so many heavies like Vietnam 350, Singapore 350, and New Zealand 777, United 787s, both of them, heaps of Qantas 330s, Japan 78. It's been an awesome day. And Matt tuning in from the bus. Glad you are. You're on the bus. And on the way to grab the car. Definitely think we're in need of a coffee here. I still haven't drunk my other one. I need to drink that, and I think I'm going to need another one. It's a long drive home. No, you should be right.
Plus 153, the next rails is 73 inside, 4 miles for the crossing runway. Runway 27 cleared for takeoff.
So just following this A321neo for Jetstar as it taxis down towards probably runway 27. As it prepares to go to Hobart. Shelby with the coffee stickers, yes. Gonna be well worth it in about 5 or 10 minutes when we can grab a coffee. Do a little post-stream coffee run. Nothing better. We've done about 3 coffee runs today. So you can see that there's some people loading up onto this JQ321neo down here. Walking onto the aircraft on that back staircase. Couple at the front too. Awesome to get a nice shot of people getting on board for some travel. It's always nice to go somewhere, or whether they might be returning home. It's always nice to go on a flight though, especially on a new aircraft. And we have an arrival here on runway 16. It'll be VA1292 arriving in from Cairns.
709, take it up, but car runway 279 up and away.
And Amelia says, post-stream chocolate brownie too. Oh, that definitely sounds good, I reckon. Maybe an ice cream or something. Matt and I usually do a post-stream milkshake. We've tended to done that a couple of times in the past. So maybe that will be on the cards, I'm not too sure. And Matt asking for another poll. Alright. One last poll. If I have to. Come back to this JQ321neo as we do one more poll. So looks like Fiji is going to take the win on this one. Carl's Jr. milkshake. Absolutely, Matt. 100%. 100% worth it. Always a great way to top off an awesome stream. And just chill back, let the legs rest a little bit. Standing up for 7 hours straight can get your feet complaining. Trying to think of what to do for the last one. Gonna do another Europe one, I reckon. There's a lot to choose from.
Yes, 709, contact departure.
Alright, there we go. Last poll of the stream, guys. Stick to our holiday destinations. Where would you like to go the most? All expenses paid for a week. Ireland, Croatia, Portugal, or Greece? Oh, 55% going Ireland. Wow. Awesome. For me, personally, I'd pick Croatia. Definitely one of my top places I want to go. And Shelby says, never been to Europe. Neither have I, Shelby. Neither have I. One day, definitely somewhere I really, really want to go. I want to explore as much of Europe as I can. There's a lot of places I really do want to go to in Europe. So not too much happening, guys, now. Just having a look here on Flight Radar. It's definitely died down quite a lot. And I was expecting possibly Royal Brunei to go. It's scheduled for 1:30. If I flick over to it, it's still got its cargo doors open. And I can't really tell, but it doesn't look like there's any tug involved, so probably won't be going for another 15-20 minutes, maybe even half an hour. So unfortunately we won't catch that on the stream. But yes, make sure for the next few minutes while we're still live, as we'll start to wrap it up now-ish, once I get the all clear from Matt. Yeah, Matt, now looking at that Brunei and looking at what they're doing, I reckon that's not going to go for probably an hour at the least, unfortunately, so definitely not going to be on the stream. Let's see if there's any arrivals or anything. I don't think there is, unfortunately. No. Gosh, it really has hit that crash hour. Just nothing really happening. It's just tired out. I think it's the airport's all on its lunch break. And no worries, Matt. Still on the bus 5 minutes before getting to the car. No stress. Alright, we'll keep going for a little bit longer. So guys, if you haven't already, we really do appreciate if you hit the like button on the live stream. We're at 432 likes, which is amazing. Really do appreciate every single one of you who has clicked the like button. Makes so much of a difference for us here at Aviation Videography, so we can extend our spotting and our knowledge and our passion to all across the world. And so we really do appreciate every single one of you who clicks the like button. And if you want to also support us in a free way, you can subscribe. It's completely free. It's the humongous red button if you haven't clicked it. Really do appreciate anyone who does subscribe. And if you're feeling very generous and you really love the stream or you love the channel, you can become a channel member to unlock exclusive perks that no one else can unlock, including member-only videos of airports that we don't show publicly. You have to be a member in order to see those airports. But we really do appreciate any support in any given way. We don't expect any monetary support. but we really do appreciate it if you do want to support us in that way. Because as we've said before on previous streams, plane spotting is very, very expensive. One of the most expensive hobbies you could probably have. So we will have a 27 departure, which we'll be able to catch, and it's a -8300 QF2287 Qantas Link flight to Launceston. So that'll be one of our last movements of the stream. If you can bring back any vintage aircrafts, what aircraft would you bring back? Yeah, for me it's the Concorde. Has to be the Concorde. Really wish I could have seen it myself. Flew on it myself. It's unfortunate what happened to it, but if I had to bring something back, it'd definitely be the Concorde. So this Virgin Australia 737 on your screen is going to be heading off to Perth as VA 685.
Thanks, 87, target 8, side heading 260, runway 27, cleared for takeoff.
So we'll just wait for that -8300 to taxi onto runway 27, if it's going to go. Like it's just turning onto the runway now, so we'll be able to catch that departure. One last little movement before the end of the stream, possibly. It's been an awesome stream today, guys. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I've had a blast out here with Matt. We've had so much fun. Absolutely love streaming. It's one of my favourite things to do. And to be out here for 7 hours. I've been up since 4 AM. And do not regret it at all. It's been so cool. And glad to have every single one of you on board today. And there we go. So stay tuned, make sure you keep updated with our Instagram and our YouTube community tab for when we will go live next. We'll look to do another Melbourne one next week at some point, depending on weather. And in a couple of weeks, myself and Matt will be heading off to Sydney and Brisbane. Looking to leave for Sydney on the 15th. Of January, which is going to be really, really cool. Doing a lot of Sydney streams up there on both aviation videography and HD Melbourne Aviation. So that's something to look forward to. And then as well, Brisbane. And then that'll be for about just over a week. And then on the 31st of January, myself, Matt, and Sam are all headed off to the States. Heading off to LAX, SFO, and Phoenix for about 11 days, which we're all so excited for. Not too far away, so 31st of Jan. Yes, that's true, Matt, as well. Hopefully we'll be able to catch up with Tim and Kurt and maybe even do a collaboration stream. Sid Squad, HD Melbourne Aviation, and Aviation Videography all on the one stream. Be a bit hectic, but I think it'd be pretty cool. See if we can get that going for a big Sydney stream. That would be a mega stream. But yeah, so stay tuned for that trip and stay tuned for the US streams. We'll be streaming again on Aviation Videography and HD Melbourne Aviation over in the US at all 3 locations. Phoenix may just be on one channel, depending on how much time we have. We'll try and split the day up because it's only one day we're there. Alright, got the all clear from Matt there in the chat saying that he has got the car and ready to wrap it up. So that is the cue to say goodbye for today. It's been an awesome stream, everyone. I'll end this poll quickly. Ireland comes out with the win there. So thank you to absolutely everyone for tuning in today into the Aviation Videography live stream. Almost an 8-hour stream, 7-hour and 45-minute stream. Matt and I started at 6 AM. And it's been one heck of a stream, and we appreciate absolutely every single one of you who has joined in, liked the stream, subscribed, donated, become a member, and chatted with us. I really, really do appreciate it. Stay tuned. We will try and stream some point next week, or maybe even Sunday. So we will let you guys know. Keep updated. Make sure you're following us on Instagram and Facebook. Make sure you got the notifications on so you know when we're going live and when we give updates on the community tab. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so, so much. I've had an absolute blast out here, and it's been such a cool day of spotting. And so yeah, we will see you guys very, very soon. Have an amazing day. Hope you've enjoyed welcoming in 2023. And yeah, that's all from me. So see you later, guys, and take care of yourselves.